Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
If everybody could find a seat, we'll give the 60-second warning.
Taller, I meant to say. What did I say? Bigger? You said bigger.
Okay, thank you for coming. It's nice to see the chambers filling up. We will call the October 17th, 2023 meeting to order at 4:01. Just to give you some preliminary instructions of what will happen. We are going to start, as usual, with an invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. If the invocation is open to any faith group in Volusia County, if you would like to participate, I'm going to be able to speak today. Just send an email to K, the letter K, Green. This is Carissa over here at volusia.org, and she will get you set up for that. So, if everybody would stand for the invocation and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. And today we have Pastor Wayne Goffney from Stetson Baptist Church.
Thank you. Let's pray. God, I want to thank you for our Volusia County Council. And I know that their authority comes from you. And so I just ask that you would grant them your wisdom today as they listen and deliberate and make decisions to benefit our county and our citizens. We ask you would bless this time together. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kent,
Mr. Kent is here.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Johansson, Mr. Brower.
Here, we have 100%, so we do have a quorum, and we always start off with public participation, and here it comes now. When I call your name, please just come to the front. We'd ask that you make sure that one of the microphones is close to your mouth so that we can hear you and so it can be recorded. The podium will go up and down to adjust for height. You have 3 minutes. We ask that you would address the entire council and not an individual member. And just tell us where you're from. You don't have to give your complete address for safety reasons. You can if you want, but just we would like to know what area of the county you're from so that your representative knows who you are. So we will start with the city manager of DeBerry, Carmen Rosamanda.
Thank you, Council. My name is Carmen Rosamanda. I'm the city manager of the great city of DeBerry. I'm here to speak about the Live Local Act. And not many people have put pencil to paper yet, and I wanted to talk to you about this law. This law was passed in 2023, and we're now seeing the effects as it's being implemented the last 4 months. From our perspective, we're in favor of the Affordable Care Act, but the business side of this Affordable Care Act will be devastating to Volusia County and all its 16 local governments. Volusia League of Cities is starting an advocacy committee to solicit the revision of this bill. They've asked me to lead this advocacy. We need your assistance now to begin contacting our Volusia legislative delegation to revise this bill, and this bill needs to be revised in 2024. First, on the business side, this bill has enough ambiguity that it could supersede and violate all PUD agreements in the state of Florida. Apartments who meet the 40% criteria can build, quote, in any area zoned commercial, industrial, and mixed use. Second, affordable in this bill is not affordable. It's actually current market rate. And this makes the 75% property tax exemption automatic, and the tax exemption becomes pure profit. The pure profit from this property tax will be leveraged, and it will accelerate the buying of vacant commercial, industrial, and mixed-use property. We're already seeing that these properties are being offered exorbitant amounts of money to sell. The city of DeBerry has 900 acres of vacant commercial, industrial, and mixed-use zoning. This law allows the highest density use to be applied citywide. Just do the math. 900 vacant commercial, industrial, and mixed-use properties times 32. And that gives you our full exposure. We've already been in contact with City of Doral, Plant City, where shopping centers are being purchased, golf courses are being purchased, for the Affordable Care Act, and it's affecting property values and everything else. And I hate to say this because I've been in tax my entire career, but this bill will become the largest tax increase in the state of Florida history. With the rapid growth of tax exemption affordable housing, eating up our commercial and industrial tax base, and coupled with the cost of infrastructure improvements and the expansion of public service safety services, it creates a severe financial burden on all governments. We are planning a community meeting in the next couple of weeks with our residents. And if the properties go that I think are going to go in the city of DeBerry, I'm going to advise our residents that we have no other choice but to double our millage rate to cover not only the tax revenue loss, but also the cost of infrastructure. Is my 3 minutes?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. I'd like to come back for a presentation. If you don't mind, I'll give you the full business case and meet with you individually.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. A couple of things. One, the Affordable Housing Act is absolutely ridiculous. You have no idea what you're going to lose tax-wise. It is extremely profitable not to pay taxes. So if I were any businessman who went into housing and decided that I can buy these properties and do without taxes, what happens to our tax base as a city, if all of, like Daytona Beach has got plenty of apartments, if all of those came off the tax roll, how many millions would we lose? And that's for every city in the county, and including the county itself. Secondly, thank you for the Metz Day. She's an icon. I've known her for 40 years, so I'm very appreciative of you doing that. Third, City Island swap of land with the city. The maps that I had from the city does not show the county going past the sidewalk. All the maps are in the area that I drew for the park itself. I pushed for 20 years for a park in that location. I want an auditorium. I want all kinds of things. I want that to be the central playground for children in the county. All right? So I paid special attention to what the diameter of the property was, and this area on the outside between the sidewalk and the river was never part of the project. Third, sports funding. Someone mentioned that you will no longer supply funding for sports. I asked her to double check that because she had a softball league that her son was in, and she made a comment that, well, they no longer fund that. And I'm like, sure, there's got to be a way of funding. I mean, I grew up with Idle Hands Are a Devil's Workshop. You always want your kids active and involved in something. And I can't imagine us dropping that without a real good reason. Third, you guys, it's water, it's housing, it's food. There's so many things that you guys are not involved with that you should. To me, it's holistic. Because I've been reading back issues of the National Geographic, and all these things are popping up. And the debate that we had years ago with the river, where Atlanta is sucking all that water and the Apalachicola is going dry. So we don't know what's coming down the pike. So let us be forewarned. Let's do what we have to do to cover our butt before it goes to litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Pate.
Lindsay Pate, proud Ormond Beach resident. Do you know that Grupo Mexico owns Belvedere terminals? From 2014 through 2020, they have had at least 22 incidences in Mexico. Grupo Mexico's negligence have killed people in their mines and poisoned local waters and land. Google Grupo Mexico. There are articles published just as of last week that shows the failure of their operations. 9 years ago, 10 million gallons of acidified copper sulfate flooded 160 miles of rivers and creeks from a poorly designed dam at Grupo Mexico's mine. The spill at the Buena Vista mine affected more than 24,000 people in 7 riverside towns. The catastrophe affected the local land, economics, and health. Epidemiologists found locals had high levels of metal in their blood, cognitive impairment, and different types of cancer following the worst ecological disaster in Mexican history. It's happening here in the United States too. Do you know that they've had negative impacts in over 19 states, including Colorado, Arizona, and Florida? In 2009, Grupo Mexico's U.S. subsidiary Ozarco paid $1.79 billion in a civil penalty as part of the largest environmental bankruptcy in U.S. history to settle claims for hazardous waste pollution at more than 80 sites. In 2015, the U.S. DOJ and EPA required Ozarco to pay a $4.5 million civil penalty and spend $150 million to improve its pollution control at its Arizona smelter. In March 2020, the EPA fined them again for 33 violations that they still hadn't fixed. To date, Grupo Mexico has paid out nearly $460 million in penalties. What is the price you are willing to pay to allow such a dangerous company to build a fuel farm in our backyard? What if they wanted to build that same fuel farm off of Enterprise Road? How about Taylor Road? How could you allow such a horrible company with a horrible violation record try a new pet project here? Belvedere can make claims that they have the safest technology. They've yet to build a terminal. But you know what does? have errors and fails are humans. Humans are fallible, and the cost of a human error at a 20 million gallon fuel farm will be the lives of others. No price is worth the cost of our safety. Grupo Mexico is a foreign LLC. They can pack up their operations and leave a disaster in their wake with no real consequences. Ask the people of Rio Sonora how Grupo Mexico has handled that toxic spill from 9 years ago. Short answer, they still haven't been held accountable. These communities are suffering in a lot of ways: poisoned land, health riddled with cancer and disease, and stuck in valueless homes. Don't let Volusia County become Rio Sonora. Lastly, I'm requesting that the county add an update on the fuel farm to the agenda until this issue is resolved. Most of us cannot wait to the end of your very long meetings to hear your thoughts on this issue. The City of Ormond Beach modified their agenda to honor this, and I don't see a valid reason why you, our caring and concerning council, couldn't offer us the same.
Nicholas Agrissa. And you will be followed by Connie Colby.
Good morning, or I should say good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. I'm just going to make this sweet and short. I'm saying no for that fuel farm. It's a bad thing to have, especially in my backyard. I'm from Bear Creek Village in Ormond. So I would say to you people, you know, let's see if we can do this in another place where there's away from homes and residential people. And that's it. That's all I have to say. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Connie Colby. And you will be followed by Peter Ferrantino.
Good afternoon. Connie Colby, Ormond Beach. I actually had two photos. Okay, thank you. As far as the fuel terminal, just this past weekend, we spent about part of a morning under a tornado watch all over the Ormond Beach airport. It wouldn't have been too nice if we had all those fuel tanks stuck up there. I don't know, do we have to do business with Belvedere just because they come to us and want something? As Lindsay said, they're owned by Grupo Mexico. According to Sunbiz, they are not registered to do business in Florida. They own FEC. FEC has an alliance with Belvedere, and so far they've done nothing. I had two photos to put up there. The first one that you see right now, that one shows the part that's all blacked in is 860. That's Halifax paving area. This was submitted when they asked for a change of land use during the summertime. Most of the pictures that we see don't show the property outside of Halifax paving. All that property around there is zoned as an airport overlay district. The part that's blacked in is also a hazard area, according to the map. And part of it is also agriculture down by the railroad tracks. The other map, the colored one there, I don't know, it doesn't look like you can see it all that well. Anyway, there's the black parts that look like a cross are the runways, and that shows the touch and go approaches for the student pilots who keep coming in there. Oh, it's right in front of me. I didn't see that. And as you can see, part of it goes right over the property that we're talking about putting some tanks on. That airport overlay zone was designed to protect the public health, safety, and welfare in the vicinity of the airport and prohibit the location for having any incompatible uses. And two of the prohibitions there are storage of explosive materials and the use of uses that assemble large groups of people or any other use that could produce a major catastrophe as a result of an airplane crash. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Ferrantino, you will be followed by Connie Parrish.
Good start. Hello everyone, my name is Peter Ferrantino. I'm the owner of City Limits in DeLand, and I've lived in this county my entire life. My wife Paula Alton is a teacher and a residential builder in this county. We are your entrepreneur family that gets up every morning at 6 a.m. with our 4 children. One is a general contractor, one is a fireman, one is a UCF student, and my youngest is a Volusia County middle school child. I've owned multiple businesses and rental houses in Volusia County for the years, so I've dealt with code enforcement for multiple reasons. I am very familiar with the rules and interactions of our county's code officials. I have never boasted about my family's accomplishments to the people around us. We operate as a silent, supportive community member, enjoying the growth of our community and friends. Only after acquiring City Limits in DeLand have I seen the need for change in the operations of this county. I paid attention to my local elections, and I have believed that this council was running on good faith of the mom and pop businesses, trying to add growth to this community. In the past year, I have to say that through my interactions and experience with this current council, I believe this county council co-board is in the business of preventing growth. They seem to be in the business of running businesses away rather than attracting new entrepreneurs. My son just opened his own business, an inspection company. He asked me, where should I station it? In Volusia, where I grew up, or in Jacksonville? For the first time, I had to tell him not here. I am ashamed to say it, but I cannot support my county anymore just from local experiences. I am a one-year restaurant owner, not perfect. I make mistakes. I am willing to correct my mistakes. I have no reason not to support my county, or at least I had no reason not to support my county. However, dealing with Margaret Godfrey, Chris Hutchinson, has made me feel the only way there will be growth in this county is to reevaluate the people from within. As a business owner and having a brick and mortar building, I understand that code officials have a tough job, and just like any person, some of us lose our passion or are subject to having external pressure dictate how we operate our jobs. Having a wife as a teacher, you have to always adjust your environment to your environment and understand that not everyone is out to get you. So I did not come into this situation with a biased opinion of my county code officials. As an owner and employer of 45 employees, I am embarrassed as a taxpayer to have these code enforcement officials represent me and my county. With my personal experience this year as a business owner and having started a new venture in this county and having dealt with over 100 employees so far in my life, I've come to see that training and accountability of our code enforcement officers is important. They represent the base of this county and have the power to call shots on the success and failure of a business in this county.
Thank you. Connie Parrish.
I am Connie Parrish. I am here today as a representative of City Limits Tap Room. I design and create the apparel for the company. I will be reading a continuation of Mr. Ferrantino's statement. The personal experience I have had during my time with City Limits so far has been one of the worst experiences yet. I have caught our officials in 3 lies and vague or non-enforcement of communication. Let me give you my experience. After purchasing City Limits with my wife and trying to increase my community involvement, I have noticed that the local religious group was not so fond of our novice attempt to involve all our Volusia community, including them. We regionally had a meeting on premises with previous county officials and the religious groups. We understand that 2 groups must figure out how to coexist and proceed with normal operations as a business and as a religious group. Somewhere along the lines, code enforcement got involved and new allegations were brought up. I built a covered stage and a 10 by 10 outdoor canopy bar. I received a letter from the code board about my 2 buildings along with 8 other issues. I called the code board to see if I could meet with my code officials on premises to walk them through and discuss all the items listed on my property. I asked if Margaret was available and found out she was out sick and will return next week. The following week, I called Margaret for a meeting. She indicated she had a full schedule, took my number, and said she would schedule a meeting with me in the future. I never heard from her after that until a future code meeting was set, where she indicated that I was the one never reached out. Question: why would a business owner not reach out and want to solve these issues of compliance that could cause me to shut down? I was quite shocked she would defend herself in such a way, but there was not much I could do. I had the pleasure of meeting Margaret, not by a scheduled meeting to discuss a plan of action to move forward and clean up my business compliance issues, but by her physical presence posting orange meeting signs at my entrances. I approached her and asked why she had not reached back out after the meeting to schedule another meeting with me and why we had to meet the way we did. I had informed her that I would like specific area of code violations, not just vague indications, especially concerning the fence violation, as we do have more than one fence on the property, and the specifics on which fence was not presented. I ask this so that I may properly know how to rectify the citations and correct the issues. Immediately, she became agitated and defensive. I said, at least tell me which fence is the issue being opposed. She pointed out the white vinyl fence surrounding my liquor container, but did not provide what about the fence was a violation. Approximately 7 days later, at the code board meeting in July, I started to take notice that the code officials had a small biased opinion of my business and behaved differently in our interactions.
Thank you. Luigi Sensopoulos.
Hi. I'm just continuing here. It started to seem as personal and realizing from the experience of the focus being shifted to the noise complaints, which were on a separate agenda involving the religious community, coupled by the fact that she lives nearby my establishment. The first personal interaction we had and lack of communication was blamed on me. All led me to believe that this may be more personal issue rather than a justified case of a business being in non-compliance of code violation. In that July code enforcement meeting, she addressed the fence issue. However, the fence she called into question was different fence than the one she directed to me personally the day she showed up unannounced on premise. The fence she was referring to in this case during the meeting was a fake front fence covering my air conditioners. There's an attachment to that. Not the vinyl fence meeting that she pointed out on site. I hired Scott Dickinson to correct the stage and the bar permit issues as well as the fence issue. I had to complete this by October 10th, and my options were to permit the fence or remove it. My contractor indicated it would not pass inspection, that it was best to remove, so the air conditioner fence was removed. During my on-site inspection after the work had been done, I had questioned the original vinyl fence that Margaret had mentioned during her unannounced on-site visit, to make sure it was still in compliance and it wouldn't be a future issue. It was discovered that the vinyl fence she originally indicated as the issue was never in question. She later claimed it was never, that it was. Sorry. Why would I draw attention to another area of my business if it was not already brought up in an aspect of violation to begin with? After completing the removal of the fence by the air conditioner, it was indicated that the 3 acres of property fence was actually the original fence that was not in compliance. This fence has been up for over 10 years. Code officials have been on site 6 times in that time frame and yet never called this fence into question with the previous owners. How can any of my claims or a falsified communication be disputed other than he says, she said, when there is no recording of these conversations and the only person who holds power to decide who is right or wrong involved the issue has lied. How am I to provide burden of proof for my claims against the inappropriate workings of the county code?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I think the next one is it Chancey Moyer?
Hi, I'm Chauncey Moy, and I'm representing city. One of my 8 violations was for my sign out front. The sign violation is inherited from the previous ownership and was not disclosed, nor did it exist during the time of me closing when obtaining the property. This violation came into existence when code enforcement were called to investigate noise complaints after the targets had already begun. I tried to address Margaret on the sign permit violation. She indicated to me that no permit was ever issued for the large front light up sign located on the property. That has been there since Trader Jack's 25 years ago. I immediately went to the county office and paid for a record search and found a sign permit. I then took the code office and asked, how am I able to reference this issue now that I have the permit in hand? Again, the story had changed. I was now being told I needed an image permit, and thankful Laura Costo directed me through the process to add the permit. Again, I was told one thing and had to do my own research, pay money for documentation that was not needed, and received no eligibility or admission to a mistake in communication, or even reimbursement for the loss or creating an issue that I was informed of that was not in fact an actual issue. Margaret again claimed that she had not told me that the permit for the sign was not filled. Why would I have gone and spent my time, my money to pursue the documentation that she claimed was never filed if I was not told that I needed to? It's almost like it is accepted to falsify claims and then later claim that they were not falsified. If I could understand a mistake happening once, but if it happens twice and indicates a print of abuse of power, with no ability to hold office acceptably or to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Francesco Sensoplas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Francesco Sensoplano, and I just happen to have a business right on the premises of City Limits Tap Room. All right, but I'm going to continue the reading of this letter, okay? And on Friday the 6th of October, my wife and I, along with Amanda Dickinson, Builder for Hire, Paul DeRosby, and Pat Patton, and the county officers mentioned above, met on the premises. Immediately, we discussed the list of items on my code violations, starting with the fence. I indicated the removal of designated fence as listed as in my previous dispute above, and discussed the miscommunications regarding the fence issues. This is where Margaret insisted that she never said the vinyl fence was not in compliance and that she would defend her stance in the code meeting. Clay Urban settled the dispute and said, let's address other issues. One being the tractor trailer and mobile dwelling, both which were on the premises for no less than 5 years, and again, being here for at least 6 code enforcement visits prior to my ownership, okay, no one mentioned anything about those. Yet they stated that to me that the officers can sometimes miss things. Most of us can see tractor trailers, mobile homes, fences, and unpermitted structures on 3 acres of open land. It was a struggle just to have to agree with them and remove the trailer and mobile unit. Margaret stated that my attached covered pavilion, the main building, was never permitted. This threw me for a curve, because how can the main building on this site have been built without a permit? I stated that there was no way and immediately grew concerned. I purchased the building clean with no issues, and now my savings are at risk because I may have to pull a permit from my main building. I proceeded down to the title company and spent all Friday trying to find permits for the structure that they indicated. Eventually, the original builder was found, and he sent me the finalized permit on the structure. Again, I had to find the permit after being accused that it did not exist. After presenting the permit, code enforcement officials stated that they had to look around to make sure that the structure, which had been permitted since 2011, was not a risk to patrons. Chief Building Inspector examined the structure and other structures on the premises and found no issues, other than the wrapping up of the electrical pipe, which I agreed to go ahead and fix. Later on, Margaret again claims that she had not said that the main structure was not permitted. Again, why would I have gone through the struggle of pull permits if I did not need to pull? I have a business to run. I don't have the expendable time or money to just go around handling nonsense unless it is addressed to me, all right, that it is a current issue. Why would I spend my time and money for a third time to pull another permit if I was not directed? Oh, we're already out?
Thank you. Paula?
All right. My name is Paula Elton. I'm here today, obviously, as the owner of City Limits Taproom Bar and Grill. Okay? I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I've been a teacher here for 3 decades in Volusia County. Along with that, I've been volunteering to tutor and provide academic opportunities and sports activities for the children in our community. Okay? What I want from the forum is for body cams to be worn by code officers in order to hold all parties to accurate accounts of meetings so future small businesses have a chance to succeed. Tomorrow, we are hopeful that our community shows what City Limits Taproom, Bar and Grill in DeLand means to them. My hope is for our elected county officials to prevent bias and discrimination of your fellow citizens and help us find a compromise that works for all involved, that benefit our county and citizens. I would like to meet with all of you individually and discuss a compromise for our code enforcement issues. And on behalf of everyone that has anything to do with City Limits Taproom, I'd like to thank you all for your time today and consideration on this matter. Thank you very much.
Patricia Franzen. And you will be followed by Paul Richardson.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Franzum. I'm a homeowner in Bear Creek Village, a 55-plus community in Ormond Beach, and a quarter of a mile away from the proposed fuel farm. Recently, Mr. Schwartz from Belvedere Terminals gave an interview on the television, and during his interview, he was discussing the fuel farm, and he said, "You won't even know we're here." Well, he's wrong. We'll know they're here. At least 14 trucks, 24 per hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, will be in and out of Hull Road. We will hear the noise and smell the fumes. We'll know they're here. When a mom calls 911 because her child had an accident during a soccer game, and the ambulance has a difficult time getting through to the sports complex due to truck congestion on Hull Road, we'll know they're here. When a wife calls 911 because her husband is having a heart attack, and an ambulance cannot get into Bear Creek due to truck congestion on Hull Road, we'll know that they're here. We need to know, where are you? Do you support the fuel farm? Or are you going to do everything and anything possible to stop the fuel farm? Thank you for your time.
Paul Richardson, followed by Patricia Kenny.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of The Land. Newsweek magazine put out an article written by William Atkins exposing how the DOJ and FBI have now become a partisan organization. To quote, "The federal government believes that the threat of violence and major civil disobediences around the 2024 U.S. presidential election is so great that it has quietly created a new category of extremists that it seeks to track and counter. Donald Trump's army of MAGA followers," unquote. This is beyond outrageous. President Biden is now using law enforcement and the power of the government as a tool against an entire political movement. What the DOJ and the FBI are doing is thoroughly un-American. It is not Trump supporters that are dangerous. It is an out-of-control federal government. I will now turn my comments to DOJ and FBI agents. You people should be absolutely ashamed of yourselves. The real domestic terrorists are the people wreaking havoc in our cities by smashing stores in places like Chicago and San Francisco. When are you going to stop that insanity? People are murdering each other daily in our big cities as well. But you think the average conservative people, like myself, are the problem? No, you have become the evil. You're now the problem and the rot infestation here in America. If you are a good conscience, you will either come forward and expose the corruption or resign. You need to stop policing law enforcement and turn on the people who are now bringing dishonor upon you. I call on Sheriff Chipwood to stop voluntarily cooperation with the DOJ FBI until they cease all targeting of political opponents of President Biden to help him win re-election. Your voice can send a powerful message that this needs to come to a full and absolute stop. I love America. This council knows what this beautiful country means to me. I also support law enforcement. They alone keep the forces of chaos in check. But I will call out evil when I see it. This tyrannical insanity needs to end. Our cities are out of control. Our borders are being overwhelmed. The DOJ and FBI have better things to do than become an arm of a political party. God bless Volusia County. God bless America. And finally, God bless Israel. Thank you.
Patricia Kenny, followed by Catherine Pante.
Good evening or afternoon. I live at Bear Creek. My name is Patrice Kenny. I'm a new transplant from New Hampshire. My home actually is one of the closest in proximity to the Hull Road terminal address, if you look at it from the satellite. I am old enough to remember the Roadrunner versus Wile E. Coyote cartoons. Some of you may be remembering that, or maybe you're too young, I don't know. But anyway, each episode, the coyote does his best to stop the Roadrunner from making his way down the road. Inevitably, the coyote thinks he's smarter than the Roadrunner when he rolls a boulder off a cliff, and it rolls over him, and he falls off the cliff with it. Or he blows something up on the road thinking he's going to stop the Roadrunner, or at least slow his progress. Yet he ends up blowing himself up. I find the parallel between the cartoon and what's going on with Belvedere terminals not the least bit funny. However, I do see a similarity in that those of us that you see in the audience who are vehemently and actively opposed to Belvedere building a fuel storage terminal in Ormond Beach on Hull Road, we are the Roadrunners. And I believe we're dodging some coyotes who have made it clear to us that they're not going to stop throwing boulders in our path, or they're trying to blow up our resolve to stop this insane plan. Belvedere is the real-life version of the Acme Explosion Company, just like in the cartoons. Here's a spoiler alert. The coyote never stops the Roadrunner. And those of you on this board who are resisting an opportunity to do what is right and to protect the citizens of Ormond Beach who pay into Volusia County's operating budget will hopefully get to see how it ends for Wile E. Coyote. Thank you.
Catherine Pante, followed by Nancy Bates.
Catherine Pante, Daytona Beach. Good evening, council members. Bert Harris was a citrus farmer who made the promotion of agriculture his life avocation, as well as being a champion of property rights. Florida is one of the only states in the U.S. that has a statute that gives cause of action to the property owner when the state or local government takes action that reduces the value of a property. This occurs by interfering with an existing use or a vested right without that government action rising to the level of taking. Public safety and the reduction of property value will place an inordinate burden on the existing residential communities who in fact have a vested right to safety, a vested right to raise their families without the daily fear and anxiety of an explosion, fire, reduced air quality, as well as other health-related ramifications. Your inaction as a county government to prevent this from being built in our county rises to the level of taking, as this project not only impacts our safety, but property values as well. I applaud Councilman Robbins for taking the safety of our children seriously with the creation of a county ordinance targeting sex offenders. As a former law enforcement officer, I support this effort 100%, with the exception of using ECHO funds for the purchase of cameras. The cameras serve a law enforcement function and therefore need to come from law enforcement's budget. In addition, since you are passionate about protecting innocent children in our community, I implore you and the rest of the council hang on a second. I lost my spot. I implore you and the rest of the council to take immediate action by making a motion to direct staff to change the zoning at 874 Hull Road to its prior designation of agricultural. Belvedere Grupo Mexico does not have a vested right to harm our children or community by building a fuel terminal next to a children's sports complex surrounded by residential communities, nor do they have the right to infringe on SR Parat's current air quality, which will directly impact their business. I also implore every law enforcement and fire department in Volusia County to support the residents in their opposition to the fuel terminal, since this fuel terminal will directly impact public safety countywide in a variety of ways. I request each agency department head to write letters of opposition in the same fashion that they wrote letters in support of Councilman Robbins' sex offender ordinance. After all, we all have the same goal, protecting our children, unless that only applies when you want to make headlines to further higher political aspirations by creating laws. Thank you.
Nancy Bates.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Bates. I'm a Bear Creek Village resident, and I am 1/4 of a mile from death if that terminal is indeed built. Not only will we smell the smell, we'll hear the noises, and we will be dead. We're imploring you to help us. At your last meeting, you voted down an addendum to have Belvedere on each agenda. The 6 of you who voted against that, I am very disappointed in you, in your doing that. Our very lives are at stake. There is nothing you do in this council more important than looking out for the safety of the citizens and our environment in Volusia County. Nothing you do will make that will be more important than that. So I disagree with your first comment that the reason you voted against that was because you had other important things to do. The other thing that was said was that you have already created an online website for us to take a look at. And I thank you for that. I have looked at it every single day. Mondays and Wednesdays, it's supposed to be updated. Brings to question a couple of things. First of all, it looks as though you've actually done nothing since writing the September 1st letters. You wrote 7 of them, and I applaud you for writing those letters. What I would like to know is, in that same period of time, I have written letters, emails, and phone calls to everybody you did, and then some. I've included the governor in what I've written to and who I've called, letting him know that I need his help in this. Have you heard anything back from the people you sent letters to? Are you getting pushback from anyone that perhaps we should know about? Have you sent any other letters to anyone else? Are you looking for alternative sites? We don't know if you are, you're not telling us. Have you contacted our governor? I know I have, and many of us sitting behind me have. Where was your response when Belvedere's CEO, during an interview on TV, on TV, indicated some lies? The Ormond Beach mayor responded, but I heard from none of you. Where was your outrage at lies this man was telling? You know better than what he was, you know the truth, and you stayed silent. Have you begun any measures to change the classification of the 52 acres back to its original light? Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly McBurney, followed by Patricia Sparks. Is Patricia here as well? Okay. You can come sit in the front row if you like.
Sorry it took so long.
It's all right.
My name's Kelly McBurney. I live on Airport Road, right around 3 miles from this proposed area. I don't know if any of you have ever seen a fuel tank, a 40,000 gallon fuel tank explode. I have. And it'll scare the dickens out of you. I don't know who's saying or suggesting that 1 mile radius is safe after you get out of there. No, you're talking 10 miles. And if one tank goes, probability of all the rest of them going, since this area is licensed for diesel, gas, jet fuel, and liquid propane. Now, how they got licenses to put all that crap in there, we don't know. The only way I know that you can get a license is to get an approval from the county. Did you guys approve all this? You know, all we're asking is that you stop this. Or is there a state law that says that we can't stop it? We just want it stopped. We don't want it right next to where the kids are playing, right next to Volusia County #1 small airport. I mean, this is a training airport. What if one of those planes drops and slams into this thing? You got a 10-mile radius. It's less than a half mile to the interstate. It's less than a half mile to US 1. Those are the two main arteries on the east coast of Volusia County. If that thing goes, you're going to lose both of them. It's just, I don't know who picked it. I'm thinking that Grupo Mexico did, because these are just little small town hicks. They won't know any better. We do know better. And we know their track record. And it's bad. Not only in Mexico, but it's bad in the United States. Who in the world thought of letting a Mexican company purchase the railroad? Not only the land that they want to build a depot on, but who allowed that? That's insane. I don't know. I am totally confused. Troy, I've talked to you a lot on other things, but this is crazy.
Thank you. Patricia Sparks, and then Celeste Mastro Buono.
My name is Patricia Sparks, and I live on 290 South Janice Lane in Ormond Beach. And my husband bought this property back in 1968. He was one of the first settlers in this area, and he died there in 2022. Everybody that seems to have bought in that area at the time stays there. We love it. We love our place where we live. We love our community. We love everything about it. And all the old timers that came in about the same time my husband did, another one just died last month. They're just going away. And I want to be one of them that stays there. But if this continues, I'm going to be forced out of there because I'm not going to put myself and my family in danger. So I just came today, hi Troy, I came today to let everybody know that I'm behind this whole group. And if they were the ones up here and you were the ones back arguing for your life, you'll be doing the same thing we're doing. Thank you for hearing me.
Celeste.
Good afternoon. I'm Celeste Mastrobuno, and I am Bear Creek Village resident since 2006. I am opposed to the Belvedere fuel farm. I am most concerned about the fueling while the train is blocking the street access. Thinking about the ball field on a busy day, young children playing soccer, football, baseball, and playing on swings. Now suppose the nearby airport has a student pilot traveling on a Sunday and the tower is not manned. It comes a little too low and crashes near the field. Someone gets hurt and needs emergency help. The train is blocking the tracks, fueling up, completely blocking the whole road, the only way in and out of the ball field. Also, it's a long train and is blocking Airport Road completely. That leaves no entry or exits to the field, including 642 homes that reside in Bear Creek Village. That is a frightening scenario and a real possibility. Please help us stop Belvedere.
Mary Allen, followed by Rebecca McPherson.
Hi, Mary Allen. I live at Bear Creek Village. I've owned there for 20 years. And the 20 years, I've watched the traffic grow. And this weekend, we're lucky enough to have October Bike Fest here. And twice a year, we have the bikes. And not only that, the traffic has grown in leaps and bounds. We have the sports center. Now we have more great young kids going to school. We have more schools there. We have more traffic on Route 1 than we have ever seen in our lifetime there. And I am definitely against this fuel farm. And I hope that you feel the same way that we do, because we don't have the fire department or the police department to man all these extra activities that we have on Route 1 now. And I hope that you people feel the same way we do. We don't feel safe anymore living at Bear Creek. And I hope that you'll feel the same way we do, that we are against it, and we hope that you'll help us out. Thank you very much.
Rebecca McPherson, followed by Fran Canfield.
Is the little camera here to put up this little graphic that I drew? How do I?
So excuse my little illustration of a gas pump here, but this information was taken off of the Energy Information Agency. It's a U.S. government website. So those are gas pumps, and it's showing you a gas pump from 2013 to 2022 compared to that of 2022, the data that they have obtained. So if you look, 14.5% of that, the way that gas prices are determined is basically what's shown on this pump. So 14.5% of overall gas price at the pump is determined from refining cost and profits. 14.6% of the price is determined by distribution and marketing. 17.1% is federal and state tax. And lastly, the most important, 53.9% comes from the cost of crude oil. In 2022, the refining cost and profits went up to 17.7%, while distribution and marketing went down to 12.4%. Federal and state taxes also went down by 12.8% from 17.1%, and crude oil price went up to 57.1%. The average price of gas in that time frame, $2.83 per gallon, and back when they took this information from their site, $3.95 a gallon. Obviously, we're paying a little less. But the purpose of this is to show you that we can have people tell us, and we can have people out there believe that having a fuel terminal so close to us is going to significantly lower our gas prices. But as depicted here, despite a decrease in the distribution and marketing, which would be the big takeaway from their point, we still haven't seen a decrease in gas prices. So we as citizens and people making these decisions need to be aware of this. You can feed us this nonsense that our gas prices are going to be less, but clearly that's not the case. Look at some of these places scattered around the U.S. that have fuel terminals in their cities. I actually reached out to one of the people from a county called Dixon County, Tennessee. They had a big issue with the fuel terminal coming to their area a few years back. They tried to fight. Unfortunately, they didn't win, but they don't have a significantly lower price of gasoline. Look at the place called Cancer Alley in Louisiana, where you're 50% more likely to have cancer because of all the oil-based companies in that area. Their gas prices are not significantly cheaper compared to the rest of the United States. Yes, they have lower price, but a lot of it has to do with the state and the state taxes imposed there. So let's be smart when we make our decisions for these people that keep claiming that gas prices are going to get lower. They're not. This is the proof.
Fran Canfield, followed by Elena Kraft.
Hi. I am here not only for the 646 homes in Bear Creek Village, but our neighbors. Stepping outside the box of the heavy industrial zone where a fuel tank project would become the core of that zoned area, I have to question the activity of surrounding vacant land being bought up under light industrial. Then factor in the airport, petitioning trees be cut or removed on all 4 runways. The FAA 2015 instrumental flight procedure allows for a minimum altitude of 300 feet. Now they want to amend that to 200 feet. Really? You could touch them at 200 feet. And think about, at 200 feet, if a plane, which did happen, goes over at 200 feet, loses their windshield, and drops on one of those tanks. So just think about that for a second. All this is factored in to look at the big picture here. So, looking at all of this residual movement, this entire quadrant will become light, heavy industrial, driving out the local residents, lowering their property values, which might be met by Gruppo coming in to buy up those properties for pennies on the dollar. The developers coming into that area with a combined density of over 2,500 plus homes. I hope these developers are aware of the potential fuel tank project that's being reviewed. So it's not just the project which we're all opposed to, but when you look at this, what is going on? This is mushrooming it. And if this goes through, that's all you're going to have there is one big industrial project. Now, as a footnote, on my way here today, there was a motorcycle, very bad one, accident at the intersection there where Hull Road and US 1 is. Nothing was moving. Nothing on either side. We had to turn around because we couldn't get out from Hull Road. So, then that was just a motorcycle accident. Not to take away from the severity of it, but think of it if there was another fuel tank accident out there, not even on Hull Road, but out on the highway. We just have to look at the whole picture. Thanks.
Elena Kraft, followed by Kason McFerrin.
Can you put on mute? Oh, that's good. Unmute. No. All right, so we are driving by the fuel terminal in Tampa, Marathon. Oh, you can? Okay, awesome. Yeah, unmute. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elena Kraft. This past Saturday, I loaded my kids up and took them on a field trip. It wasn't exactly kid-friendly, but a great learning experience nonetheless. I took them on a tour of Tampa's fuel terminals, as you can see on your screen. After seeing what this looks like close up, I am more convinced than ever that a fuel terminal at Hull Road would fundamentally change the fabric of our beautiful community of Ormond Beach. I used to live in Tampa, and for almost 6 years I lived there, but I had never driven by a fuel farm before. As you know, Tampa is the largest port in Florida and home to 387,000 residents. The city was built around the fuel storage and distribution operations, not the other way around. So as such, the infrastructure for the constant inflow and outflow of tanker trucks and trains is adequate. Now, the smell coming from these facilities is a whole other issue. In fact, when I used to live on Davis Island in Tampa, there were countless days when the noxious smell of benzene was unbearable, and I would be forced to keep my small children indoors out of fear that they may be inhaling dangerous chemicals. It's been over 2 months since news broke out that this kind of operation was given the green light by the FDEP, and more than a year since county staff sat in a room with Belvedere and ensured that they have all the information and the support that they needed to begin their fuel operation on Hull Road. It's been more than 2 months since we stood up here pleading with you to stop this, and we are yet to see any concrete actions taken by the county to stop this in its tracks. Belvedere's CFO went on the news 2 weeks ago telling everyone that we wouldn't even know it was there, and that damage to their property would not even go beyond their property, and that the operation is subtly much smaller, just 13 million gallons of fuel stored instead of 20, with no guarantee that they will not be expanding. The city has responded, and we are grateful for their leadership and courage to put the well-being of current residents above Belvedere's business venture. The silence from the county, on the other hand, is concerning. Your only response is that you will take appropriate action if and when an application is filed. And even then, if Belvedere checks off all the boxes, you will have to approve the project. The CFO of Belvedere said they've already invested $3 to $4 million in planning the Ormond Beach fuel terminal. So to pivot, and I quote, would be pretty costly. They've told you they have every intention in pursuing this project at Hull Road. Please take their words seriously and be proactive instead of reactive. On the screen, right here, you can see a constant flow of cars driving into our sports complex. This was on a Wednesday evening, not a Saturday or Sunday when the number of families would be doubled or tripled. This narrow road that you see here would be the same road used by hundreds of tanker trucks filled with fuel coming in and out of Hull Road 24/7. What is your plan to keep our children safe? Are you planning on closing down the sports complex? The time to act is now. Thank you.
Kason McFerrin. We can lower that. I don't know if we can lower it that much.
My name is Kason McFerrin. I am 7 years old. Do you think it's okay to put a fuel farm a couple of feet away from the Ormond Beach Sports Complex? I play there on Mondays and Saturdays for my soccer games. Do you think it's okay because my friends and me play there for soccer games? Parks are there, football's there, you can ride your bikes there. It's a community place that a lot of kids go there on days like Wednesday, Monday, Saturdays, and Tuesdays, except for Friday. Kids are there mostly every day of the week except for Friday. So if you put the fuel farm there, the fuel will can make people get cancer and other people and kids. Say if you see there's going to be trucks coming in every day in just a couple of minutes down the road, and say if someone kicked somebody in the face on accident and the ambulance had to come, but since all the trucks are there, it took a long time.
Just kind of telling you why he's doing this. At their school, they asked him to write about, in their journal entry, about important places in Ormond Beach. And he picked the sports complex and he wrote a journal entry about why the fuel farm would not be an ideal location near the sports complex.
Thank you, Kason. Thank you, everybody. That's the end of public participation for the beginning of the meeting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like prepare to make a motion. If you give me a little latitude, I just want to give a little quick preface to it and to see what the council responds. The comments made here today did recap a few things before I make this motion. I think the lady said, is there a law that prohibits you from doing anything? And we've had conversations in the past about Senate Bill 250, a law that was recently passed that prohibits the county from making more restrictive zoning changes or changing the zoning on the property. The motion that I'm about to make will, I think, give you guys, or you all, I should say, an opportunity to make a change there that would open pathways for you to continue your efforts. Because that only pertains to the county. So, Mr. Chairman, I move to bring back an agenda item to initiate the process for the City of Ormond Beach to amend the interlocal surface boundary agreement to include the proposed fuel terminal site. What that does, that allows them to amend an existing agreement that they have with us that gives them the rights to make changes to that particular land that is not restrictive in the manner that is restricted from us for violating state law. That motion allows them to bring it back to us so they can make the necessary action to address their constituents' concerns in their own backyard. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion was made by Councilman Santiago, second by Matt Reinhardt, and the motion basically is that the City of Ormond Beach could annex that property? They don't have to annex it?
No.
Okay, restate your motion.
This is to amend the interlocal agreement that we already have in place to include that site, which gives them the authority to make land use changes.
Okay. Does anybody have questions for county attorneys, staff, or before we go into comments? Don's thinking.
Smell the smoke.
You don't have to.
Well, no, I was just, are you saying that you're wanting to
Can
vote
you-
on it now? Or
microphone.
for the agenda?
Microphone.
I did put my request to speak up here.
No, it's okay. I'll ask you a question. I think you asked me, is it to vote now or for agenda? It's to bring back the agenda item to amend the interlocal agreement. And I think council can elaborate on that maybe a little, if you want.
It's county attorney or council?
Oh, council, meaning attorney council.
Yes, so the statute allows either a city or county to initiate the process by passing a resolution. So if I understand the motion, we would bring back a resolution to start that process. It has to be agreed to by both sides. It's a voluntary process, but. the city and the county would have to agree.
So that would go ahead, Don, I'm sorry. That would overcome the obstacle of Senate Bill 250.
That's correct, because they're
then-
not subjected to it as, like we are.
Correct. And then the city would have to deal with the Burt J. Harris ramifications.
Whatever decisions they make, they'll have to deal with. But at least it eliminates the block that we have from taking action on that property right now. We are prohibited by law. And then you all can do your advocacy to make sure what you want happens. Oh.
Well, we can't take comments from the public, I'm sorry, right?
But it would come
at this
back.
point.
It would come back to us to vote on the resolution. So this motion is to create the resolution, to initiate that action for us to vote on.
Anybody have comments? Okay. So the vote would allow the county to write the ordinance to change the interlocal agreement, to bring it back, and then the public can be here to discuss it, ask questions, we can discuss it, ask questions. It is a step forward that we could take. We don't know if the city of Ormond Beach will agree to it, but it's an opportunity.
I think we have 3,000 petitions that'll help us agree to that I've seen. So, thank you.
No other questions or comments? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0, goes to the county attorney.
Chairman, may I?
Troy Kent, you may.
In that same vein, I will be making a motion right now that we bring an agenda item back as well, dealing with this Belvedere fuel terminal situation. I was talking to our attorney and our manager, and I said, is there a signed lease between Belvedere and the railroad? And the answer I got was no. And I said, I have about 3 things that I can think of where the county could use that property. I would like for us to have an agenda item come back, for us to give approval, another tool in our tool belt, but for us to give approval to our manager and our attorney for the county to lease that property so that no one else can. And then I've got a couple of ideas on how we could utilize it. And the first one, I won't talk about those right now, but the first one is a recreation idea that I think Mr. Dempsey would love. So I'm hoping I can get a second so we can have that as an agenda item on this issue as well, so that we can talk about the county coming in and signing and leasing that property, since there is no lease with the railroad right now.
Okay, so your motion is for the county to bring back the
Yes.
lease or an ordinance?
For a lease.
Okay.
For us to give, for us, or we could do it right now. I just didn't want to thrust it upon you all immediately.
Thrust.
For you all to come, for this to come back, for us to direct staff to try to enter into a lease agreement with the railroad. So not to come back with the lease, for us to give direction for them to start negotiating with the railroad on leasing that property. And just because I've worked with you all about 9.5 months now, I know the discomfort of some of you. I've seen it when something on the fly comes up without a consented or an agended item. I'm ready to vote now, but I can see the heads of some shaking down there, and I get it. I totally get it. You need some time to digest certain things. And have a conversation themselves with staff about this. But listen, if there's no signed lease, then why don't we lease it?
Right. Before, you've lit up the board like a Christmas tree.
Good.
Is there, before I start calling on people, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Okay. Thank you. Your motion is seconded for discussion, and we'll start with Jake Johansson.
So I think the first motion was Mr. Santiago's, yes?
Yes.
That one already
So
passed.
that one passed.
So that one passed. I would, although I'd like to entertain Mr. Kent's motion as well, I would definitely like to encourage our county staff and legal department to work with Orman to see if they're up for that first. And maybe not let that run its course, but then bring Mr. Kent's motion. I'm an at-large rep, and I've talked to people all over the county, and so I represent, as the chairman does, people all over the county, and I understand the folks in Bear Creek and that vicinity and Ormond Beach's concern about this, but I also have hesitation to put that bill possibly on the entire county when a certain 100,000 or more people don't necessarily, as they say, have a dog in this fight. So I'd like to try to get it back to the folks that are locally affected by this first, to see how that plays out. And we should know pretty quick if Orman is on board with it or not, as we're working through Mr. Kent's motion. And Troy, thank you for appreciating me not doing anything on the fly. This is a big issue, even if it comes back to not have some more robust conversation about. But having said that, I will support to have it brought back later.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman, and I have a tendency to agree with Mr. Johansson in this case. Strictly, you know, we're in the process of asking Ormond Beach to play ball, and now we're throwing something that, why would they play ball if we're going to assume this? And are we going to be setting precedents for every issue or zoning discrepancy or opinion discrepancy as we go forward? You know, I think we have to be cognizant of that. And I think we have to still be very careful on how we proceed. But I want to do one thing at a time here. I don't think it's proper to go forward and take another bite at something that I think, in my opinion, will be counterproductive at this time. It may be an option in the future. I just don't think until we hear from Orman and try to leverage or see what they're willing to do. I think that's the first step, and then we can go forward from there.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Troy, I second it for discussion purpose, because I think you're going down a good path. However, I think Danny's comments are of a value to me, and there's nothing to stop the city of Ormond Beach to do the same thing, of pursue the lease option, right? And do something maybe to expand their sports complex with other amenities. I don't know, but, so I kind of echo the comments from Danny and a little bit from Jake. I think the first motion we have puts them, the folks that have been fighting this, gives them other options. It allows the city, who I think the words that were made earlier today said the city has been very favorable in what the citizens have been asking for. If the previous bill, the motion is favorable with your support in your city, then I think that gives you guys a tool. But Troy, you know I love you and I try to support you as much as I can, but I would favor that the city of Ormond Beach enter or exercise that option for a lease instead. I think we've done quite a bit. So at this point, I know some don't think, but there's a lot that's been happening behind the scenes, as you well know too, Troy. So I would not support that motion and direct the city to do it instead.
Thank you. Troy, I probably should let you talk first, because you might be asking, going to say what I'm going to ask you to do.
Do you mind?
So go ahead.
Put your name back on. I appreciate that, Chairman, and a ton of respect for all of you gentlemen up here. And maybe I'll say something up here that may change your mind, Mr. Santiago and Mr. Robbins, and that is this. So I'm elected by the residents and constituents in District 4. And that never escapes me. But I'm also making decisions for this entire county. And Mr. Robbins, if this was down in New Smyrna Beach or any other place in this county where it was wildly inappropriate for this type of nonsense to occur, I would be the first one pounding the drum beside you to stop it from happening, or Deltona, or DeLand, or Daytona Beach, because it's inappropriately placed. We have heard from hundreds publicly here at our podium about why it's wrong. We have an agreement that we are working with the City of Ormond Beach. All I'm asking, and I would love for Ormond to jump in on this and take over the lease. I'm not saying we're going to. This motion simply gives our staff another tool in their tool belt. That's all it does. It allows you all to have 2 weeks to ponder on this, to listen to your bosses, and to come back and vote it down or vote it up in 2 weeks. This just gives us an opportunity to say, hey, if Ormond doesn't agree to what we just passed, then we have another tool here. It may or may not work. But when I asked the question about the lease, that it hadn't been signed yet, well, sure, we could enter into a lease agreement with them, the railroad, Ormond could, a member of the public could, if they had deep pockets and wanted to do that. But I've heard, and you have heard from the residents of Volusia County, and this isn't just people from Ormond Beach. I have received emails, as all of you have, and we've heard from public who don't live in Ormond, who have said, this is not okay. And I know that publicly I've heard from all of us, and as a collective group, that we are against this. But I just want to remind this council, this is not committing you to anything. This is simply allowing staff to bring this back to us, and then we can make the decision if we, collectively as a group, would like to direct staff to then try to enter into an agreement for the lease. They may not. The railroad may say no, but then again, they may say yes. And the worst they can say is no. But you got to ask. You got to first put it out there and have that ask. And I don't think that it does anything to harm with David's motion, with what we're trying to accomplish with the City of Ormond Beach. I think it's a smart move. I think it's a way for good maneuvering, and I supported it. And I just think that this gives us another option.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I know I'm out of line, Mr. Chairman.
You got several people ahead of you.
No. I just want to ask, because it may help them, because I did say I wouldn't support the motion, and I'm the second of the motion.
Sure.
Would you be amenable to modifying that motion in the way that it directs staff to also work with the City of Ormond to enter into an agreement for a lease?
Either or?
Yeah, I'll say either or. What I mean by that clearly is that if there is success or there's discussions that they share in that.
Absolutely. I would have no problem with that. I love the word partnership. And, that helps sell it even more if Ormond comes to the table with us. But I'm committed to go at it alone if I had to. My vote up here, I would do that. But yes, so I am amenable to that, and you're the seconder. So if you're okay with it, then I will amend that if it comes back, if this gets voted on by council, that there's also discussion with Ormond Beach partnering with the county in leasing that property.
I would support
To do it.
as the second to the motion, I would support that, and I would change my vote to yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. And that would have been my question, and this question, actually, if we were to vote that down, would that hurt yours? Because I'm a big advocate of as many tools in the tool belt as possible. You have to be creative, especially with situations like this. So if that doesn't hinder that, and now that you've amended that, or will amend that, it's done. So therefore, I have no comment because I'm more with that.
I'll support your motion because I think that we can do two things at the same time. We don't know what the City of Ormond Beach will do. The public has asked us to take decisive action. We've had two decisive motions here tonight. I'm pleased with that. I supported Councilman Santiago. I'll support you on yours. We have one more person that wants to speak to the issue, Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. And let me be clear. You know, we've all agreed that this is a big deal. We've all agreed that there's a necessity to look at as many options as possible. The point I was trying to make is that do we do this, and what kind of precedent will we be setting from now until forever in Volusia County, that whenever there's a discrepancy for whatever reason, to go in there and lease every bit of property? I think that's an honest question. That's a big deal, and it's a big burden now that we're getting, that we're assuming. Yes, this is very important, but we have certain things that we're doing, and we have to remind ourselves, we don't even have an application yet. And that's when I said, when we're putting the cart in front of the horse, we don't even have an application yet. We do not have an application yet, okay? We don't know what Ormond Beach is going to say. So, you know, at the end of the day, I'm just stating the facts that we know that we're provided, and guilty if I don't have all of them, but I think I have most of them. I'm trying to look at this in a holistic manner, in a legal manner, in a responsible manner on how we go forward and set policy and precedent in Volusia County. I don't know.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. 20 seconds. There is a precedent we're setting, and the precedent is this. You come to our county and you try to do something inappropriate, we're going to fight you with every tooth in our head.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief too, because, Danny, I get where you're coming from, and I know some of the audience may like it, but that type of dialogue is important for us to have. I know I hear rumblings, and I get it. I think we know where the majority of this council is, but I hope, and I still respect everybody's opinions up here. When we disagree, or we share other points of view, that's when I learn. I was against you, Troy. And some might not have liked it, right? But and then you talked and you shared some other points and you agreed to some type of resolution that made me feel more comfortable. So I respect you, Danny, and I appreciate your courage to share some of the points, because we have to look at all those angles. That's how we go into these things smartly. It's not in disagreement, but our charge is also to protect everybody in the county. I know it's life safety, but there's a lot more to that than just one specific issue, which I know is very important to you, and is number one, and I would be in the same position, I've said that several times, if I lived in Bear Creek or somewhere. But our job is to really look at this holistically, and I think we've put forward two good proposals that give you all some relief and now potential avenues to work that can give you the resolution that you're trying to look for. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Troy, I'll just say again that I'm still going to support it. I'm not sure that we're setting a precedent for taking hard, serious action. I think this council has done that before, but I think this does set a precedent for exactly what you said. When there's something this inappropriate, something that I do represent the whole county. I haven't heard from anybody anywhere in the county that's for this, because they know we're looking for alternate locations. Nobody wants it at their location. We'll have the same problem Ormond Beach has. So I think it does set a precedent that this council listens to the public, and I hope that the public hears this, that when you come and speak to your government and ask for action, that you will get action. So yeah, I'm going to support your vote, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So all this does, this brings it back in 2 weeks for a vote. So we have time to listen to constituents. We have time, those that are not in favor of this. This gives that time for that discussion. This gives us time for that thought process. This doesn't mean that it's happening today. It just means that we get a chance to talk about it. And we'll have the opportunity to talk about this at the next council meeting or whatever comes back to be able to have that discussion. So I am still in support of it because we get that opportunity to discuss this even further.
Claire Metz, you retired too soon. I bet you're back there Because you have to listen to Don Dempsey now, and he gives a point of view that often instructs all of us.
Yeah, yeah.
Don.
What's the, what would Ron Burgundy do, right, Claire? Is that? No, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So we're just talking about opening a dialogue with them to see if the county could potentially have some use, either through a lease or even an echo for maybe a park expansion or something like that. I mean, I'm just. And working with the city as well. Okay, yeah. And yeah, that's fine. I think it's okay to open a dialogue up, but that's all it is. Okay, yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, and with that, the Christmas tree lights just went out. Everybody's happy with what they heard, so we will call the vote. I don't think I need to even call the roll. Everybody in favor of Troy Kent's motion to direct the staff to begin that process of negotiation with the city. It's, again, we have two good proposals here, things that we can do to take action for the public. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Okay, and I'm ready for another another motion. Is that, all right, then we are going to go to, we're almost there, Claire, to,
Just about time.
to item 1, which is the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item that they would like to pull, either for discussion or for a vote?
Just for discussion, item W.
Item W, for Matt.
And Chairman, just for, I'm going to have a comment at the end, item F and item G.
F and G, Councilman Kent.
Motion to approve the consent agenda item as proposed.
Okay, motion by Troy Kent to approve the entire consent agenda. Is there a second? Second by David Santiago. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is passed. Matt, if you will, since it's, if you want to go first with item.
Sure,
W.
thank you, Chair. I guess there was some confusion. This is what Mr. Nicholson had brought up. And I just, if there's someone staff-wise can point this out with respect to the area that, I know it's an agreement with the City of Daytona Beach, correct? Okay, is there, thank you, Ted. If you can shed some light on it, because he had some concerns about the fact of what is ours and what is the City of Daytona's, what do we have control over, what does this block off?
Sure. Good evening, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. The area in particular is area that we are in ownership of. That area has been surveyed. As far as we're concerned, there's no question on it, which is why the city approached us about this. They are seeking to put a trail in between their two parks, one on the north side of the bridge and one on the south side, and they want to use this area overall, and seem to be an issue for them with regard to maintenance in terms of the ownership of that area. So they wanted to write it up in their contract such that it's all property that they own and control. So what they asked us for was the ownership of it, and then they would give us back an easement for any space that we would need overall. We aren't utilizing most of that space, which is why we were comfortable going ahead and providing the transfer. We did keep, like I said, a certain amount of that space under easement that we would need in terms of maintenance for our facilities out there overall.
The library?
Or any of the space, yes, sir.
Okay, so they own the sidewalk, correct? And they'll still own it?
Correct.
Okay, so there is no taking away from that?
Correct.
Okay.
All the existing facilities will stay the same.
Yeah, I was in favor, I just wanted a little bit, I hope that clarifies about that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Can they block it, Tad?
No.
Sorry. No, okay, thank you.
No, it's going to be open, that's what the easement allows for.
Yes. Go ahead.
If I could, and Tad help me, or I think Russ Brown may be able to help me, but I do believe it's the city's intent to work in concert with the managing entity of the Esplanade Park and make this a part of that facility. So they will be adding security features in particular, which is we think in the benefit of the county, because around the library, we do have security concerns. So there is that third party in. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're dismissed. You'll be back. For item F and G, Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Item F, I just wanted to publicly recognize that we received some awards for recognizing Mobility Week 2023. And I was just really impressed that Jose Pagan won Paratransit Operator of the Year from the Commission for the Transportation Disadvantaged, and Mike Erdman won Technician B of the Year by the Florida Public Transit Association, and Votran won System Safety Award of the Year by the Commission for the Transportation Disadvantaged. I just wanted to give them a public shout out. I'm glad this was on the agenda, but sometimes these things on the consent agenda, we see them, but if no one pulls them and says something about them, you know, I wanted these individuals to know, right on, great job, thank you for the work you do. Chairman, do you mind if I go to G?
Go right ahead.
And on item G, the Volusia Forever land purchase, with that word again, partnership, with Volusia Forever, 45% purchase price, 45% of the money came from them. St. Johns River Water Management District, 45% of the money came from them. City of Oak Hill, 10%, for the purchase price of $177,500. I believe it was 70 acres and a Butts Canaveral seashore, and has 2,900 feet of shoreline. I just wanted to publicly talk about it for a minute and just say thank you for the partnership. Thank you for Volusia Forever doing exactly what our voters wanted it to do, and that is get land that can stay in its natural vegetative state forever. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, I'm wondering if anybody, item 2 is a proclamation. I wonder if anybody would like to postpone that till the end of the meeting. Item 2 is a proclamation to be presented inside county council chambers, which we don't do very often. This one we are all looking forward to doing. It's for, Matt, I'm not going to steal your thunder.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So everyone's not aware Claire Metz retired. So anyways, I wanted to take the opportunity when we first heard about this. Claire and I, we've dealt with each other so much being in charge of the jail. And I had a few comments that I wrote down, and then I'll read the proclamation. But we are here to celebrate the esteemed career of Mrs. Metz. I am going to make her come up. So I was going to read this, though, first. When I read the proclamation, or read the proclamation initially, two things were apparent to me. The first was in the very initial sentence, when Claire Metz speaks, people listen. And it reminds me of the old E.F. Hutton commercials. When E.F. Hutton speaks, everybody listens. So, and that couldn't be truer words. From her days, and I'm going to go back a couple years, of 2 News Sunrise, 2 News at noon, 2's Company, to her extremely informative coverage of every story she investigated, reporting from the field. We all listened, and we're all informed. The other thing that became very evident to me was when reviewing the proclamation, that it is only a very small snapshot of this terrific woman's career as a highly, highly revered journalist. I remember the jail receiving phone calls on a regular basis to do interviews with individuals, and it would be very uncommon for them to do so because their attorneys, Don Dempsey, would be saying, don't speak about it, you're not sentenced yet, you know, but that wouldn't stop Claire. And I respect that. She would always dig to the bottom to get the truth, and I appreciated that. We're all famous of the famous interview with Eileen Warnes. I had to deal with Eileen on a daily basis. So we had Eileen, Deidre Hunt, and Virginia Lazalier in the other block. So we had all at the same time. Yes. So, but I can certainly, what you were able to obtain from that interview was remarkable. So, I could go on and on about some of the high-profile things that she had done, but there were so many feel-good stories as well that Claire did in it. My favorite was the coverage she did for Share Your Christmas. And we were big into that, as Volusia County Division of Corrections did quite a bit for that. And she was always there, and I always look forward to that. So I could go on all evening about that, but I think I'll just get to the best part and get you out of here. So we won't keep any more. So, and I'm very, very happy to see that our esteemed public defender, Matt Metz, her son, is here. So, and the rest of her family, and we thank you very much for that. So without further ado, Claire, come on up.
Claire, if you ever come back, I got some stories about Matt you can cover.
Listen, I've got stories and then some. I'm waiting on it. All these beasts back here, my family just. I've got stories.
Oh, okay, great. All right. So I'll turn the mic here. Thank you, Chair. Whereas when I want to. When Claire Metz speaks, people listen. And whereas for the past 39 years, this highly trusted and respected journalist has provided thorough, fair, and honest news coverage as an anchor and reporter for West 2 News. And whereas, since covering her first story, a disease that destroyed citrus crops in Central Florida, she has also reported on everything from social issues to hurricanes, informing the public about pertinent matters that affect them. And whereas, she has also tackled serious topics such as mental health and AIDS, interviewed serial killer Eileen Wuornos, and on death row, and flew to England to cover Princess Diana's death. And whereas throughout her illustrious career, she has been an outstanding source of inspiration, information, and comfort to viewers while mentoring rookie reporters, public information officers, and other communication specialists. And whereas Claire Metz has had a profound impact on Central Florida journalism, the daily lives of her devoted viewers, I'm one of them, and now therefore we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim October 17, 2023 as Claire Metz Day in Volusia County, and urge all residents to join us thanking Claire Metz for her dedication to journalism and our community, and we wish her all the happiness in her retirement, dated this day and signed by all council members. Thank you so much.
Thank you so. This is just fabulous. I cannot thank you enough. This is so lovely. And when I think back to when I first started coming here, like in 1983, when Sheriff Ed Duff was here, oh my, you think it's wild now? You don't remember the Wild West, because I do. And it was wild. But it has been just a privilege and a joy to meet all of you and to speak to so many of our residents in the area over the years, and to have built the kind of trust that allowed me into their lives. So that's a big joy. Thank you. See, I got all emotional, but thank you. I'll shut up, Debsy. But really, when I think about knowing all of you for so long, I mean, every one of you, for so long. So, and Jeff more recently, but in the last, 5-6 years, we've really gotten to know each other through all your new roles. And everybody else that's come through this county. I mean, I can go back. I know stories about Pat Kuhn. It's amazing. I'm kidding. Pat, I'm kidding. So, but it really has been just a real opportunity to have this entire career here and sort of let it grow up around you. Kind of neat. So, and to be able to tell a story that really makes a difference. That's what I'll miss. I will miss that. So, but thank you. Lovely. Love it. And that's the newbie. There's Molly. Molly will take over.
And I guess we have a video?
Oh, no, we don't do videos. No.
Too late.
What?
West 2's Claire Metz report. West 2's Claire Metz is joining us live from Daytona. West 2's Claire Metz live in Ormond by the Sea. Claire Metz was at the meeting and joins us live. West 2's Claire Metz reports some dangerous conditions. West 2's Claire Metz joins us live now outside the county administration building in DeLand.
County leaders are expected to vote today. We're live in DeLand, Volusia County. Claire Metz, West 2 News.
Claire Metz, I want to thank you for all you have done for us over the years. I've worked with you, and you've been a friend and mentor for 25 years. You're brilliant, and you taught me just about everything I know as a PIO.
I want to take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of Volusia County government and Volusia County beaches for all your thorough, fair, and honest reporting over the years. There's no telling how many lives you helped us save. Enjoy your retirement, and we'll see you at the beach.
Hey, it's Kevin Captain here, former Community Information Director. I just wanted to say, Claire, it has been an absolute pleasure working with you, being alongside you, and learning from you over the years. You're a gem to Volusia County, and everything that you've been able to do to tell the story in a balanced way. And out of the many, many reporters that I had the opportunity to work with, you have just always stood out as a genuine friend, as someone who's trustworthy, and really somebody who's honest and tells the story in the best way possible. You've always had the heart of Volusia County residents in your heart, and you've always done the right thing, and you're just going to be missed. You really left a mark here with us here in Volusia County, and we wish you the very best in your retirement.
In Volusia County, Claire Metz, West News. And you know what? I just want to say, I have to thank my beautiful family. Come here, get over here, you fools. They're all mocking me. They're literally laughing at me. When Channel 2 did all these stories, there were a whole bunch of hateful remarks too. My daughter could not get enough of it. She goes, "We're having a party just for the haters. It's so fabulous," you know. So my son, my oldest son, Michael. My next son, Matthew, we all know him. My next son, Joseph, and my daughter, Julie, and my adorable husband, Peter, and my daughter-in-law, Sarah Metz, and my two favorite people in the entire world, Lyons Metz and Charlotte Metz, my grandchildren. Woohoo! Yay! That's it. What do you think? What do you think? Pretty good?
My fingers smell like Play-Doh.
Anyway, thank you, Matt. You're lovely. Thank you all. Jeff, thank you. You're so
Thank
sweet.
you.
Everyone.
All right, picture.
Oh, we're going to do a picture. I don't think I mean to. I don't mean to.
Thankful Matt didn't sing.
Give me a second here. Yeah. Okay, county council, big step that way. County council, a big step to your right. And this group, a big step to your left. Oh, okay. Hey, that's good. Really? Wait, I gotta go back a little bit.
The supervisor of election needs a stool.
Hold it down just a pinch, Claire. Pinch higher. That's it. That looks nice. You're a good-looking group. Thank you.
Wife and family. Okay. 1, 2, 3. All right, beautiful. All right.
Thank you, sir.
You all see. I'm proclaimed to win. Even I'm sitting there, Metz. So. Thanks, Al. Take care.
Claire, while you're still here, I have one sentence to say. We're all going to miss you for many reasons. I bet everybody up here would agree that you are the dictionary definition of a free, fair, and accurate press, and I'm going to miss that.
Mr. Brower, we need a motion and a vote.
To let her retire?
I'll make the motion for the proclamation.
Okay. We have a motion to accept the presentation of the proclamation by Matt, and a second by Troy Kent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You are officially retired.
Bigfoot stories.
Okay, as they exit, that takes us to item 3, presented by Dr. Brad Burball, the Volusia Forever Acquisition Priority Recommendations for 2023, cycle number 1.
Yes, council members, thank you. What I have before you are recommendations from your Volusia Forever Advisory Council to add 2 properties to the A list. These properties are collectively 5,712 acres. The first are 7 parcels owned by the same owner up in our Lake George Forest property. This is 8,000 acres that we own and bought with the Water Management District as part of our 1986 land referendum. These in-holdings are very attractive to us because they are surrounded by our property. So we can incorporate them into our management. What's more attractive to these, as you can see on the bottom, there's 2 lakefront parcels. One has a boat ramp on it that we would probably need to redo, and another one where we could add another campsite. So offer some expanded recreation opportunities for individuals at our Lake George property. It meets 14 of the 19 criteria, and it's within the wildlife corridor. The second property is a large property along the St. Johns River watershed, and so has 2 miles of waterfront along Lake Harney. It meets 14 of the 19 criteria, 5,500 acres. Pine flatwoods and bottomland swamp, mostly a little over half uplands and half wetlands. So with that, it's also adjacent to our county-owned Deering Creek Preserve, which is 1,300 acres. So these are the 2 properties being recommended for the active acquisition list by your advisory council and staff.
Thank you very much. Before I ask for a motion, does anyone have any questions for Dr. Burball or his assistants? Okay, Danny Robbins.
I'll make the motion to approval of the updated Group A property list with giving direction to staff to begin the acquisition process, starting with Group A properties.
Second.
And a second by Troy Kent because he beat Matt. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve the updated Group A property list with direction to staff to begin the acquisition process, starting with Group A properties, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 4, discussion regarding residency distance requirements for sexual predators. And Attorney Russ Brown, are you going to handle this?
Sir, I believe Mr. Robbins is going to start as
Okay.
given direction by council last meeting, and then I'll talk.
Chair, are we good to proceed?
Please.
All right. Council, thank you for allowing me to package this all together. Words can't begin to explain how important and sensitive these subjects are, how they're important in this community, and also how we go forward, especially with the influx of people that we're getting from out of state and everything that goes along with that. The biggest question is, what are we doing in Volusia County? We have sexual offender alerts, offender watch program apps, emergency notifications, iCrimeWatch.net. We do roundups, checks, residency checks, special operations, but in my opinion, we can always do more in this area. Going forward, we talked about it a little bit last meeting. I prepared this presentation, hopefully we'll get through it pretty quick, called Safer Volusia. What I'll go over real quick is, what is Safer Volusia? And Carissa, do we have that screen? Okay, there we go, perfect. Safer Volusia's initiative that putting together to collectively communicating, strategizing, and collaborating with our community proactively to address and improve public safety. Its goal is to tailor common sense policy at a local level, provide funding that best serves and protects our residents and visitors instead of one-size-fits-all state legislation. Some of your questions that council had prior. How many offenders do we have? Is there a need for additional protections? What are the differences between sexual offender and predator? What is the legality of increased safety and residency measures? How much area will be taken away, and what are the exceptions? How will we enforce the proposed changes specifically in the parks? Starting off, what is a sexual offender? Staff has put out several emails with some definitions, but I'll go over it quickly for the public. Someone convicted of or has pled no contest guilty to a sex offense involving a minor, he or she has served a sanction imposed, whether it was a fine, incarceration, probation, and released Some of those qualifying convictions for those adults are kidnapping, false imprisonment, luring, enticing a minor child when the offender is not the victim's parent or guardian, human trafficking, that's a big topic here as of recent, sexual battery, video voyeurism, and computer pornography, and a lot of that we're seeing as well. Transitioning to a sexual predator, person who repeatedly who is a repeat sexual offender that uses physical violence in the commission of their offense. The state of Florida considers sexual predators that prey on children a serious threat to public safety and society, and it has been found that they are likely to repeat their offenses. What qualifies someone as a sexual predator? The high level of threat that a sexual predator presents to public safety and the long-term effects suffered by victims of sex offenses provide the state sufficient justification to implement strategies outlined in Florida state statute. Moving on to Volusia County statistics and map. According to Volusia Sheriff's Office and information online, we are a highly concentrated county in the state of Florida, with roughly a little over 1,200 registered sex offenders and over 100 sexual predators. Volusia County, like many other counties, has a high potential of sex offenders who become or they are among the transient population with no recorded or traceable address. Per the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in the state of Florida, Florida is ranked 10th in the nation for sexual offender and predator residency per capita at 350 per 100,000 residents. Volusia County is, from the data that I've collected, within the top 5 ranked counties within the state for sexual offenders and predators, along with Pinellas, Hillsborough, Duval, and Orange County coming in at the top. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, March 2023, Florida was named the fastest growing state in America. Florida's rapid growing population comes in at roughly 22 million people, assuming constant rate of migration throughout the year. And Florida receives approximately 1,218 new residents per day. According to Growth Resource Management presentation last July, Volusia County's population as a whole grows about 6,000 new residents per year. And with our state's population surging, combined with our cities growing outward, the time for Volusia County, in my opinion, to be proactive in public safety is now. Now let's go ahead and look at these maps here. I got these maps to give folks an idea of the saturation that we have here and to paint the picture of what exactly we are dealing with here in the community. Outlined in blue are the offenders, in red, and some of those, or a lot of those, are overlapped with the blue, and the purple are red, and the purple designates multiple offender and predator residents in one location. And the green are the schools. Just for kicks, what I did is I zoomed in and I did it by region. That way the district members can also see what we're dealing with. They can see the schools. They can see the 1 mile radius of the school. To get a full picture. I also included for that as well as the number of offenders or predators within a mile of each school in the county, and that information was provided by FDLE. Christopher, if we scroll down to 17, a couple proposals. One of them that we talked about, Proposal 1, is to formally establish a sex offender and predator section in Volusia County's Code of Ordinances, and title it as such. Listed below, and there's a Word document attached to this agenda item. It goes into detail each subsection. Now, I'm not smart enough to come up with those all on my own, but what I did was I went through the last 6-7 months and looked at a lot of aggressive counties in this area and took a little bit from each and compiled it into what you see here today. Anything from the legislative findings, legal definitions, prohibited residency, adoption of fee schedule, registration fees, something that we're not doing, re-registration fees, penalties for failure, annual review, property owners, a section for property owners to be encouraged to assist law enforcement officers in the protection of children, and then the application of ordinances, and then law enforcement options. Penalties, separate violations, remedies, and applicability. Some notable mentions. Almost all counties and municipalities in Florida have increased residency restrictions that enhance the overall well-being of a community, public safety, and public health. Volusia County does not. Ordinances were compiled from counties and municipalities around the state of Florida: Polk County, Lee, Brevard, St. Johns, Hillsborough, Orange, Miami-Dade. One of those main topics within this proposal is residency. Currently, state law prohibits persons convicted of certain sexual crimes to reside within 1,000 feet of child care facilities, parks, playgrounds, and schools. Today, I'm proposing a modest increase to the residency restrictions of convicted sexual offenders and predators to 1,500 feet, which is approximately a 6% residency reduction. And Mr. Brown will go over that here shortly. We ask ourselves why. Why was one of the questions. Society has determined that sexual offenders, repeat sexual offenders who use physical violence, and sexual offenders who prey on children are sexual predators present an extreme threat to public safety. And I'll go ahead and repeat that. An extreme threat to public safety. Sexual offenders are extremely likely to use physical violence and to repeat their offenses, and most sexual offenders commit many offenses and have many more victims than are ever reported and are prosecuted for only a fraction of their crimes. This makes the cost of sexual offender victimization to society at large, while incalculable, clearly exhibited, and a drain on the resources of society. The sole intent of this article is to serve as Volusia County's compelling interest to promote, protect, and improve the health, safety, morals, and welfare of the citizens of Volusia County by creating areas around locations where children regularly congregate in concentrated numbers wherein certain sexual offenders and predators are prohibited from establishing temporary or permanent residences. We can go through this whole thing about exceptions and to answer questions. I know Don's got to have a bunch queued up, but this would only apply to new sexual offenders or sexual offenders that would be moving or losing their lease, anything to that nature. The ones that are currently live where they're at, they are there to stay until something changes. This would not affect them. From here, what we'll do is I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Russ. What I will ask from the council, if we can let Mr. Brown do his presentation, I'll pick it up from there if we can just hold all of our questions to the end. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. How's it goes? Good evening, Mr. Chair. Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Just real briefly, with me is Ms. Maureen Secor from our office. You also have Mr. Brandon Barnett from IT office, who generated the GIS data that you'll be looking at. So if you have any technical questions about the logarithms, different things like that he was able to pull the data, I'm going to defer to him, and with him as a member of his staff. So we were directed to come back in the June meeting by council with data showing the impact of increasing the distance from 1,000 feet to 1,500 feet from the current resident restriction in state law for schools, child care facilities, playgrounds, and parks for sexual predators. So that's what the information that you have that we're going to show you. This is a GIS data. It's kind of hard to see. We'll go through in the next 3 slides how they break down the formula. The 1,000 feet is the county buffer in the unincorporated area. Then you see in the red, if you went to an additional 500 feet, that's the 1,500 you see right there. And then in the, I think that's maroon maybe, whatever that fuchsia, whatever that color is the cities and the incorporated and the effect. But breaking that down, Mr. Barnett and his staff is able to, pulling from different property appraisers data, I believe, they work with the sheriff's office when they get somebody that's registered, if they have a question, so they know where they can go to have a residence once they get out and have this conviction. And so you run the numbers and you can see in no exclusion, you can see city versus unincorporated, no exclusions, meaning there's no exclusions how many dwellings in the city and the unincorporated are available. For our purposes, as Mr. Robbins referred to, the approximately 6%, that's the one that is right here in the middle that we're talking about today that he mentioned with the 6.1, almost 6%. So that's the one for that. So if you go to 1,500, it decreases the amount of dwellings, the building count, approximately 6.1% total in the county. I'm trying to hit clear here. Get this off. Moving on, some additional for school. If you did a school increase only, what that looks like for your dwelling counts going down. And then moving on, you can see jurisdictionally throughout the county, there's approximately, I think there's only 2, I think at De Leon Springs and Pearson, if I remember correctly, the only 2 that don't have some form of enhanced residency registration residency living requirement. Pretty much everybody else in the county does. You can see someone as high as 2,500 feet, depending on the different categories. And so I think that concludes my part, and then I'll be happy to answer questions at the end.
Thank you, Russ. Moving on to proposal going forward, is adding definitions and possibly adopt ordinance section 8260 or park rules and usage. There's some definitions there that cover the whole basis and the proposal. For the language, obviously we're going to have a definition for designated children's play area. Some sample language that I got from other municipalities and jurisdictions. No adult 18 years or older shall enter or remain in designated child play area unless the adult, guardian, sibling, caretaker, parent, babysitter, daycare provider, teacher, or supervising and or accompanying children who are utilizing the designated children's play area. No person shall conduct an activity within a county park that is prohibited, restricted, or regulated by posted signage. To the extent permitted by law, no person shall loiter in and around any park areas, including but not limited to restrooms, dressing rooms, bathhouses, picnic shelters, wooded areas, natural and developed areas. When it comes down to enforcement, that was a big question that not only I had, but a lot of other folks up here had as well. In my first recommendation, and the way we would do it after consulting with our legal, is to kind of mirror our section 78-4 with our trespass warnings on public property. With that being said, there's an appeal process for it. And that's pretty much the person's day in court where a magistrate is hired. But my recommendations for that in terms of enforcement, we don't want anybody innocent obviously going to jail or getting in trouble for this. So my first inclination or my first suggestion or interaction would be education. We have education through signage. We have education through community policing if they do get contact or if there's a complaint made or observed. And it can constitute a field interview card and or trespass warning or nothing. It's totally up to the discretion of the officer. Second interaction can constitute a warning or an arrest based on the prior documented interaction and not properly or non-properly posted signage identifying designated child's play area must be present. Like I said, any enforcement action must be officer discretion. So what are the benefits? We think a lot of this to be self-explanatory, but these are some of the benefits that I came up with to address some of the questions from I had very few of the public. Insurance equipment is properly used according to the age and kept free from damage. Decrease in risk, liability, and injury due to improper use. Public health. As a police officer in Daytona Beach, a lot of our parks, water pads, jungle gyms, all that stuff, there was a public health issue with the amount of transient population, and I know it's also present in an unincorporated Volusia or anywhere there's a park countywide. We do deal with a portion of that. So public health deters camping, loitering, hygiene issues associated with growing indigent population. Crime reduction deters loitering, crimes of opportunity, drug dealing, and child grooming. In terms of saving tax dollars, there is a portion of this fixing broken equipment for misuse and abuse, claims and payouts, cleaning and ground maintenance services, calls for service for police, fire, EMS, and other emergency services. And one of the most important things here is gives law enforcement an additional tool to identify threats to society while promoting positive police interactions and community policing. Gives parents and families peace of mind, and it lets our kids be kids. And overall, it protects and enhances the overall public safety of Volusia County. For the third proposal that we had talked about for cameras in our parks and playgrounds, my proposal is pretty simple. For us to coordinate and collaborate with the sheriff's office. I received an email today that I forwarded to the county manager, giving some rough pricing on what it's going to be. But most importantly, how are we going to pay for it? We talk about that a lot. I reviewed several things, and I made an echo suggestion for one thing, and I received a couple emails inquiring about it, and it's something that I would like towards the end, and I'll put it in a motion form because of just some verbiage that I found on page 3 of the guidebook that I'd like to go over. But identifying existing parks and ranks them according to crime statistics that we get from our sheriff's office, and also, possibly looking at municipalities having a buy-in option if they wanted to link in with our system. We got a wide range of community support. I put this out countywide on email. Countywide on social media. It's reached thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Overwhelming support. Of course, you always have your handful of folks against certain things. But in terms of professional support, Volusia Sheriff's Office, the State Attorney, R.J. Larissa, the City of South Daytona, City of New Smyrna Beach, City of Edgewater Police, City of Port Orange Police, and City of Ormond Beach Police. And I think that says a lot. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, members of the community, my colleagues, I believe these proposals check all the boxes. They address the present and they prepare us for the future. If adopted, they also send a clear message that public safety is not just number one in our community, but communities across the state because it's being used everywhere. The proposals present are modest compared to many others around the state. With that being said, it lays the groundwork and at the same time leaves room to adjust as we go and our populations increase. Despite many different points that we may hear, I think we need to keep in mind that we are not a judge and a jury. And something that we have to remember as well is that we're not dealing with jaywalking violations. We are dealing with possible people that were convicted by a jury, their peers, or pled due to substantial evidence against them. What we cannot lose focus of is that these individuals, in some form or fashion, have preyed on our most vulnerable and most innocent in our society. They made that choice. They made that decision, and they have to live with the laws and the repercussions we as society feels acceptable. Unfortunately, the victims and the future victims didn't have a choice, and they must live with what happened to them forever. Anyone who may be on the fence, I would like you to consider one thing. What if it was your child? What if it was your grandchild, your daughter, or your son? Would we maybe be having this conversation? Council, we're all grown-ups. We all know that there's no wrong time to do the right thing. Council, my ask is this. Don't support me or don't support this for me being passionate. Support this for the 1,200 red and blue dots that we saw earlier on the map within the presentation. Support this for every child and grandchild. And lastly, support this for the victims. And Chairman, I can go ahead and make a motion now for discussion, if you'd like.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve both proposals, 1 and 2, which gives staff the ability to come back with language to adopt.
Motion to approve proposals 1 and 2, and then staff will bring back language to adopt.
Second.
Motion was by Robbins, second by Matt Reinhardt. And questions for, did you have a question or is it? Okay. David Santiago.
For staff, Russ, you mentioned the 6% thing, the 6% decrease in availability. What's the number now? I mean, we're going from...
Yes, sir. Let me pull that slide up.
Yeah, I believe the current, with current restrictions is 83%. Go one more.
Can you use the mic?
Oh, I apologize. So if you look at the bottom there, current restrictions based on current exclusions, approximately 86.5% of dwellings in this analysis are already excluded. So this would exclude an additional 6%.
Thank you.
Questions, Don Dempsey?
This is for Russ. Russ, as you recall, we recently had a phone conference with a sex offender, sex predator probation officer, and we've also had input from another probation officer during another meeting about the housing crisis they're having with drug court. And in both of those meetings, it was revealed that if this were to pass, this is not just a 6% minuscule reduction. This would effectively wipe out the entire west side of Volusia County as being available for housing for sex offenders, right?
So the officer on the phone indicated that there were 3 main places where individuals as an offender or predator live, that landlords will take them in. And the information on the phone that he indicated was that 2 of those 3, if it increases to 500, would no longer fall within, they would be excluded.
Okay. And just correct me if I'm wrong during this meeting, because they were unable to be here tonight, but basically the essence of their conversation was that, yeah, you might say it only reduces it by 6%, but when you go to fill out a application for an apartment, I mean, if you think bad credit is going to keep you out of that apartment complex, let alone being a sex offender, that effectively wipes out, nobody is going to rent to a sex offender. So is it fair to say, Russ, there's only 3 people in the county, 3 landlords in the county who are willing to even rent to sex offenders, correct?
That's what the probation officer said, sir.
He would know, right? I mean.
Yes, sir. But I'm just saying, it's not me. I don't deal with that. I just heard him what he said on the phone. It's not my. That's all I'm saying is I heard him say it.
Do you have any reason to doubt him?
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, okay. So the essence of that conversation was, if this passes, this is not just a 6% reduction in housing. This wipes out the entire west side, correct?
He indicated that 2 of the 3 that currently are used that allow offenders or predators to live there would be excluded with this additional 500 feet. That's what he said.
Right. Because there's bus stops everywhere, there's parks everywhere, and 500 feet may seem insignificant to a lot of people, but it effectively wipes out the whole west side. Of those 3 landlords who are willing to rent to sex offenders, the biggest 2 were eliminated, correct?
That's what he said, yes, sir.
Right, and so the only remaining person would not even be able to house sex offenders. I mean, they have very limited space, correct?
Who had limited space?
Only one who's not going to be affected by this 500-foot expansion.
Well, I think the concern we have is, I don't want to speak for the probation officer. We just don't have that personal knowledge. We can look at the total available housing stock, and I think the point you're making, Mr. Dempsey, is, well, it's fine to look at the housing stock, but what about the ability of those folks to rent in those homes? That the information you're relying on says it's actually a smaller pool, is what I'm hearing you.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't go to.
We just don't have the personal knowledge to know about.
Right, that's all I'm saying is I don't know. I don't have the personal knowledge. I did hear him on the phone call say 2 of the 3 would be eliminated, but I don't know about the last one and how many are available.
Okay, and then what happens once this person has nowhere to go? Then they become homeless, correct?
That's what the probation officer said, yes, sir.
Again, we have no reason to doubt this person.
Oh,
right?
no, sir. I'm just saying I don't have
researching.
any. Yes, sir, Mr. Dempsey. I'm not saying that I have any reason to doubt. I'm just saying I don't have any direct knowledge. I don't deal with that. I just remember what the probation officer
Well,
said.
I just want to be very clear.
Yes.
Here, regardless of anybody, we're not attacking the credibility of anybody, but I'm only going to speak to what we have personal knowledge about. I mean, we can confirm what we've been told, but I can't say one thing has more credibility than the other.
Yep, point of order, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, what's your point?
Maybe to bring fluidity to this, Mr. Dempsey, maybe you can just speak to what you heard from that meeting.
Okay, if you'll let me.
Absolutely, and because I have no reason to doubt you.
Okay.
And that way we can speak with him on facts that he knows.
I mean,
yes, sir. Well, and I'd say I heard the conversation. I confirmed what he said. I just wanted to say I don't know about the other.
And I think the point that I'm making is that we have no reason to disbelieve you. And it's not, you don't have to prove to a jury. If you're saying it, I believe that you heard it. I think my colleagues feel the same.
Well, I just want to make sure that I'm getting the confirmation from, because this is a question and answer thing, so I don't want to just give a dissertation up here. I want to make sure that Russ, ratifies what I'm saying is true and correct.
Let's clear up the point of order. It's well taken. It's because you are willing to do that, just to speak from your knowledge. And then,
okay.
If you would, when you're done, I have some questions for you too, because I think we need to hear this.
Okay, instead of this dissertation back and forth with Russ, please correct me if I'm wrong or if I misstate anything that came out of our meeting with the probation officer. What happens is that once these people become homeless, they have nowhere to go. Okay, Danny, you'd said law enforcement does residency checks. That's great. If a registered sex offender leaves his dwelling for more than 3 days, he has to re-register and say where he's going to be. But if they're homeless, they go live in the woods and they're not tracked. Nobody knows where they are and where they're hanging out. There's no way, if you want to keep track of these people, leave it the way it is. Let them have housing. Don't wipe out all their housing and then they become homeless. If they're born and raised in DeLand and their family's in DeLand, guess what? They're coming back to DeLand. So by creating this 500-foot expansion, you may think you're helping society, but you're actually hurting it because you're going to force these people who want to live in DeLand, want to live on the west side, to have no place to go, and then they're going to live in the woods. And then we really don't know where they are. So it's actually hurting things. That's why I'm so adamantly against this. And correct? Am I wrong in any of that I said?
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
Right. So that's why I'm against this. But, okay, thank you for letting me go straight to the point. Thanks.
Jake Johansson.
Yeah, I happened to visit one of the places where there's multiple. It's close to an area where children frequent, and it's in front of a small subdivision. So those folks are all pretty concerned, but I see your point that if we increase it, that whole shebang goes away, and now we got, I think last time I heard was about 15 people on the road. So so that concerns me. Also, you know, I'm a less government, less regulation kind of guy, and here we are with two proposals to increase spending, increase camera usage, decrease the ability for some people to conduct activity in parks that are, it says no adult, it doesn't say no offender, it doesn't say no predator, it says no adult. So I brought that up before when Keith Chester was here, you know, adults and people 18 and 19 years old occasionally would like to swing on a swing set or use an area that may be frequented with children under 18. So there's a couple of scenarios where I think this would restrict. I appreciate, excuse me, Danny's conversation about the education piece first. So my question is do our police officers and our deputies are they willing to do that stepped escalation? I don't think we have a deputy here to talk about that, number one. And number two, for all these cameras in proposal 2 that we may want to put out, who's going to monitor those? Proposal 3, who's going to monitor those? Anybody?
I can answer that.
Yeah, please.
Chairman, is that okay? I didn't get to my motion on proposal 3 for that. I know I'm going to be getting into a statement portion of this. If we concluded the question, I can go ahead and move on. But I don't want to cut you off, Jeff.
No, yeah, I have some questions. He had a question, but it's really for Danny, right? But that's in his next proposal.
For proposal 3, which is the next one.
So to answer you, Mr. Johansson.
Want to wait? Yeah, it's your prerogative. You want to wait till 3?
Get it out of the way. This is on a reactionary base, just like your Axon cameras. To pay somebody or staff monitoring cameras would be nuts, in my opinion. Although, you know, we would probably like that, but that's not what I'm proposing. Nonetheless, beyond reactionary, if there's a call for service, if there's a crime, if there's an abduction, if there's a criminal mischief, if there's anything that constitutes or a complaint, it's going to be complaint-based, where we would go in and look at it, time frame it, That way, we're able to direct our resources properly and move forward with a victim or whatnot. So,
Thank you. Don, rather than ask staff, I need to ask you, because you're the one that talked to these parole officers, and you're the one, I believe, with experience. In reality, this should be such a simple issue that, because we're all law and order guys. We all care about our children. We care about the children of the community, and so this should be a slam dunk, yeah, do it. But I'm worried about the unintended consequences, and I believe that's what you're worried about too. So I really have two questions. One is, do you see a difference in how this would affect offenders and predators? I've received letters that say exactly what you say from family members of people that are on the offender list. And the unintended consequences for me is that right now they can be tracked. And if we take away where I live in West Volusia, every single place they could live, they are going to go live in the woods, and I don't know where they are. They might be right next to a playground, and I don't know that. Right now we do, and we can track it, so it's not quite as black and white, as much as I wish it was. It's not. So, two questions. What is the difference that you see in the real world between offenders and predators? Because I would say predator, lock them away. Even with offenders, I want to say, well, who cares if they can't find a place to live? But we have to care because it could be worse. We could make it worse. Is that, I think that's what you're saying.
Well, you gotta, well, Danny, great job on it. Go ahead, you want to say something?
I think we're getting into debate, Chair. I think we're
asking him questions.
I know, but how does council feel? Should we move forward or continue to ask each other questions and debate it out, or I don't know. I want to do what's good for everybody so we can come to a conclusion.
I thought he was asking the question at the end, though. You got to it long, but you asked the question, so I'm interested in the answer for me. Yeah.
Cool.
The difference between predators and offenders, well, there's obviously and correct me if I'm wrong, Russ, but the probation officer that we spoke with, I think he supervised over 100 sex offenders. I think there were only 5 predators. He said this would not affect the predators so much because they live in hotels typically.
That's what he said, yes, sir.
Yes, and the offenders are obviously, there's much more of them because Danny's presentation up there distinguishing the two is right on point. I don't know if you have it up here or not, but I'm pulling it up. I mean, predators are deemed obviously as the more dangerous people of the two. In my experience, well, I don't know. I mean,
Chairman, I thought the question from you, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the question for you, Mr. Dempsey, was, is this going to make it more difficult for the police to track these individuals because they'll have fewer places to live? Was that the question?
Making it worse.
yes, only because if they're declared homeless, then all they have to do is check in once a month, but law enforcement has nowhere to go to check on them. Just like Danny's former law enforcement, he'll tell you, they do these residency checks. They make sure that they are where they're supposed to be, and if they're gone for more than 3 days, they get violated, and then they go to prison. I've seen that happen just recently. I've seen a guy get 10 years, not because of what he did to a child, but because he violated the residency restriction. So you just have to understand that we want to know where they are. We don't want to create an environment where they're all homeless and then you can't track them. And we're fortunate enough to have somebody who's nice enough to house these people, which my understanding is it's at $500 a month rent. So, right? Yeah, I'm sorry, Russ, I'm just getting...
You did say that, yes, sir.
So, I mean, these people, imagine this now, there's people getting out of, or going into society on probation who can have affordable housing, have a reasonable chance of getting a job. It's hard for them to even get a job, let alone being able to afford housing. And now we're going to take away the affordable housing, make them live out in the woods, basically. And I think it's just creating a more dangerous environment.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Robbins.
And Don, don't get me wrong, all those are valid concerns. but there was a PDF attached to the agenda item that can answer a lot of the questions that you're asking for council on the exceptions to this. This would not instantly, for instance, like the arm brace rule that came out with the ATF, where now millions of Americans are now guilty of a crime because they have one of these things. This doesn't do that to existing sexual offenders or predators. It doesn't rip them out of their homes. It doesn't put them on the street. And something to keep in mind with this is they have to have a job. They have to have a residency. Because if they don't, they do go to jail. And name one person, you'll see this right here is all the people that want to go spend their day in jail or night in jail or get violated. So these people, if you look, they set up residency for a very, very, very long time for some of the reasons that you're saying. Housing does become scarce, but this is unincorporated Volusia. We have a lot of room, and there's a lot of growth that could potentially happen. And we're not the first people that are talking or thinking about this. And I'd be lying here too to say that if I'm a bleeding heart about it, but people have to have these responsibilities, in my opinion. But I'm getting into debate. I don't have any other questions. I was just responding to and kind of defusing that. But if you look at council, if you look at the PDF, go to section 4, prohibited residences of sexual offenders and residency, items D1. It kind of outlines that these people are not going to be put out on the street. It limits new people, new offenders that come into the area, or new offenders where their residency restriction would be limited, and if the other ones got evicted or moved for whatever reason. But there has to be some accountability and responsibility for their actions as well.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions. Don, I think you've said it more than once, but I want to make sure I'm clear of what you said. During your conversation with this probation officer, I think you said, did he indicate to you that he believed that this would cause more homelessness in our community amongst these individuals?
Yes, they would be basically rendered homeless, because I think it would take away, would it be close to 100 residents between the two?
I don't remember that number, sir. I just remember him saying 2 of the 3 known places where they are allowed to have a tenancy now would be taken away, according to this probation officer.
For new registrants.
But those are multifamily dwellings, is what he indicated.
Yeah, and I understand Danny's point for new offenders that are looking for a place to live. But Russ, one more question for you. I know there's the two classifications, and I'm trying to go back to my old legislative days, but we only have the predator and we have the offender, right? I don't recall, and I think the answer is no, but are there any other ways that we can drill down or define that, let's say, multiple layers within that? And does that make sense?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
The degree, yeah. So here's what I remember from my years. I mean, somebody can be classified as an offender for what some would consider very minor offenses, right? As an offender, you know, you have the Romeo and Juliet issue, right? Where the 18-year-old was with the 17-year-old, right? And you know, is that person dangerous to society? I don't know. I think 2 teenagers fell in love, and one happened to be a minor, right? Under the law. And somebody like that could be classified as an offender, right? So that's always been a problem for me, because I know it exists for real. I've met people where that exists. And some of them are married, been married 20, 30 years. So my question is, and again, I think the answer is no, Russ, I hate to put you on the spot, but do we know if there's a way that we could have subcategories of offenders, meaning the degree of the offense that they got classified as an offender?
So my understanding is kind of your predator kind of takes care of that in a general sense, because it's about a repeat sexual offender, a sexual offender who has used physical violence, or a sexual offender who preys on children. That's generally the subset of an offender that's been further classified, if you will.
To the predator.
Yes, sir. And so the offender is more about being convicted of committing or attempting, soliciting, conspiring to commit a variety of different types of criminal offenses. You mentioned about including but not limited to like sexual misconduct, human trafficking, sexual battery, sexual activity with a minor. You were talking about that Romeo and Juliet, lewd or lascivious battery, molestation, child pornography, computer porn, child pornography, traveling to meet a minor. A lot of a broader umbrella, if you will, and then the predator is a subset for the more dangerous.
So we only have the two categories, right, to work with?
Yes, sir.
And then my other question would be, Danny's proposed ordinance change, could that be just applied, if the council so choose, to just predators?
That was the direction of council back in June, was to bring it back for predators.
But the proposal in front of us includes both.
The agenda item was, as council directed in June, to bring back increasing from 1,000 to 1,500 for sexual predators. I believe Mr. Robbins, at the direction that council gave him last meeting, is requesting you to reconsider that.
Gotcha, okay, because it has both. His proposal has both, is what I mean.
Yes, yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have right now, just looking to see what else others say.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair, and I was just going to point that out. There are the only two distinctions, predator and offender. There's actually a third, but when dealing with sexual predators, it's Jimmy Rice Act, but those individuals are involuntarily incarcerated. They're your severe. They're with mental issues as well. But those are not something we're going to discuss today. But there are actually three, but there is no differential between the two, and that's all.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
Exercise time. So in your preparation for this presentation, have you received any data or statistics about how expanding residency restrictions by 500 feet cuts down on child molestation?
I believe council saw it. Oh, cuts down on child molestation.
Yeah, we know it's going to cut down on where people can live. But I mean, is there any correlation between 500 feet and less kids getting molested? Or is this conjecture?
I don't have any information. Wasn't given any data to support that.
Did we get any data on how many kids are abducted from playgrounds and bus stops and are molested in this county?
I don't have any data.
Okay. Isn't it true?
We'd be happy to get that information.
Right.
If there's any questions you have, we can ask the sheriff's office for that information.
Well, I thought we did ask for it before, and we didn't receive anything. We brought it up last time for them to give us any type of examples. 33 years of doing this, I don't recall prosecuting and defending these cases. I don't ever recall a child being abducted from a bus stop or a playground. Isn't it true that, based on what your experience is in your research, that all this stuff happens within the home? Overwhelming majority of the times.
I can't testify to that, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Vice Chair Robbins.
What I can say, and I'll ask this again, is the fact that Don, I'm going to wait for comments because I'm going to make a comment. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll open it up to debate. I think we just had a healthy debate, but is there anyone else that wants to comment on it before Danny does? Jake, are you getting ready?
You mean for debate?
For debate. On just proposals 1 and 2. I'll give you a second, Dan. In fact, right now, sum up quickly what proposal 1 and 2 are, so we can focus the debate just to that, because then you're going to bring up 3, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Don, real quick, can you refresh my memory on your last 2 questions that you had asked? You had asked one about how many cases, and then...
Yeah, has there been any cases given, because I believe we asked for this last time, some example of where a child was abducted from either a bus stop or a playground?
What was your third question? What was your last question after that? You had one more?
Isn't it true that the overwhelming majority of these cases happen within the family home amongst family members?
Okay, I can answer that when we're ready to debate.
Okay.
Okay. Before you, unless it's going to throw off your thinking process, just tell us quickly what 1 and 2 is, so we can limit the debate to that.
Chairman, the debate should be limited to the residency restrictions of both offender and predator. because that data was given by the attorneys, and also to the adoption of the ordinance to establish designated children play areas.
Okay, thank you.
So just for clarification, so it's increasing from 1,000 to 1,500 in the
Right.
unincorporated for offenders and predators is the motion. And then the adoption of the registration fees. And one thing I wanted to just point out is that if you do adopt the registration fees, we had talked about it, we highly recommend that we need to do an administrative fee study to support any fees that we would pass on to.
Right.
So things may, depending on the council's direction, if you vote to do that, we would bring it back at piecemeal as those things become.
Right, so, council, I had provided all this information in that proposal of the subsections within this big ordinance section, as well as the PDF that had all the information in it, which possibly could answer or have answered a lot of questions. But we talk about how many cases with this in these instances. And something you have to remember is that's why these laws are in place, to deter cases from happening. We're not dealing with jaywalkers here. At some point, they were convicted by a jury of their peers through our legal system, or have pled because there was enough evidence that they thought that they made that choice to plea to the crime that they were accused of. We talk about whether or not these crimes are committed by people that they know are family. The majority of them are, yes, anywhere from 80, 85%, sometimes 90%, depending on what source or what side of the fence the source is on that wants to talk about this. With that being said, there's anywhere from 20% of people in these increased residency restrictions and policy that we're looking to adopt represents those 20% of people that are not known to society, not known by the victim. Does that make sense? There's 20% roughly that are not known by their aggressor or the assailant or the criminal.
We didn't tell them.
These things represent that and represent them. To me, this is a no-brainer, and we're trying to be the judge and the jury, and this question is simple. Do we want to increase the protection of our families and residences, our families, our residences, and the tourists that we depend on to help clean up our county? This is a problem. These people committed sometimes heinous crimes to victims that don't have a choice, that have to live with this forever. Life is about choices. We all know that. They made that choice. Why are the taxpayers, the children, and the families have to pay for the crimes that they didn't commit? Why? If you're asking for sympathy for me over 500 feet, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to get it. I'm sorry. To me, this is common sense legislation. This is modest, a modest ask compared to the rest of almost the rest of the state of Florida. If you look at the municipalities and if you look at the counties, modest. And I know it's a sensitive subject and we want to do what's right. I'll say it again. We'd be ripping the hinges off of hell if it was one of our kids that this happened, or one of that 20%. And I guarantee you, there's 7 of us up here, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. That's all I got.
David, before I call on you, we're at debate now. Can you use the timer as we talk, Councilman Santiago?
Yeah, I think Danny went like 5 minutes, 5 seconds, so. Danny, I appreciate your work on this. Obviously, you spent a lot of time on it, so I respect that. And, from the beginning of the conversation, I was like, I'm on board. Right? Obviously, when you get into the details, things start to open up. And I want to still try to get there. This motion before us is to come back with an ordinance. Am I correct? So we're not voting on an ordinance today.
Given direction to staff, sir.
To prepare an ordinance.
Yes, sir.
And then we could debate that ordinance and decide on that ordinance.
Yes, sir.
one of the things that pulls me back is I want to make sure we don't create any unintended consequences, right? And you can't always identify all of them. So that's what's kind of holding me a little bit, or making me concerned, I should say. I wonder, Danny, I'm going to try to pull up one of your page playbooks, is the art of that deal, right? To make the deal. Since this is just sending it back to staff to bring back to us, I'm interested to see if the homes that are currently residencies for these individuals, those locations, 5 I think were identified, that are, I thought it was a total of 5 in the county where they kind of sort of reside in mostly. The conversation you all had.
What I heard from the gentleman was 3 multifamily dwelling units.
Okay.
And
So-
2 would be affected by the additional 5.
So what I would like to see, and I think I could support this to go to the next step, if maybe staff can do some additional analysis on the graphing, the mapping system, find out where those locations are, right? Because it seems like we got some favorable landlords, and see what that number would be. What change would it make? Would it make it 2,300? I think we're trying to go to 2,000. What's the total? 1,500? Yeah. Would it make it 1,400? 1,450? I don't know the answer to that. To allow for an area that historically has already been serving these folks, to continue to serve them as people come and go. New people could potentially still go there. The community around it already is accustomed to knowing that there are individuals that live in these neighborhoods. I'd just like to know the data to see if we can identify those homes. And maybe that brings me able to cross that bridge. Danny, you understand where I'm going, Danny? I'm not saying that's where I'm going to be, but that would help me to say, give me that information when we come back, and that might help me vote yes. But if you're okay with them working on that, amending your motion just to work on it, I'd vote for your motion today.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be under my 5 minutes, I believe, but Councilman Santiago, one of my favorite things about serving with you is that you are a consensus builder. And when you're not quite there with something, I'm learning from you how you talk about what you need to try to get there and make, maybe both sides happy. And it's a great art, and I appreciate it. And to Vice Chair Robbins, I want to publicly commend you for the homework and the hard work you did. And I learned something from you tonight. When I brought up my beach issue, I got not really gavelled down, but told to be quiet at 10 minutes. Man, I'm just going to be part of the presentation. There's no time limit. You were talking, and I looked up, and I was like, where's the time, moron? What's going on here? And I said, Vice Chair is part of the presentation. That's what I'll do from now on. There's a way to skin this, and I'll become part of the presentation. Really, it was brilliant. And I just got to tell you, I have no sympathy and zero empathy for sexual offenders or predators. And I get where you're coming with this. But then Don Dempsey, Councilman Dempsey, speaks up, and he's lived this both sides as a prosecutor and a defender. And when I hear him ask that question, which it makes me think, are we going to put our residents in a more unsafe environment because we don't know where they are? We know where they are for the most part now, but if we implement something and now they can't check in regularly with the police, that's concerning to me. And I think it's a valid point, Don. So I like where David Santiago is going with this, about sending this back to staff and maybe tweaking those numbers a little bit, so that we have a better understanding and control of where these individuals are residing. I think I could go along with you on that, Councilman. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
I think the one thing, Danny, first of all, I have all the love in the world for you, bud, and you definitely did your homework on this. And your position, I would say, is the majority position. because I've been dealing with...
Excuse me, 1 second. You can't hear him? Okay.
Because I've been dealing with prosecutors now for the last 30 years. I was a prosecutor for 3 years, did this, and I've been doing defense for 30 now. And you have the majority view. And it's politically correct to be tough on sex offenders. I get it. The sex offender lobby in Tallahassee is not very strong. So it's low-hanging fruit politically to just pound the sex offenders. We hate the golden rule that you just, which is never used in the courtrooms, but put yourself in the place of the victim, which, I get it. If that was my 6-year-old daughter, I'd want to kill somebody if they did that to my daughter. But you have to understand, these cases have all been filtered through the courts. During the confirmation hearings for Judge Kavanaugh and other Supreme Court judges, we always hear rhetoric. We don't want judges who legislate from the bench. But yet here we are, a legislative body, trying to judge where people can live. We need to let the legislature do their own thing. They said they saw fit for 1,000 feet. I don't think it's the intention of the legislature to wipe out an entire half of a county from people being able to reside. I can assure you from 33 years of doing this, I believe the truly guilty people are already in prison. The cases where there's a confession, the cases where there's DNA evidence, the cases where there's physical evidence, those people aren't walking the streets. Those people are in prison. These are the gray area cases. Because of minimum mandatories, and this is why I ran for state attorney one of the reasons why I ran for state attorney 2 years ago, because I am so passionate about this fallacy in our legal system. Everybody thinks minimum mandatories are great. Life in prison, you touch a kid under 12, life in prison, that sounds great. And I agree with that as a parent. But when you're the person staring down the barrel of the accusation, Jeff, I don't like you, and so I'll invite you to my house and I'll accuse you of doing something to my 6-year-old, just touching her inappropriately. Your options are basically go to trial or take the state's offer. And I always equate this to Russian roulette. We all know what that is, and none of us would play Russian roulette for $1 million. But basically, when you go to trial on a case like that, you're betting your life. None of us would play Russian roulette, even though there's a 5 in 6 chance you're going to win. You'll probably win. But none of us would play that game for $1 million. When you're accused of that, and you're given the option of either go to trial, pull the trigger, see what a jury's going to do, you'll probably win. But there's that 1 in 6 chance you're going to get a bad jury, you're going to lose and spend the rest of your life in prison, getting beat up by the guards, and God knows what else by the inmates. Okay? Or we'll give you sex offender probation. You go ahead and walk the streets as a sex offender. Now, so these people that go to prison don't go to prison because they molested a child. They go to prison because they lived within 1,500 feet of a bus stop or a park. There's so many, I can't tell you how many times people end up getting imprisoned because of smoking dope while they're on sex offender probation, because innocuous stuff. What they're on for is an egregious allegation, but they're on probation because the courts have seen fit that these people, look, the state and the courts have seen fit that this person can walk the streets. So now who are we to create an environment where they have to live in the woods once the courts have decided they're free to walk the streets amongst us? Okay? That's what I think is improper, is that we're basically pushing ourselves into that realm of doing more than what the judges have already deemed to be appropriate. Is that we're forcing these people who grew up here on the west side of the county to spend the rest of their life living in the woods in order to stay where they grew up, the place that they know. And the sum total of this, an article came out, if Sheldon's here or not, but when I was running for state attorney 2 years ago, there was an article that came out about the Florida's prison boom. Yeah, 40 seconds. And this is a statistic that should concern you, is that Florida jails more people per capita than any country in the world. Okay? So literally, Floridians are the worst people on the face of the earth, or we're having a problem with mass incarceration. And all this is going to do is further add to this mass incarceration. It's rampant, this whole thing. Let's get the sex offenders. Let's lynch them. The pitchforks, the torches, let's get them. It's almost like the Salem witch trials. I mean, there comes a point that these are human beings. And if the judges see fit for them to walk the streets, then I think they should live under a house and not in the woods. Thank you.
Vice Chair Robbins?
Thank you. And Don, I get it, or at least I'm trying to process that. But at the same time, you are a defense attorney. You've been doing this a long time. But I was a cop in Daytona Beach, and I did this, and I encountered a lot of this for a long time as well. And your job is to create doubt. And you do a good job. If I need an attorney, I'd probably use you, Don. That should say something.
Not for this crime, though.
Yeah.
But if this was so important, and I want everybody to pay attention, if this was so important, if these residency issues were so important to our judicial system or our probation officers, why aren't they here providing their case? Everybody has known about this. You talk to them, why aren't they here? That's number one. Number two, reducing it any more defeats the purpose. This is putting down our foot. This is putting, regardless of what is said or opposition, this is putting our children in this community first and letting people know of what we expect and how we expect it. This is a society issue. Society has adopted this and made this or see fit. We're not breaking the mold here. Look at us. This is just one area that we are just ridiculously behind in. Just saying the obvious. If we are going to be putting our residents in a situation or risk, my question is this, and then I'm done. Why did the sheriff, 40 plus years in law enforcement, why did the state attorney's office, the elected state attorney, why did they write support letters? Why did the city of Port Orange, their law enforcement, he's come up from South Florida, Miami, where they've deal with these on a higher scale. Why did he put his name on this for a letter of support, if anybody read them? Why did the city of New Smyrna Beach police chief do it? Why did the city of Ormond, Chief Godfrey, who I work with, he knows. Why did he put his name on the line? Why did the city of Edgewater, Chief Joe Mahoney, put his name on the line? He's the president of the Police Chiefs Association. Why did he put his name on the line? You add up all those years of law enforcement and the reputations and the public that support their train of thought and their way of doing business, and you're going to come up with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of experience. Then you add the state attorneys on, who's the elected by majority, by popularity, the elected chief who's in charge of our law next to the sheriff and prosecution. Why would he support something to this measure? And I'll tell you why. They know it works.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Don, one of the things that you said about the issue with the state of Florida and, you know, how come we have so many inmates in custody, you know, overall without the whole state, I can tell you that it's not Volusia County because their count's down. So anyways, but I get that. But I guess I see that as a judicial issue, if there's an issue. It far goes beyond what this council can do, as far as why people are incarcerated and why our numbers are so high. And I was along the same lines. You know, it was a little while back that we had an issue that was brought up, and I had contention with the fact that the individuals that wanted that push were not here, and they're not here. So that's another thing. With respect to the question, and that is a good question, Don, that you had, about the statistics of those individuals that may have been, and I don't know the answer to that. And we said, Russ, I believe that you had said that we would get those numbers from the sheriff's office. Would that be better ascertained from the state attorney's office? Because other agencies, I mean, there are other agencies other than the sheriff's office. I know the sheriff's office is responsible for registering and reporting for sex offenders and sexual predators, but arrests are made by other agencies other than the sheriff's office.
Yes, sir, that's correct. We can.
So the state attorney's office would have been probably.
Either them, or I'm sure the sheriff could get us in touch with the right.
Okay, all right. I was just saying, maybe you go right to the source on that. Okay, thank you. And then you talked about the experience and the letters of support for this from those agencies. As a warden, let's add 30-plus years of experience, because it was the hardest thing that I could deal with while I was in charge. Hardest thing I could deal with while I was employed from day one was that type of offense. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a few items here. I'm with Mr. Santiago. I want to move forward, but do so cautiously. We manage risk every day, in my opinion, and there's things we do that we try to control. There's things we do that we don't try to control. I wish we were in a place where everybody can control themselves, but that doesn't happen. There are things that our public asks us to do, or wonders why we hadn't done them after something happens. I take the coastline after the hurricane. I take flooding after a rainstorm. I take death on I-4, speeding where multiple people die. I take fentanyl and opium use. Why are people dying, and why aren't you doing more? So here's an opportunity for us to do a little more before something happens. A couple weeks ago, on the other hand, I asked for stats, because I'm also a return on investment and cause and effect guy. I asked for stats on how many kids have been molested, otherwise acquired in our parks, and all that. So I'm looking forward to hearing that. I know it takes a little bit of time to get that data. I'm looking forward to hearing that. And I also know that we want some return on investment, and we want to, in Don's column, we don't want to disenfranchise totally these people and end up having them out in the woods. That's the last place I want them, because they're a little freer to roam. And having been to one location, I kind of understand why they are where they are. So if we possibly could get to moving forward, if you look at most of our cities, they're at 2,500 feet. So there isn't too many cities or congested areas where these people are migrating. They're going out to the west side, Don. I'm sorry. This is one of the things you get to have on the west side. And so now we further restrict two of the three places where they're kind of allowed to migrate. I would love that if we could move it up to 1,500 or 2,000 feet, and kind of, I hate to enclave, but make these three places like safe havens for these folks. And oh, by the way, I'm sure it helps the sheriff to know that they're all in one place, and he can count heads every once in a while without going, where the heck are they all? My opinion. So I sure would like to move forward with this, understanding that I do not want them out in the woods. That's for sure. So thanks.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, just to kind of answer some of Danny's points. First of all, you got to understand that Sheriff Chitwood and R.J. Larissa are the elected officials. And as I said before, you know, it's not a very politically popular position to take in an election year, trying to show perceived leniency on sex offenders. I don't think Mr. Deering's there, the president, chairman of the REC, he'll tell you how bad I lost that election, because I was talking about this in my campaign when I ran for state attorney. So yeah, it's no wonder that I lost, because again, it doesn't sound, politically correct to say, hey, we need to back off just a little bit on these sex offenders. It's rather get the torches and the pitchforks out and let's get them. That's the politically correct way to get elected or reelected. Let's get them. But the reality of it is that we're actually creating more danger. And the reason this person talked to Russ and I openly at the other meeting I had with Mr. Burball, who I don't think is here anymore, that probation officer brought it up openly about the problems with housing, and that if this passed, we're going to basically have no housing for them on the west side. And I was instructed that they couldn't be here because they were told by their superiors not to show up and speak on behalf of the Department of Corrections. So for fear of losing their job, they couldn't come here and talk openly and honestly because it's not politically correct to do anything that's remotely perceived as being lenient towards sex offenders. But I can't emphasize enough how many innocent, I believe, through representing these people, and how many, I used to do the intake over on the east side as a prosecutor, and I'd have to discern which of these people who are accused of this, the scenario with Jeff coming to my house, and I walked in and caught him doing this to my daughter. It's my word against his. It was my job to decide, do I prosecute him or not? No evidence. It's just one person's word against the other. And as the elected state attorney, only I have the decision of whether Jeff faces life in prison or sex offender probation. And it's concerning because there are so many people who are put in that position. Yeah, the state attorney is going to want to prosecute these cases, in my experience. And so you got more people faced with this. And again, the truly guilty ones. I have a video of Jeff doing this to my daughter. Okay.
Can you use somebody else's name?
Dave. Okay, we'll say Dave. But, those cases are clear, and they're in prison. These are the swearing match cases. These are the ones where it's tough to say no. Because if you tell Dempsey, I'm not going to prosecute that case because you're a nut. Well, I'm going to go on Channel 2 News, get Claire Metz out there, and talk about how the state attorney's office won't prosecute this child molester who molested my kid. There is so much political pressure in these cases, and the political implications of sex offenders, whether to charge them or not, is tough. Thomas Jefferson said, if we're going to go back to our roots, Thomas Jefferson said it's better to let 99 guilty people go free than convict one innocent person. John Adams, who defended the soldiers at the Boston Massacre, when no other colonial attorney would represent them because it was so politically discouraged, they all hated him for shooting these citizens. He said it's more important that we protect innocence than prosecute guilt. That's how much our forefathers were in favor of guilt. Now, could you imagine going and campaigning and saying, I think it's better to let 99 people accused of molesting my kid, let them go, than convict one innocent person? And unfortunately, I think our system, through this tough on crime, we don't like sex offenders, let's just get them, has come to this, where we're forcing them, after the judges have determined them to be fit to walk the streets, we are going to force them to live in the woods. I think that's overstepping our bounds. That's why I'm against this. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, members, all the conversation that's happened here today, I remember when we passed 1,000-foot. I was in the legislature when we did that. So it was an intense debate, as it was here, over there, from all angles. So it's bringing back memories to that. I have, I think, stated my concerns with the motion as it stands, but I think we've beat this horse. Mr. Chairman, I call the question.
Okay, we have one member of the public who'd like to speak to that, John Nicholson.
Yeah. John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. It's deja vu all over again. Jeff, I liked, and yours, comment on unintended consequences. When Daytona Beach did this, I live on Beachside. It's 8 blocks wide. So you take a standard block is 500 feet. So you take 3 blocks one way, 3 blocks the other way, and you're left with 1 block in the middle. Okay, and as we're divided, we have Our Lady of Lourdes in the middle, we have Athletics Park in the middle, we have Long Street in the middle. It gives you three blocks. All of those 5 miles, you get 3 blocks. Didn't leave a lot of room. And it left my property line at the end of the 500 feet, or the 1,500 feet. So it left the block behind me. There were 10 houses, 2 of which were converted to apartments. It limits where you can put them. All right? We also had a problem with the adult clubs. We then decided it would be a NIMBY park way out by the jail, and we put all 24-hour dance clubs out there. All right? The problem was that there were no places left for the adult clubs. They brought it to court, and they threw it out. So we got rid of, cost us $1 million, the Total Naked, but then it came back because we were stupid enough to pass a law that prohibited any additional clubs within the city limits except for the NIMBY Park. So unintended consequence, what are we going to do if we say there's no place on the west side? Do you think Daytona Beach is going to be happy? As it stands now, Ponce Inlet can't have them because it's too small. The shores can't. Over by the sea can't. I darn well know that Ormond's not going to volunteer to have them all. All right? So where are we going to put them? The question is, these things happen. So your stats, okay, you're saying that these 15, 20%, 10%, okay, snatch and grabs, whatever, where exactly, and that's what you need to know. Are they in the parks? Where is the snatch? Look at where it happens, and then if you're going to zero anywhere, zero in on where it happens. Know the numbers. You can't sit there and just do something that can come around and bite you in the butt. I'm sorry. You can't come out and hit you in the derriere, okay? So look very carefully of what you're doing and make sure there's as limited number of unintended consequences as possible. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, I'm going to ask you to call the roll. This is for 1 and 2, residency restrictions and adoption of the children play area restrictions. Yes, sir.
Chair, excuse me, did you want me to amend the motion for David?
If you care to, he had asked, and
because, yeah, I can make that amendment to come back with some additional stats. Mr. Santiago, what exactly were you looking for?
Mr. Chairman, can I? Yeah.
Please, yes.
I think what was helpful to me was, I was concerned about eliminating housing, multifamily housing, I believe there were 3, whatever that number was, that we would take that out of inventory for new individuals that may be able to go into some of them, because it would eliminate 2 additional ones. So what I was saying is that it would be helpful to me to make my next decision, if the ordinance comes before us to decide, that I would know from a mapping perspective, those particular sites, if they could identify them on the map, and how would that correlate to the distance requirement we're trying to change it to. So just for example, Danny, if I may, so if one multifamily location, we're at 1,400 feet, maybe I can support your proposal later on, and we can amend it maybe to 1,400 feet. I don't want to eliminate that housing stock that the community is already accustomed to, for them to go to, new people.
Right, and I'm with you, but I'm also confused because this doesn't prohibit people from buying a place, you know, that fits this bill, and that's my concern. This may affect the public housing, or not public housing, the rentable housing, which I have a hard time believing that there's only 3, but it doesn't affect the ability for those people to buy a residence or work something out or share a home. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to determine now where you're going, because I'll fall on the sword for this, but I also do want to work with us, but I just have to understand what I'm trying to work towards.
My request is only for data. That's all it is. If you amend for them to give me more data or the council more data, so that when we do vote on it, I can at least consider that data. That's all I'm asking for.
May I just summarize so I think I understand?
Yeah, you need to make sure you understand the data he's requesting.
So for proposal number 1, which includes the registration increase from 1,000 to 1,500 feet, as well as the registration fee part of the ordinance, What I'm hearing is staff prepare an ordinance, if it passes in this motion, with those things in the ordinance as laid out in this presentation, but also come back with the data for the hopefully we can get the 3 addresses of these known locations to see how it's affected by the additional 1,500 feet, which when it's proposed, council may choose to elect to carve the buffer down to allow those residents to continue.
I'm good with that. Absolutely. You got it.
And I just wanted, so as part of this, so you could parse out, if you, depending on what you pass tonight, excuse me, the buffer increase to 1,500 feet could come back separately from the fee registration, because the fee is going to take more time, because we need to do an administrative fee study to support what would be the fees.
So you're going to bring that back anyway?
I can do that.
You have to bring it all back, yes, sir, but you could bring back one before the other, and so is it council's direction or will to staff to bring it back as we are ready and prepared? This will take some time, so I would ask for council's patience to bring even the registration part back so we can get the data you need, but the residency restriction increased to 1,500 feet to get that data, as well as the registration administrative fee study. That'll take some time. Does that make sense? You could bring it back in 2 parts. You could bring it back together, whatever the will of the council is.
I'd be willing to do that, David. So what he said. 2 motions. 2 motions. I'll make a separate motion for the registration and re-registration fees. And then my third motion will be for the children play areas. Separate.
Chairman, to keep this clean and in my head straight, can we just vote on the first motion and then let Vice Chair tackle the second one? And then we'll come back to the third one, just so we don't get this all mixed up.
Yeah, we're going to have to, because it's just got pretty convoluted.
Thank you.
I think your amendment just went away, and now we've got 3 motions.
I don't think so.
I could simplify this real quick.
Okay.
Chairman, my first motion is to take and get Mr. Santiago what he needs in that additional information in terms of how properties are going to be eliminated, and then we'll go from there.
Residency data.
Residency data.
May I make a suggestion? What I hear the first motion is that if the motion is to increase, bring a county ordinance to increase the buffer from the 1,000 feet per the state statute now to 1,500 feet for offenders and predators as an ordinance, with staff providing the additional data of the 3 dwellings as indicated by the probation officer to see where they fall.
Second.
Okay. That's the first motion. Made by David Santiago. Seconded by Jake Johansson.
Can we vote on that one, Chairman?
Yes, please. You want to call the roll?
Is there, just quick discussion.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Is that right? We do discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Just real quick. I mean, these are privately owned apartment complexes or housing, and there's no assurance that they're going to be there 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I mean, we're just counting on the continued benevolence of these people willing to rent to sex offenders when nobody else will. So I don't know how impactful even knowing this data as it applies to these 3 houses is going to carry out for the next 5 years, because they may end up dying and the new owners of the property may not want to rent to sex offender. And so now we're back in the same position. I just want to make sure that we're aware that there's no guarantee that these places are even going to be available in a year from now.
Thank you. Jake Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, we've all had about 5 bites of this apple. I'd like to call a question, please.
We are. We just let him speak. Would you call the roll, please, on this first residency data motion?
Mr. Kent.
Because of the amendment by Santiago, yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. But it passes 5 to 2. Motion 2.
Motion 2 is to make a motion to do a fee schedule for registrations and re-registrations for sexual offenders, predators, career offenders, convicted felons.
Second.
Yes, sir. Just so for clarity, what I hear is for staff to bring back an ordinance for a registration fee ordinance for those particular items you mentioned, which will include an administrative fee study to support that. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Question?
Okay. Yes, go ahead, David Santiago.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Russ. These folks, individuals are already registered with who?
The sheriff, they're required to be registered with the sheriff's office.
So we're going to create a second registration?
This would be a fee to collect for administering the registration part of the statute. So you can collect fees that are reasonable for a service that you provide. So any administrative fees, those types of things that are correct.
I got you. But just to, like.
But you have to support that, so there has to be data behind it.
But they're already registering and they're mandated by state law to register.
Yes, sir. But you can charge a fee for that registration or re-registration.
Right now, they're not collecting a fee.
I guess I'll go into debate. I mean, I don't like fees if we don't need them, and I don't care who's paying them, but I'll talk about that in debate.
Okay. Is there other questions?
Nope. Not for me, sorry.
Don, Danny, Jake, questions, or are you ready for debate?
I'm ready for debate.
Okay. You want to start debate them?
You know, I don't support the fee, not because I don't want to give government any more money if we don't need it. And that's just been my stance. I think you've seen that's been my MO for the most part since I've been here. These folks are already registered. We have the data. If we implement the ordinance, there's no need to create another layer. I don't want to give government money just because we legally can collect it, regardless of who it comes from.
Vice Chair Robbins.
And Mr. Santiago, I agree with you. But yes, they're already registering, but there's resources, taxpayer dollars spent on processing those applications, the paperwork, the printer ink, the desks, the computers, the tracking, the man hours. All of this creates a burden on the taxpayer that we, as a council, have the ability statutorily to charge for those services. Right now, we're not charging for it. We're not offsetting the taxpayer burden or the cost that it does, because we do, if we want to talk about looking at ways to reduce burdens on taxpayers, right now, once again, our taxpayers are paying for crimes that they did not commit. We're not charging for it. Statutorily, we can. Once again, we're talking about convicted felons, career criminals, sexual offenders, sexual predators. What those fees may be, it may not be cost effective to do it. It may cost us more, but we don't know. What I do know is that a lot of other counties and a lot of other cities are collecting them for a reason. Why isn't Volusia County?
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. And that was my point. We're not currently collecting any fees. The Sheriff's Office is not collecting any fees. When they register these individuals, we can go down and we buy our tags. We pay part of that price is for the fee to administratively do that function. We go down and apply for a building permit here in the county. We pay a fee in order to process those permits. Right now, we're currently doing that, but we're not doing it for this. And like Mr. Robbins had said, there's staff and man hours that are being utilized, and we need to offset those costs as a result of it, just like we're doing for everything else. Subsistencies, exactly. That's all. And we do it. We just recently, or last council, approved for the inmates, because it cost our staff to do that. We want to offset those costs. So right now, the taxpayers that are not guilty of these things are paying for it. They're paying for the Sheriff's Department to register them. They're paying for us to process that paperwork. Those things take time and money. So we're just trying to offset those costs some. I think that's why you said what you said. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Good arguments, guys. Good arguments, guys. I guess to me it would be, this is to come back again, right? To create an ordinance. Yeah. To me, it would be with the fee study to learn what the real cost is associated with this. My reluctancy is always to put any fee if we don't need it. So your arguments, I'll support it. I'll wait till the ordinance comes back and see what the cost is.
Councilman Dempsey.
Well, I was just going to say, we can't overlook the fact that these people do pay court costs, cost of investigation, cost of prosecution, cost of supervision for probation. They pay, I believe it's $50 a month to probation to monitor them. So it's not like the taxpayers are footing the bill for all their supervision. I mean, they do pay. And I would only point out that these sex offenders are given pretty onerous conditions of sex offender probation. It's not like typical probation. So now we're just adding more of a burden to them, which, again, I'm against. Thanks.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. One more thing, and I agree. I mean, they are paying all those fees to the clerk of courts, who is a elected official. Those fees go to the state or whatever. We're talking about what Volusia County does, that's all. So we don't receive any of that money. So the fees that they're paying, the administrative fees that they're paying the courts for the processing fees or whatever, none of that comes back to offset the cost of what we're doing to register them. It's my understanding, but we'll see more with the fee study, correct? Am I making sense with that, Russ?
Yeah, so there are certain things that by statute, the county is allowed to like get a couple dollars here and there for different costs that come back to the county, certain like law enforcement.
This isn't one of them, though.
But we, to my knowledge, do not currently
That's
get
what I
back
thought.
money for registration purposes.
Exactly. So the registration is something in that process that is not paid out of court costs and fees. Registration for that, and we'll know more when we do that, but they're offsetting their costs and we're not offsetting ours. That's all. Thank you.
Vice Chair Robbins.
And Don, I love you to death. And I always want to start with that because I'm about to blister you, respectfully. But all this stuff has one common burden. It's the taxpayer. I feel like standing up like Moses right now saying, let my people go. Seriously. At what point is enough enough? They get a reduced court cost paid for by the taxpayers. They get a public defender paid for by the taxpayers. Every other thing paid for by the taxpayers. Court costs. Line item of cost of investigation. You think $50 or $100 covers the cost of an investigation? We're talking. Some of these things are so time consuming in resources, but who is holding the bag? The taxpayers. Who is footing the bill? When is enough enough? That's my argument. You know, we can argue this stuff to death, but at the end of the day, I believe it's our duty to find relief, especially with people convicted of felonies, convicted career criminals, sexual offenders and sexual predators. I don't think it's asking, or the taxpayers, I don't think it's asking for much.
Okay, no other comments or discussion. The motion is to create a fee, and if you vote yes, you get a second bite at the apple. It's coming back. You will do a fee study first, it'll come back, and then we will discuss it and vote for it again. Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Kent?
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
No.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes. And the motion carries
5-2.
5-2 again. Now we have one more.
It's like speed dating. Never ends without the speed part.
Parks, sir.
Okay. Now, the parks. My motion is for staff to bring back ordinance establishing designated child play areas. Sample language was submitted to make hopefully their job easier. To bring back that in the form of an ordinance for adoption.
Okay. Designated child play areas to have the distance restriction?
Chairman, that's totally different. This child,
So my understanding of the motion is that it would be to designate child play areas so that somebody who's, as an adult, 18 or over, that is not accompanied by a minor, would not be allowed in the designated play area. Is that correct?
correct.
And so with that ordinance proposal, staff would also, similar to the administrative fee study, do a cost study, because there will be costs associated with this for notice, putting up signage, those types of things. So we would have some time to bring that back as well.
Absolutely. In the exact language, Chairman, no adult 18 years or older shall enter or remain in designated children's play areas unless the adult is supervising and or accompanying children who are utilizing the designated children's play areas.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Santiago, questions or debate?
Questions.
Okay.
Yeah. These are all tough issues, right? Because you always got to look at the unintended consequences. Russ, I think I know the answer to the question, but I got to ask. I think Councilmember Dempsey asked earlier, do we have any data for Volusia County over the last, 20 years of child-related issues in parks?
I don't have any data like that. I know that there are incidents in parks. I don't know of any child-related data. We'll get that information when we bring.
Okay.
We'll ask the sheriff's office for it or other agencies.
That would be helpful to me, Danny, and I don't know anybody else, because I don't want, that's debate. I'll
Any other questions for Russ or Danny?
Yes, but I defer to Suzanne. I think she's got some information here.
Mr. Chair, we did receive during your debate this evening a report from the Sheriff's Office. I think Mr. Robbins received it as well. It only looked at calendar year 2022. It looked at all 63 county-owned parks. That included everything from your traditional park to your fishing dock areas, and provided us crime statistics. We're going through them. As far as sexual crimes on children, there were none reported. There were some sexual offenses, but they did not have, what I'm told, anything to do with any minors. But we're going to review that data, maybe inquire a little bit with the Sheriff's Office about it. That should also maybe help us prioritize the cameras if we move in that direction to those areas where the highest activities appear to have occurred in 2022.
Thank you. David Santiago. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. Russ, I think I know the answer to this, but we talked about fees and to have or have not, and then Mr. Robbins talked about, I don't want my taxpayers paying. Can the fees pay for the signage and the added cost that you just talked to for this proposal? Can there be a correlation to that, or is it apples and oranges?
Well, traditionally, the courts require that the fees related to the service provided. So if the service is provided for the registration, it would have to go to those costs to support that registration, those types of services. So this,
that
this
cost
is a
is
separate.
in the sheriff's department.
Yes, sir. So this, to me, would be a separate, I don't think that those fees could be applied in this situation.
Got it. But we could supplant.
We'll research that.
But
I
we
can
could
bring it
supplant the sheriff's budget and use the money we saved with the registration to now pay for signs, right? What I just want to follow the same line of thought. If we don't want the taxpayers to pay, then I don't want them to pay for this or cameras either. So I want to keep the same thought through these same three proposals. And we'll debate that.
Other questions? Danny Robbins.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait for debate.
Alan, did you have a question or?
Yes, question.
Okay.
I mean, well, this is actually of Danny. Are you proposing that these cameras That's all tied into this motion, right? That we-
No, that's separate, Don.
That's, okay. When we have the cameras, are we talking about
That's separate.
preserving?
That's separate, Don. We're talking about the signs in child play areas.
Okay, so that's going to be a fourth motion then regarding the cameras?
However we get there, that's what it's going to be, but right now we're talking about signs.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify for you, Mr. Johansson, that Maureen reminded me is, the fees are about the sex offenders or predators registering. The ordinance proposed now for the parks is not just applicable to sex offenders
You're
or
right,
predators.
you're right. Yep,
It's
thanks.
adults
You're right.
18 or over.
I already mentioned it. You're right. Thanks.
Oh. I somehow got taken down.
That it for questions? Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you,
for
Chair.
debate.
And, well, quick question if I could. I'm sorry. So this is going to, if my wife and I go to a park, she wants to sit down the swing, this is going to be a no-go.
So we had testimony, if you remember back in June, I think, when Mr. Bailey was here from Parks and Rec and talking about the designated play areas. So traditionally, I believe, and we'll circle back when if this gets approval and we bring the ordinance back, it's the, what I'll call the foam, like we would designate the areas that have the children's soft ground, I think, is what would be.
Oh, which of the
So
swings
they
could
may
be
or may
on?
not include those swings, like sometimes, I mean, it does sometimes.
It does, some of them, yeah.
Sometimes you have the jungle gym, those different things.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be
Depends
jumping on jungle gym.
Depends on how each park is set up.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how.
Or I was thinking, and this is, of course, the city of Daytona with the Esplanade, that's different from this because it's not a county park, but a walkway, it's a private park, I know. What I'm saying, though, is if we're walking by a certain area and you happen to walk through there, that's a no-go. You literally could get in trouble for walking through that area where, I mean, I know I'm picking this apart probably too much,
Sure,
but.
that's a good question that we would have to craft the ordinance to make sure that we don't criminalize innocent conduct, right? So we still have a constitutional burden to make sure we're not criminalizing innocent conduct. So that would be.
So if she's on the swing and a kid comes up to play, I got to say, all right, let's go. We got to go.
I'm not sure. So in the hypothetical that we're talking about, if it's a designated child area and you're an adult without a minor, you wouldn't be allowed to be in the child designated area because the idea is that the children are the ones that the equipment is made for. That's generally the concept that the courts talk about, designate the area for the children.
Okay. Kid at heart, I guess,
Wow. Okay. Questions, Troy Kent?
Yeah, thank you, because Councilman Reinhardt, you're spot on. I'm thinking, Russ, I'm thinking about two 18-year-old young adults, or we'll call them kids, still in high school. And they go to a park and they're swinging on swings. What are we doing with this? So, that's a huge concern of mine.
Question is Danny Robbins.
I thought we moved on to debate.
I got a question.
No, we're still working on questions.
Oh, but I can help.
You have a question?
I'll wait.
Okay. Jake for questions? Don Dempsey for questions.
Just to confirm, Russ, we have not had one allegation of any children being abducted from a playground in this county at all. Yet we are now saying that we are going to protect the children in a playground where there's never even been an abduction from a playground. Am I correct in this reasoning?
I have no knowledge of a child being abducted from a playground in Volusia County, but I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Now we'll open it up for debate. Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carissa, I sent you a video. It should be in your email. I just sent it just a few moments ago. It's a video of the sheriff's office recently. I think just a few months ago, there was an op doing where they arrested 24 or 27 males for lewd and lascivious, pulling out their organs and doing things that they shouldn't have throughout our parks. I'd like you to go ahead and play that. While you're getting that up, I want us to keep in mind here, these are just like speed limit signs, right? They're a deterrence to make these sick individuals think twice about doing this stuff in and around our kids inside parks. Just like a speed limit sign. Does it stop them? No. But they think twice. This is an added measure. And this is officer discretion. Now, as an officer, we're trained when we encounter somebody to process exactly what's going on. And this is for very child-specific equipment. I'm not saying put this all in the swings and everything that's a common area for adults. This is around these rubber-padded parks where they have monkey bars, where they have these slides that go down like they have at Karachi Park that are encased in rubber. So these toddlers in these, I'd say up to about 12 years old, are going to congregate. But all this stuff is tailored very narrow in scope, and it's very target specific in what it does. We can say, what if about all these abductions and whatnot, and act as if none of this, but these crimes are led up. All this stuff is built up crimes. Don, you know that. This just doesn't happen overnight. This is a mental disorder. This is a sickness. It's to deter these people, and we better thank God that there hasn't been an abduction, is because of the work of our law enforcement, keeping their thumb on this stuff, doing these ops. But this video right here is going to prove that this stuff exists, it's live and well in Volusia County, and we need to do every measure and take every measure to take this away. To me, there's no argument here. Carissa, thank you.
Go, 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 go. You got close. Cool. No secure. Yep. Turn up face that way. Alright. You got anything on you you're supposed to have? No. Okay, cool. Do you have a wallet or ID at all?
What's that? Like a vape?
Okay.
Anything?
Hey, walk him out.
I'm not doing anything. I'm right here.
Afternoon, sir. How are you? Good. How you doing? Good. Sergeant Wilton, Sheriff's Office. Hop out. Turn around, face the car. Put your hands on your back. You weren't doing anything? You weren't masturbating in your car? No? So the deputies in the unmarked police car that was parked next to you watching you didn't see you masturbating in your car? No? Okay. Well, you are being placed under arrest for it. So, if you decide you want to change your story or give your side of it, I'm here for it, all right?
Now, with that being said, once again, we are taking this option away from these people. They don't have to be a predator. They don't have to be an offender. What they are is they're creeps doing this every day in and amongst our kids. Now, for an added protection with this, once again, I hit on, there is an appeal process that we have already adopted for trespass. And my recommendations for this are as follows. And all these concerns are valid. But if law enforcement contacts you, I want our law enforcement to have the ability to not just have a consensual encounter where these people can say, hey, I'm not talking to you. I want to take that away. I want our law enforcement to have the ability to identify these people that are supposed to be in there, at a minimum, to identify them. So now we can start saying, because these crimes are built up, so we can start looking at it and saying, hey, this is a pattern with this guy. He hangs out in these parks. Maybe we need to watch him a little bit closer as a preventative measure. Okay? From there, they're put on notice. Hey, this is unacceptable. They have knowledge with a sign around very child-specific area, very delicate area where those kids need to be kids and not worry about people masturbating next to them or in their line of sight or on a county property. Also, there's a trespass warning. All that, once again, 78-4 covers it in our Code of Ordinances already. After that, almost like 3 strikes, you're out. If they come back and do this again, or are inside that again, that is a pattern. There's no mistake in that. Then a fine or a fee for their violation will be imposed. You know, so this isn't, to me, this is so common sense, it's unbelievable. And I'm trying to swallow a lot of this argument, although it's a valid argument, I just disagree with it. And this stuff is real, and it's alive and well in Volusia County. And once again, this is taking the measures or an additional measure to protect our kids.
Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, I'm reading the proposal ordinance language, and I want to make sure I'm clear. So I guess this is almost a question, but no adult 18 years or older shall enter or remain in a designated children's play area, Matt's wife, unless the adult guardian, sibling, caretaker, parent, babysitter, daycare provider, teacher is supervising or accompanying children. So Matt's wife can come in with a kid, but can't come in alone. Is that correct? All right. So, and from a law enforcement perspective, how is this signage that we're going to put on the parks, the foam padded playground areas, how is that going to more empower our police to do what you just said?
Chairman?
And
why don't you go ahead and finish up, Jay?
Okay, and so I'm for this. You know where I came from. I talk to police chiefs all the time, and so we have the list of names of frequent flyers in Port Orange, and I'm sure every city has them. I'm sure the sheriff has frequent flyers that they're looking out for, guys and gals who are always patterns of, well, heck, we probably got code enforcement too that does the same thing. How does this, I guess I want to make sure that this gives them some additional grounds to be more restrictive to people in general. And I read it, Danny, from a normal person's perspective. You know, I see moms waiting for their kids to come out of the restroom all the time. That could be loitering around restrooms, dressing rooms, bathhouses. I know what you're thinking of, but I'm thinking of the mom waiting for the teenager or the 12-year-old girl that's modest to come out of the restroom by herself. So I don't want that unintended consequence, but I want to meet your needs as well. So that's my conundrum right now.
So, and thank you, Jake, that's a great question. How will it empower the police? Right now, if you do or walk up to somebody and you have nothing, no reasonable suspicion, no probable cause, that individual, you and I, can say, hey, get on up the road. I'm not talking to you. I don't have to give you my ID. I don't have to tell you where I live. Nothing. Bye. Right? If these people are inside these designated child play areas, and we're only looking at one aspect of this right now in terms of the offender or these lowlifes, I want our police and our law enforcement to be empowered to have, to take away the fact that they can be told in these specific areas to go take a hike. I want them the ability to legally identify this person that's in there. Right, wrong, or indifferent. Hey, if they're good, send them on their way. You FI'd them, send them on their way. And educate them. That's what this is about, education. At the least, out of anything that we get out of this, it's going to bring awareness and education to this problem, because it is a problem. So it's going to give our law enforcement another tool in their tool belt to identify these people. Number two, your homeless, your transients. I don't know if anybody's been to any parks lately throughout the county. They're overrun. Go to a public library. They're overrun with the transient population. And that's a whole nother story. But the public health aspect of this, do we want these folks setting up shop underneath these playgrounds? Because they do all the time, and there's trash everywhere. There's feces at times. I've seen them. I've stepped in them. That's a cop. Okay? This creates a better scenario where those people aren't loitering, setting up camp, setting up shop overnight. They're not sitting there drinking their Mad Dog 2020 and hanging out. All this stuff. So you have a public health issue that this addresses as well. And also, too, do we want adults, the 400-pounder, sorry, to say it the way I'm going to, but on a children's equipment, breaking that equipment or damaging it, someone else getting hurt on it, and then the taxpayer has to replace it. So this catches a lot of areas, and we want people using things the way that they were intended. We want to make sure it's clean, it's safe, it's free of trash, it's free of booze, it's free of feces. I don't want these kids needing a tetanus shot to go play at the park or the splash pad. And I want these people that do these lewd and lascivious acts away from these areas. So hopefully that clarifies my stance on things.
Councilman Dempsey.
Matt, does your wife need to cut down on the carbs? Is she one of those 400-pounders that Danny was talking about?
Actually, he's in a lot of trouble. That's
I was going to say. Danny, I'll reiterate, I love you, and I know your intentions are good, and as a fellow parent of a 6-year-old little girl, I share with you the desire to protect our kids. But we are creating criminals out of innocent conduct. Those videos, I know exactly, that was Gemini Springs, wasn't it? Because, like I said at the last meeting that we had, when we were talking about putting those tents on the beach, and I told you guys, I said, that's not the problem, it's your bathrooms that are the problem. I've prosecuted Edstone Park, Valentine Park. I've had cases involving Gemini Springs with this type of activity going on. Masturbating in cars has been going on. I've had people driving the streets of Stetson doing that stuff. And I'm telling you, it happens. I didn't see one playground in those videos. Well, it's a park and a playground is a different thing, okay? That was in the woods of Gemini Springs. I'll bet you dollars to donuts that's where that video came from, because that's a known place for those type of people to congregate and have their relations, okay, amongst themselves. We just saw guys getting handcuffed. We don't know what that person did that got handcuffed. I didn't see any kids in the picture. I didn't see any kids in the car with that person masturbating. That wasn't in a playground. So that just goes to prove my point. This stuff happens everywhere. So now to sit here and just say, okay, playgrounds, no more going to your park. What about the people that do CrossFit? What about the people that jog at these parks and then they want to go on the monkey bars and do their pull-ups and their exercises? Now we're going to criminalize those people. And because this is a sexually geared towards type offense, now they're going to become sexual criminals, because this has a sexual connotation to it, that you're hanging out in a children's playground, so you must be up to just molesting kids and no innocent conduct. I mean, we don't even have one confirmed incident. There's not one. In 33 years of doing this, I've never heard of one incident where it's been done on a playground. I've seen the bathroom cases. I agree with you. If we could put cameras in the bathrooms, absolutely, because that's where a lot of this type of activity takes place, and that's a danger, and that's why as a parent, I would never let my kid go into a bathroom by themselves. You know, and if we're going to say that it's, well, I won't go there, but I mean, how many responsible parents are letting their kids go to the playgrounds unsupervised? I mean, should we criminalize the parents who let their kids go to the playgrounds unattended? I mean, as a parent, you have a duty to watch out for your kids. So now, should Matt's wife be the criminal out of this hypothetical, or should it be the parent who lets their kids just go and go wherever they want, whenever they want, however they want, and they're unsupervised? You know, so again, I don't see any rational basis. And as far as giving the police a tool to make them talk, I mean, this is kind of law school 101, is the county cannot undo the Fifth Amendment, right to remain silent. The county can't undo the Fourth Amendment protection from illegal search and seizure from the government. I mean, while we're at it, let's just go ahead and impose gun control while we're up here. Let's just ban all guns in Volusia County, or let's just ban free speech. And let's get rid of the First Amendment too in Volusia County. As long as we're here doing away with constitutional protections, let's just do away with them all. Let's get rid of jury trials. Let's get rid of, I mean, come on. You're talking about stripping citizens of their right to remain silent? Boy, that's got deeper implications than I think. That's the unintended consequence. We can't do it. I don't think the first appeal on that would probably be reversed, because it's, you know, attempting to do away with people's Fourth Amendment and Fifth Amendment protections. So again, with all due respect, I respect you. I know you did a lot of homework in this. I know your intentions are good, but we cannot, I mean, we got to stay focused on where the problems are, and let's not strip people of their constitutional rights. We can't do it anyway. All right, thanks.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So the first and second motion that we made, I'm all-time big supporter of, because it does, I mean, that keeps those offenders and predators away from the parks. So they shouldn't be there to begin with, based on the first two. And I agree with you 100% as far as our transient population. Say a lot of them are not sex offenders or sexual predators, and yeah, they do set up camps. When I was working in New Smyrna, they were all through there. Most of them didn't set up the camps, though, at the swing set area. They did it under a pavilion near the bathroom because they can utilize the bathrooms. That's not what this is addressing, correct? This is addressing the actual play area, or the padded play area. So, and I utilize, first off, I'm in a lot of trouble when I go home for bringing my wife up into this, so.
You're going to sleep in the park tonight.
You know, full disclosure, we did an event back when my mother was alive, and we were doing an event, she'll attest to this. And my daughter was, I want to say 17 at the time, I hope. So she was 17 at the time, and she and we had to have that father-daughter conversation about, you know, the kid that I don't like, and the boy, you know, and we go off and we sit on the swings. Now, what if she was a year older? Again, it's my child, but she's 18 years of age. And so I'm having that conversation with her. I'm just saying, what if? And there's no other kids there. We were having a conversation. We're sitting on the swings. No, I'm not 400 pounds, Danny. So I have put on a few pounds. Thanks for noticing. But that being said, you know, we sat there and we had this discussion. And what if she was 18? You know, and then this law or this ordinance, the way it would be written, if she was and a child came up, I'd have to tell her, we need to stop, because there's a kid here now on the swing, and we have to leave and go have our conversation elsewhere. That's what I'm saying. Again, let me go back to the first statement I made. The first and second motion that we approved, or will come back to us, first one really, will keep the sexual offenders and predators away from the parks to begin with. Correct? So that being said, they shouldn't be there to begin with, where we have to worry about them being on the swing set. I don't know, unless I'm wrong, but that's all I got. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thanks, Chairman. My first comment is to Councilman Dempsey, just because my feelings are a tad bit hurt. You have voted against everything I have brought forward this first 9 months we've been together. No to dogs on the beach. No to the change to the Ocean Center. No to not making them spend an extra $20 to drive on the beach. And you've never once told me, I love you, Troy, like you've told Danny. You're telling Danny you disagree with him, but man, I love you, Danny. And then I'll get a little more serious and just say, everyone has their own style. Say whatever you want. You're up here, we gotta own our words. But anytime I hear this is a no-brainer, this is common sense, well, I guess if I disagree with you, then it's a no-brainer. I mean, I was wrong, or I don't have common sense because you're right and I'm wrong. I take offense to that, and I do. It turns me off. I know you didn't, and I'm not saying any names. I'm just saying it does. But I'm thinking about, and Matt, I'm going to use you because you've talked about it. But who knows where you and your wife met? Maybe you all had children and you met at a park, and you all ended up. I'm not going to say what he said. I'll let him say it. But let's say you did meet at that park, and then on your 10 or 20 or 30-year anniversary, you all go back there. And Don, I think you said it best. We're criminalizing innocent behavior. And I think about those two 18-year-old seniors still in high school who we're going to criminalize them going to a public park and swinging on a swing, or God forbid they want to go down the slide. Maybe they're 18 and they're not 400 pounds, right? And they want to enjoy the amenities that we have in our county. You said it best. We're criminalizing innocent behaviors, and I'm not okay with that.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chair, and I respectfully disagree. But a lot of the stuff where we can take offense and what we can also say is, I'm not going to go there. But at the end of the day, if this was unconstitutional, not tried and true, why are other municipalities and counties doing this throughout the state of Florida? Why? We have a duty to take every possible measure. And Don, to me, to put it in a way that you did, as if we're creating laws to just put people in jail, that's a weak argument. And why don't we just stop enforcing everything? Why don't we just have a lawless society and protect nobody? Why not? Let's get rid of speed limit signs. Let's get rid of every other law in the book. At the end of the day, this picture that's being painted, I just disagree. It's false. That this stuff doesn't have an impact or a positive impact. And I disagree with the fact that we have police chiefs, sheriffs, and state attorney throughout the county that do this every day, that agree with it. It's hard to swallow, but I'm trying. I'm trying to find a happy medium here. But I just think, Don, that the picture that you're painting is absurd. And we're losing track of what the whole point of this is. So, that's all I got for now. Chairman, we already have a motion on the floor.
Councilman Santiago.
This horse is dead. Call the question.
Okay, yeah, I agree, Don. We have one member of the public who wants to speak, but my final comment is I wish that on all of these, it would be so easy just to say yes and vote them, because it's almost, and I know you don't intend it this way, but it's almost like it's a gotcha. If you vote against this, then you're not for keeping people safe. I think that our main purpose in government is to protect people's God-given, constitutionally protected rights. When I look at all of these, I have to ask myself, does this increase protection? I don't think it does. Does it increase the chances of stripping somebody of their rights? And I say yes, it does. I'd have to agree with Don on that. So I'm done. Yes, go ahead.
A point of order, Mr. Chair?
What is your point?
The point is when there's a call for the question is not debatable, it's actually to go to the question. I love everybody here. We all been a love fest. We're beating this horse. We heard where everybody has to be. And you've made some good arguments. Don't ruin them. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. I am going to call the member of the public who wanted to speak, Phyllis Stauffenberg.
I have a friend that has a granddaughter that goes to school in New Smyrna Beach. She's the grandmother, and I know the grandfather as well. They're very reputable people. They're very credible people. Their granddaughter was harassed repeatedly throughout the school year last year by a maintenance man in the school. The grandparents went to the principal, they went to the superintendent, they went to the board, the school board, and could not get any kind of resolve on this. Eventually, that person, and he wouldn't leave her alone, he kept on her to the point where she didn't want to go to school. Her grades were dropping. She was having a difficult time, and still to no avail with the officials. They finally caught the guy, and he's no longer working at the school. On another occasion, there was a little girl, 8 years old. She was taken off her porch. She was at her aunt's house. She was waiting for a bus to go to a Wednesday night church meeting. She was taken by the aunt's friend. She was assaulted, raped, murdered. Her name was Sabrina Stauffenberg. It didn't matter, and I sent out a couple of pictures to several of you board members. I've never talked about it before, but I feel like you need to know. Doesn't matter where those cameras are. Doesn't matter if they're there. It doesn't matter if you have no trespassing signs anywhere. If they want them, they're gonna get them. And they're going to prey on them like animals. And there's not anything you, I, or anybody else can do about it. Just like they're going through a court right now in Delphi, Indiana, with the two little girls that had a cell phone with a video and camera, and videoed and used the camera to take pictures of their murderer that kept saying, down the hill, guys. 5 years it took them to find him. He's now going to court. It doesn't matter how much you pay. It doesn't matter all the procedures that you take and the guarding that you do. The best thing you can do as parents, grandparents, friends, babysitters is supervise the children and watch the children, no matter where they go, no matter what they do. They're dependent on you, on me as guardians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Krista, I'm going to ask you to call the vote on the designated child play areas, no adults without a child if they're 18 years or older.
Mr. Kent?
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
No.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
No.
Mr. Dempsey?
No.
Mr. Johansson?
No.
Mr. Brower?
No, and the motion does not pass 6-1. Is there one more motion on this?
Chairman, I think we have a better chance of seeing God than anything else passing.
You haven't seen him yet?
No, still looking. But I'm going to go ahead and hold off on the cameras for now. I'm going to collect a little bit more information and go from there.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one thing if I could, Chair, I'm sorry, and then we'll, it's
No,
in light of that.
go ahead.
When we do come back with that, because I know we can't work outside the confines of this board here, because I brought that up a long time ago about parks the cameras in the parks when we talk about doing the phones, which was something we were going to piggyback on with the sheriff's office also. So I know that that is in the works. I don't know if this kind of expands that. You know, it was something I brought up probably February or March that I know that we're still working on. So, and the cameras were part of it because of the phone, the emergency phones, because I wanted cameras on those as well. So,
Chairman, may I real quick?
Yes, Vice Chair Robbins?
I received some data a little while ago in terms of the costs. I haven't had a proper time, just so the council knows, to review it. And also to, you know, with the funding source of ECHO, what I can do is I think I can handle a lot of this behind the scenes to not, you know, take up any unnecessary time. So when the time is fitting, I'll come back. I'll lay it out for you guys. If it's something you're interested in, let me know. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to item 5, Environment and Natural Resource Advisory Council recommendations for implementation of low-impact development. And are you taking the lead in this? Okay, Ginger Adair.
Okay, good evening. I'm Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. We're going to switch gears a little bit, and I'm here to present the recommendations from your appointed Environment and Natural Resources Advisory Committee, we shorten that to ENRAC, on low impact development. So a little bit of history. In August of 2022, the council accepted a $75,000 grant from the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity to develop low impact development ordinance recommendations and an implementation guidebook. And in that grant, we partnered with the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council and with the University of Florida Program for Resource Efficient Communities to complete the work, and those are attached to your agenda item. The work of these consultants was presented to the ENRAC committee in April and May of this year, and the committee has provided a recommendation to the council. Let me see if I can click. No? Thank you. Okay, so just before we get fully into it, just some sort of terms that we want to make sure everybody understands. So low impact development typically is defined as a variety of practices that mimic or preserve natural drainage processes on site. The idea is to keep stormwater as close to where it has been generated as possible. The goal is to avoid and minimize the additional runoff that's produced during a site development. Let me see. Okay, whoa, now I've gone too far. Okay, so one element of low impact development, or LID, is called green stormwater infrastructure. So another acronym, GSI. But green stormwater infrastructure is really the part of low impact development that is the structural and non-structural ways that we hold that stormwater. So that is the goal of the green stormwater infrastructure, is really to mitigate those negative impacts of stormwater. So that would include flooding or pollution. So we have this framework, sort of this 3-process framework, right? So the first step in low impact development is avoidance of impacts. And typically that is through site design. So knowing what your site has in terms of natural features and using those natural features to design the site. And that is really considered avoidance of impacts. Then the next step is how you minimize the impacts of stormwater. So that would be through, for instance, limiting or disconnecting impervious surfaces, or bringing in best management practices that help to minimize that stormwater. And then the third step is what we would call mitigation. And that is, now that you have created this stormwater, whatever that volume is, how do you mitigate that? How do you prevent it from flooding off-site? And how do you reduce the nutrients in that stormwater? I want you to kind of remember this dark blue slide framework, because when we get to the recommendations, we'll see these three things again. So some of the benefits of LID and green stormwater infrastructure, and water quality and water quantity, we talked a little bit about that. Aesthetics, there are cost savings for developments for using low impact development, including reduced land clearing and grading costs, etc. This slide shows some examples of the LID and GSI best management practices. I won't read all these, you've seen these before, but things like preserving green spaces on site, clustering the development, minimizing impervious surfaces. I have, if you're interested at the end of the presentation, I have some real world examples of how these best management practices have been used in site developments around the state. So if you're looking to see how does a commercial site use low impact development or a residential site, I have some slides if you're interested. So there is a range of ways to implement low impact development in a community. And our grant team looked at ordinances around Florida and around the country. So there are local governments that use a voluntary approach. So they have a low impact development goal in their comp plan or in their land development code, but it's completely voluntary. Some local governments provide incentives. Some it's just available for use for developers if they choose to. One example of that is the City of Ormond Beach. They have a low impact development guidebook. It's completely voluntary. The City of Titusville has voluntary low impact development, but they also have a very robust suite of incentives. So if folks choose to do low impact development, the city offers an incentive to do that. On the other end of the spectrum, there are some local governments that have mandatory low impact development, where they say any development or redevelopment must use low impact development standards in designing the site and treating their stormwater. An example of that is the City of Doral in South Florida, that they have mandatory LID. Then there's the option of having something sort of in the middle, a hybrid approach, where maybe some elements of low impact development are required and others are voluntary or incentivized. So your ENRAC committee recommended a hybrid approach. I do want to point out that this discussion happened at ENRAC before we were aware of the impacts of Senate Bill 250, which, as you know, says that we're prohibited from doing any code changes that could be considered more restrictive within a year until October 1st of 2024, because we were within 100 miles of landfall of Hurricane Nicole. So when I tell you what their recommendation was, it's in the vein of it was before SB 250. So, but what ENRAC recommended, it's up on the screen here. They recommended the council to direct us as staff to use something called the LID code audit tool, and I'll explain what that is, to evaluate our codes to identify if we have barriers to low impact development right now and opportunities to enhance the use of low impact development with a goal of facilitating a hybrid approach. And I'll tell you all of the details in the slides to come, but in that hierarchy, that blue slide that we talked about, it would be, so all development and redevelopment must do some elements of LID, and then use a menu approach with incentives to do the other elements. And the more you do, if you're a developer, the more incentives you would get. So just really quickly, this code audit tool, it's a tool that's available. It's free to use. It takes a comprehensive look at your codes in a local government. It takes a team approach. So for us, you'd be looking at the stormwater folks, the planning, environmental, taking a deep dive into our code and identifying those opportunities and challenges. Okay, so in our avoid and minimize and mitigate framework, what the ENRAC committee recommended was that that first step, that avoid step, be required for new development and redevelopment. And so what that would look like potentially is that that site analysis that you would do would be required. So basically looking at the soils and the vegetation and identifying what parts of the site should be preserved or could be used as stormwater. I want to point out that many of these things are already required of developers here in Volusia County. So if you came to do a new commercial development or a new subdivision, these things are happening, but they're always not happening at the very beginning of the process. At some point in that development process, you're looking at the soils and the vegetation, you're identifying where your tree preservation areas are going to be, where your stormwater is going to be. What this would be is having that be required up front during the time that you can use those environmental site design principles. So then after that first step, then you provide a menu of options for minimizing impacts. So potentially clustering a subdivision or minimizing building footprints, eliminating curbs, preserving additional open space. And there could be a menu of incentives that would go along with that. And here are some examples of incentives that are used in some other areas. So reduced or shared parking, allowing the stormwater best management practices to be in the landscape buffers, for instance, or crediting them toward required open space, or allowing additional height or density. And then the third step is that mitigate, right? So now you know how much stormwater you're going to have, you know where it's going to be, then how do you treat that stormwater? So the mitigate, again, have a menu of options, because not every site is the same, obviously, and then with incentives that are provided for the different options. So here are some of the things that could be in that list of options. So using exfiltration or underground storage, vegetated swales, doing green roofs, and then also potentially traditional approaches like retention and detention once you've tried to accommodate some of the stormwater in other ways. So, next steps. We've identified several options that you could take this evening. Option one, of course, is the status quo, which is choose not to change any of the land development code and implement any low impact development practices. Option two is that mandatory approach, which is, so you could direct us to use that code audit tool, look at our codes, and come up with recommendations that would encompass mandatory low impact development. Again, this would trigger that Senate Bill 250 and say that we couldn't really either propose or adopt that until after October 1st of 24, if you chose this option. Option three is that completely, not mandatory, completely voluntary approach with incentives. So you could have staff use that audit tool, look at our codes, come up with recommendations that would make low impact development voluntary in Volusia County. Option four, which is what your ENRAC committee recommended, is the hybrid approach, where that beginning step is required for all development and then a suite of options with incentives. Again, Senate Bill 250 would be triggered here. So if that was the route you wanted to take, staff could spend until October using that audit tool, coming up with recommendations. You could not adopt those recommendations until after October 1st of next year. And then there's a fifth option, which is, we could delay all of this until after Senate Bill 250 is no longer here with us, and you can make a recommendation at that time. I would say that regardless of all of that, unless you choose option one, we have some time right now to be doing that code audit tool. So any of the options that you choose, it's probably a good time to spend, to direct the staff to do that code audit. And whenever we're ready to adopt an option, we can have that work done. So the staff and I are here if you have any questions.
Let's start with questions. I've got 4 names. How many of you have a question to begin with? Okay, good.
I do.
You do, so 3. All right. Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Adair, how many counties and how many cities make this mandatory in the state of Florida?
The only one that it's completely mandatory that I know of in the state of Florida is the city of Doral.
Okay, how about in the nation?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that in the nation.
There's not many. I tried doing some research. I mean, in Europe, probably California, New York City, Oregon, we see a pattern there in those states. That's that's the information that I got. Do we know why that this is not adopted as a mandate? Do you know what I mean, you do this every day. Do you know what the climate of this topic is in the community or the society?
I think that it's particularly where you find it more likely to be mandatory are in areas where water is a very precious resource. So like in California or in arid areas where stormwater is actually considered a resource, not a waste product.
Sure.
Right? So you'll see it mandatory in those areas and in more progressive areas. In the state of Florida, we see more and more local governments adopting low-impact development standards, either completely voluntary or providing incentives, and it's growing because it's a growing body of knowledge. So there are a number, and I couldn't tell you the exact number, but 25 or 30 local governments at least that have some sort of low-impact development,
right.
And some varying level of what information is required up front and what they require the developer to do.
Sure. Do we know when LID first came about? From my knowledge, it was in the 80s or 90s. Is that accurate?
That's probably about right.
Right. In roughly a 40-year span, we're offering incentives to it, to do it. Why is that?
I'm
We don't
not
know.
sure what you.
No, like, if it was something that was wildly popular, whether it was cost savings, maintenance savings, whatever savings overall, my thought process, if it was, then we wouldn't have to offer an incentive. It's just like the federal government offering incentives to use electric vehicles, which we know, that's a whole nother subject. I see in the language, do we know why they use the words may or can do certain things? Is any of this absolute, or am I interpreting it correctly?
So I think that the answer to why it's hasn't been adopted widely is when we've talked with the developers, and we've worked with VCARD and we've worked with other groups to meet with the development community and find out what their thoughts are on low impact development and why they aren't implementing it already. And a lot of the feedback we've had is the regulatory framework puts up barriers. So it's really easy to design a stormwater pond. It's really easy to say, this is my site and this is how much rain I'm going to get and this is how big my pond has to be. And it's really easy to get those ponds permitted because the modeling is very simple. And so it's harder to be creative and come up with ways to design your site so that you either limit the amount of stormwater you create, right? So instead of grading and doing a slab on grade house, maybe you build a house, a stem wall construction, right? That takes a little bit more creativity. And then you have to go to the regulatory agency. So in our case, it would be, you'd need a stormwater permit from the water management district, and you would need a stormwater permit from the county. And there are some barriers in those codes that make it more time consuming to do low impact development and make you have to do, for instance, more stormwater calculations. And so what we've looked at, and we've talked to the water management district as well, is how do we eliminate those barriers? So even if you don't make it mandatory, how does it become easier for the developer to do something unique and a little bit out of the box and not make it take them longer and cost them more to do that?
Sure. No, and I get it. I'm looking at the cost effectiveness and the feasibility of it because we know, and Mr. Urban did an excellent presentation a year or so ago, and we kind of went into some of this and put it forward to talk about at a later time. But we still have to, in these lots, I looked at them, they're about 35 foot. They're narrow. They focus narrow buildings. You still have to clear cut. That's the magic tickle word in Volusia County with everything. it doesn't reduce density, right?
No, in fact, some low-impact development methods would be to cluster the development, and you could actually get additional density. But what you do is that development is on less of the total property. The rest of the property either isn't creating stormwater now because there's no impervious surface on it, could be used as stormwater, or could be used as open space, wildlife habitat, and those sorts of things. So no, it doesn't necessarily decrease density, and in some cases it's smart to increase density and cluster that development in one area.
And do we already offer some of what you're describing? And if you can, are you able to provide council with definition or just some talking points for conservation subdivision that we've done for a very long time?
Yes, so we have in our code right now the ability to do what's called a conservation subdivision. Those subdivisions are limited to the areas of the county that are considered our environmental core overlay. So it's one portion of the county that's eligible to do that. Those standards provide for additional density if certain standards are met, which are no impacts to wetlands, except as may be required for access or utility crossings. You have to preserve at least 60% of the total developable area, and then that gets you some density bonus, and then if you save even more of the total development area, then it's an additional density bonus.
And lastly, I'll try to wrap this up. Incentives. Can you give us some examples of the incentives and why that we have to offer those incentives?
Yeah, so some communities use things like reduced parking requirements. So our land development code right now says, depending on the use, you have to have X number of parking spaces. You know, it's 3 spaces per square foot or number of occupants or whatever, and there's a minimum parking requirement. Some communities say if you do low impact development, we'll reduce that parking requirement. Some communities say that you can put your stormwater in your setback areas, right? So right now in our zoning code, depending on what you're building, there's certain setbacks from all of the other, property lines or the neighboring use. Well, maybe it's an incentive to say that you're part of your stormwater. Right now, you can't have your stormwater in the setback, right? The setback is a vegetated area, right? But if you did a low impact development type stormwater project where it's a vegetated swale, you're directing your stormwater into this area, but it's still providing that buffer to your neighbor, then that could be in your setback. Well, that means more of your site is available for whatever your use is, your mini storage or whatever, right? So that's one of the incentives. Some folks say you can have increased density. Some folks say that if your maximum height is 30 feet, but you use low impact development, your maximum height could be one more story, right? So you can get the development you want on your site, maybe even at a greater density or intensity, because you're doing innovative stormwater things. And then what that means is you're sending, you're creating less stormwater, so there's less to treat, and then you're providing, in many cases, natural functions to treat that stormwater, so the nutrients aren't being discharged off-site into our water bodies.
Thank you, Ginger. And, in terms of the stormwater, so they just so I understand, they're putting an addition, like a swale or some sort of catch on like a smaller 35-foot lot. 40-foot lot?
No, not necessarily. So if you're talking about very small lot subdivision, that would typically mean that you have an area that's set aside for the stormwater. One technique is to disconnect impervious surfaces, right? So if you have a driveway and it's impervious, instead of letting that driveway shoot down into your road and collect it in your traditional gray infrastructure, maybe that there's a pervious area first, right? So some of that water doesn't ever get into the roadway, right? So maybe you have a rain garden, but you don't have to choose any one thing. If you use a menu approach, the things that make sense on that development are what you would use. But disconnecting those impervious surfaces so that the stormwater has a chance to percolate back into the ground rather than only be collected into a traditional pond.
Sure. And lastly, and I apologize, is this more commonly used in the cities versus counties such as ours and unincorporated? Because this is for unincorporated Volusia. To me, and I, believe it or not, like some of these, I'm asking hard or very specific questions for a reason to find out if it's applicable if it's usable. And granted, they all have their purpose, in my opinion, but it seems to me where I've seen these rarely being used is in areas kind of like us, but are they being used in these dense cities? Yeah, because they have to. So, thank you.
Yes, there are counties. Alachua County has a pretty robust ordinance. Some of the counties around Tampa Bay also implement low-impact development on a voluntary basis. It's not mandatory in those counties either, but they do have long-standing low-impact development stormwater manuals.
Okay, we're still on questions. Councilman Santiago.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. What you described there earlier, I think you titled it low-impact subdivision or something like that?
The conservation subdivision?
Correct. That concept interests me because of the requirements that were there. And I know there's only one area, I think you said, in the county that it can happen. But and this may not be a question for you or Clay or whoever, but has there ever been consideration to consider something like that on a broader scale, which would give us more green space or buffers?
Yes, that is definitely one of the things that we've talked about, is allowing conservation subdivisions to happen in other areas of the county, not just that eco area, because because of the other standards in eco, there's not a lot of density there, right? And so some of the R4 or more traditional developable areas, people might take advantage of that conservation subdivision.
That very much interests me. Just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jake Johansson.
Quick question. I see that's what you say right there. Quick question. The hybrid approach, you said we'd be stuck till October 24. In the hybrid approach, you said that some of the things we already make mandatory, so those are grandfathered and we're not changing anything. So how much of those are mandatory, and it seems like you can get started on the hybrid approach and then add to it later, instead of waiting until October 24 to mandate a hybrid approach.
I think that's potentially correct, right? And I think we get right on the line of SB 250, because the Senate bill talks about you can't have standards or procedures that could be considered more restrictive. And
Then we already have.
Right. And so I think, and we, working with the legal department could maybe finesse this a little bit, but it would mean a change to the land development code to require some of that information earlier in the process than we require it now. So for instance, for a subdivision, we don't require that information till really the second step in the subdivision, that overall development plan, which is the first step. We don't require all the information, or even back at the rezoning stage.
So could we make that voluntary until October 24? We strongly encourage you to meet us in step one, and as of October 24, it'll become mandatory. So, all right, that's the only question I had. I'll save the rest for debate.
Troy Kent.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I heard you correctly. ENRAC endorsed option 4, but that was before Senate Bill 250.
That is correct.
Okay. And my second question, the picture with the fire station with the cisterns, you don't have to go to it.
Oh.
Where was that?
I do have to go to it because I don't remember.
There it is, right there. Do you know where
I think that is Titusville.
Yeah.
Oops, now I've gone way too far.
Well,
I believe that's the city of Titusville.
We all got to see it for a second, and I loved that. I looked at that and I thought, you know what, the cisterns are there, and the one that I think would be more offensive, it looks like a tower for a fire station, like a lookout tower. It was very well done. Thank you.
Okay, that's Sarasota.
Just 3, Jake, quick questions. That's what we're all saying, right? The first 3 are, I may have 4, depending on your answers. The first 3 are quick. How long has the ENRAC committee been meeting together?
Our first meeting was in October of last year. So, and
Almost
we
a
meet
year.
once a month. So, yeah.
Okay. is, correct me if I'm wrong, is a makeup of the committee, there's attorneys, land use attorneys from Cobb Cole, there's environmental groups, there's engineers that deal with developments, there's professors from Stetson's, correct?
That is correct. There are 14 appointed members. There's one vacancy right now because we had a resignation. 2 members from each council. Of course, it was the prior council, but each council member appointed 2 members. And yes, what you said is correct. Environmental folks, we've got the agricultural community represented, land use attorneys, environmental consultants. We've got folks that are just from the economic development community, and some people that are just interested citizens.
So a pretty eclectic group, a broad range of residents of Volusia County. And they together came up with a recommendation for the hybrid approach.
Yes, the meeting that they took to vote, there were 10 members present, 9 members voted for, 1 against.
Okay. Last question. It could be a long one. I don't think I'll read the whole thing, but I'm interested. One of the most important things in this document for me was, I think it's on page 31. You don't have to go there. I'm wondering who wrote it. It sounds like it would be Dr. Pierce Jones from the University of Florida, because I've heard him say similar things, but it says, if you know who wrote it, maybe you wrote it. LID and GSI have a range of community benefits, including flood mitigation, improved water quality by reducing sediment, elimination or reduction of chemical inputs, e.g. fertilizers and pesticides, reduced nutrient and pollutant loads, creation of attractive, natural, and malfunctioning public spaces, multifunctional public spaces, reduced infrastructure costs, street, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, reduced stormwater management costs, preservation of open space and natural vegetation, enhanced aesthetics and biodiversity, increased groundwater recharge, reduced irrigation and potable water consumption, heat island effect mitigation, and reduced energy consumption, and it goes on, and it sounds like a beautiful place to live. Where did that come from?
This document was mostly authored by Michelle Morrison of the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. They were our contracted group to work with the University of Florida on this document and on the ordinance recommendation. So I couldn't tell you exactly who, but our grant team wrote this document.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had. So let's go to debate.
I have one more question before debate, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
In these recommendations or the analysis that they did throughout this, was there any comparison approach to, let's say, how we are building today in today's standards to what is proposed and what benefits, why it's better?
Yes, they looked at what the benefits are to using a low impact development approach to a traditional stormwater approach. And they provided a number of examples of where it's been used around the state and why. And so predominantly is the protection from flooding and water quality, right? So that's really where you get a benefit of improving the way that you deal with stormwater on a site. But there are all those co-benefits, like Mr. Brower read. One can be that you get more room on your site to develop, depending on the best management practices you use. For instance, if you use underground exfiltration, then you've freed up area on your site to do something else. You create wildlife habitat if you use these, swales.
For a second.
Yeah.
The underground filtration system, I just want to use that, so I didn't want to lose emphasis on that. Is there anything today that prohibits someone from utilizing that?
No.
But it's not widely used. Do you know why?
I don't know. I don't want to say it's not widely used. Exfiltration is actually pretty widely used. What's maybe not as widely used are these ideas of, so instead of, when you're building a parking lot, instead of putting in raised curbs around all your islands, you actually have the islands below the pavement and you direct the stormwater there, and you have plants in that island that can treat the nutrients in that stormwater. Ultimately, those might all connect to something like an underground exfiltration area or a traditional pond, but you've you've captured that along the way, right? You've hijacked the water, you've treated it, it has time to transpire into the air, be taken up by plants. So it's that idea of putting a bunch of different elements in a treatment train type approach, which is more the low impact development concept. The parking lot we're building right now across the street has an underground vault. Some of the beach parks that we do use that. So that's not necessarily uncommon. It's the marrying that with some of the other best management practices, sort of upstream, right? Capture and distribute that stormwater instead of all captured all in only one place.
Final question. Was there a analysis done as to the cost benefit analysis? Meaning, if even when you give these, I forgot the terminology they use, but credits or incentives versus doing traditional today, where would that, I know you can't answer for every project, but is there kind of like a guesstimate?
Well, what the project team recommended is that they gave a sort of a checklist of if you want to provide incentives, here are the things you need to consider. So they didn't necessarily say, hey, Volusia County, we've done the analysis for this incentive makes the most sense for this best management practice, right? What they've said is you definitely need to look at that, right? So in some communities, additional building height may not be a good incentive, or in some areas it may not be. But their recommendation was that the staff team, through the audit tool and additional work, say, okay, here are the things that make sense in our community. And then we as the staff, and then presenting it to the council, could determine which incentives should go with which management practices.
Questions, Vice Chair Robbins?
Thank you, Chair. Clay, you're up. Clay, thank you. Last year, you did an excellent presentation, kind of gave the overview of what we're dealing with in growth as Volusia County as a whole and unincorporated Volusia. Do you remember what our growth rate was?
It was basically, we did from 1990 to 2020, I think it was 1.6%.
1.6%. That equates to about 6,000 people per year countywide. Do we know what percentage of that 1.6% deals with unincorporated Volusia? Because what we're talking about now would ultimately just be for unincorporated Volusia.
We've had, again, it continues in that same amount. What you've seen is the majority of the population has begun to migrate to the cities. What you saw in 1990 is that, if memory serves me correct, we had around 100,000 residents or so in cities. Now acreage. Had about 100,000 acres in the cities. Now we're up over 220,000 acres.
So with that being said, is it safe to say that the majority of growth in our county, I'd say 99%, maybe 0.9% of that 1.6% is happening within the cities?
I can't put my finger on a number that much, but yes, I would say that where you have utilities, where you have water, sewer available, it allows itself for greater densities.
Okay.
So that's where you see this.
Now with these greater densities, by making this mandatory, would this, by using city techniques in county areas, would this promote urban sprawl with these densities? Or does it have the potential?
No, and let me kind of qualify this. If you go back to 2014, when we were implementing the conservation subdivision, that was actually a concern that was brought up by one of the council members, is that this was contributing to urban sprawl. And what we were saying is that these densities and intensities are generally already allowed by our future land use. All we're doing is talking about how you develop the land to ensure that it's having minimal impacts. So where we were coming from at that point in time, I was in the private sector and was actually on the Smart Growth Recommendation Committee. We were saying is that this does not promote urban sprawl. What it does is provides a method to better develop given the existing densities.
In terms of the language, everywhere I see says can or may. Can or may this affect the affordability of a home because of the additional kind of hoops and red tape that you would have to possibly jump through, the maintenance aspect of it? I'm trying to establish if we're being counterproductive to the mood, kind of the mood of the council.
Well, that's a very good point about in regards to increased costs, and I think it gets back to what Councilmember Santiago is asking about, is that if we are going to this hybrid methodology, are we increasing the overall development costs, and are we facing a situation, is that going to be passed on to the end user? We're going to be looking through that as part of the analysis to come up with what we're seeing there. One of the things we were hoping to do while we were doing the review is to come up with a comparison of saying if something was developed under our current standards, under this proposed standard, what would be the net impact and how much would be the difference. Does anything that you do that increases cost for residential ultimately gets passed down to the resident who's going to be either renting the property or buying the property? The preliminary information, as Ms. Adair referenced in her presentation, is that this has potential for lowering some of the costs because, again, you're not having to put in the infrastructure that's necessary for this, and you're utilizing more of the natural ground to serve the purpose for not only storage but treatment of the stormwater. We just need to double check that.
I understand. And the reason I'm asking this, and that may be a clear indication of why this is not mandatory throughout the state, is because that there's some hidden things here. I'm ready to go to debate.
One last question, Clay. You can probably ask the first one, and then Ginger, the second one's for you. They're real quick. Would you consider Farmington a low-impact development?
It's mandated to have that.
Okay, thank you. Ginger, I don't want to waste the committee's time. You just told us 11 months, 12 months they've been meeting. You're on that committee as their advisor. What are you called?
What am I called?
Yeah.
I don't know. Cat herder? I don't know. I don't know what they call me behind my back.
Would you consider it a waste of the committee's time if we tabled this until next year, but allowed you to continue to use the audit tool, which I think you need to do? We've got some members of the committee here, so we'll hear from them. But
yeah, I think you will hear from members of the committee. From my perspective, moving forward with using the audit tool and identifying those barriers and opportunities is a good use of staff time between now and October. It is, of course, helpful to know, what the council is thinking about incentives versus, hybrid versus voluntary or whatever, but we don't have to know that to use the audit tool. So I think that we can make good use of our time as we wait out Senate Bill 250. Alternatively, if the council loves it, you want to make it voluntary, we still have to do the audit tool before we can come back to you with language, but we could come back with language for a voluntary approach before October of 2024. So those are things that could happen.
Thank you. Questions for the council? This is another reason I'm thinking it might be a good idea to postpone it. Is I think besides me, how many members of the council are going to the LID conference this weekend? Anybody? Thursday, Friday? Jay? So 3 of us, 4 of us. Well, other staff too, probably. So it's another reason I think it would be beneficial for all of us to go learn more. But Danny Robbins, another question, or are you starting debate?
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to keep this 100% voluntary and open this up for a quick debate. I'd like to stay on the screen, please.
I'll second it.
Okay, which option are you?
Voluntary, 100%.
Where do you see that in the options up there? Option 3, incentive approach. Okay. So the motion is is option 3.
And I want to make sure there's no incentives. It's voluntary as it stands right now.
Okay. So it's not option 3. It's just completely voluntary, no incentives, no nothing. which means it won't.
It would be something
used.
other than what we've put up here as option 3. Option 3 on this slide assumes that we create incentives to go along with it, but.
So I'll go ahead and
we have
retract
it.
that.
There you
I
go.
want to keep it option 1, keep what we have, and I want to open this up for discussion.
Okay. So your motion is option 1, direct staff to keep the Chapter 72 land development regulations as is with no changes to include LID and GIS practices to basically do nothing after 11 months. Is there a second?
I think it's already been seconded, Chair.
Oh, I didn't hear. Who seconded it?
I seconded option 3.
Okay.
I'll second option 1.
Okay. We have a motion for option 1 by Danny Robbins and a second by Don Dempsey. Okay. Debate. Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, we gave direction last council direction to staff and to establish ENRAC to do this research. This is not research wasted, so I don't want to paint that false picture because that's a fable. What I do want to paint is that what we're getting out of this, that we can project to our community in terms of education to do this going forward. In a nutshell, with some of these regulations, it would destroy District 3 with IRMA and several other things if we adopt this. A telltale of this is if many people were doing it. And just like we discussed with a lot of, or some of these sexual offenders things, we have to justify the means, right? And I don't want to be accused of being a hypocrite because there's only one area where I think creating an additional layer is good, and that's when it comes to our children. And that's one of the few, if not the only reason. So I wanted to put that on record. So I got 3 minutes, 52 seconds. I'm going to read you off the permits that we already do. There's environmental permitting, class 2 permit, manatee mitigation, tree permit, wetland alteration permit, impact fees, standalone impact fee review, land development, conceptual site plan, concurrency management, final plat, final site plan, overdevelopment plan, preliminary plat, stormwater management, subdivision exemption, technical review, staff review, use permit, planning, 660-foot boundary adjustment, small-scale comp plan amendments, large-scale comp plan amendments, under zoning, plan unit development, rezoning, special exceptions, variances, zoning determination, zoning verification, commercial easy permits, doors, window permit, garage door permit, hurricane protection permits, interior non-structural permits, pre-manufactured shed permits, shutter permits, siding non-structural permits, structural siding permits, soffit and fascia permits, stairs interior and exterior permits, commercial permits, assembly building group A permits, business building group B permits, educational building group E permits, factory building group F permits, high hazard building group H permits, institutional building group I permits, mercantile buildings, other permits, residential building, storage building permits, antenna permits, boat lift permits, boathouse permits, co-locate permits, dock permits, dune walkover permits, high hazard building group permits, residential building permits, seawall permits, storage building permits, tent permits, tower permits, demolition permits, electrical permits, fence permits, fire permits, gas permits, generator permits, mechanical permits, plumbing permits, residential permits, single-family, duplex, mobile home, park model townhouse, DCA modular permits. Then we go back into the residential structure permits of a lot of the things I just said. Residential easy permits or uneasy permits, door permits, shutters, hurricane protection, siding, structural, yada, 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 yada. I won't bore you to death. Manufactured shed permit, pre-manufactured shed permit, roof permit, sign permit, solar permit, swimming pool permit. Now, if that wasn't enough to swallow, or a reason to enact more of these, wet blanket fees and regulations, I won't go through it, but there's 4 pages of fees. If we go onto Clay's building permit links and sites, of all the stuff that we have to deal with in Volusia County. in my opinion, this goes against what this council has already set forward in their plan to deregulate the local economy and take these strangling regulations off of our working class, of our middle class, and to keep these people working. This is totally counterproductive, in my opinion, and doesn't fit the direction this council has made clear. And if this isn't the direction of this council, I'd say we continue to educate the public. If ENRAC is not a thing of this prior council, it was done with the last council to pretty much get through some of the false information out there that we don't do anything in these areas. But if it's not, I suggest we have a conversation to see if this board is still applicable in the direction that this council wants to go to save time and be efficient and be effective for our people.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Right now, I think I'm opposed to option one. I'm a fan of option three right now. And that is because the incentives that I think we can move forward on are not financial givebacks. They're less parking spots being a prime example. I'm a big fan of those. I'm not a big fan of giving developers money to make LID, because next thing you know, we'll have trees on roofs that aren't really a good idea. My concern with some LID options are that, like other things in our building code, there are things just to get the CO and then they kind of fall by the wayside. Fences on pools, alarm systems on windows with pools. You get them, you get your CO, and then you cancel the subscription a month later, and everybody's happy until the code enforcement guy comes in, which he doesn't. To let you know. So a lot of these LID requirements are going to demand knowledge and education and enforcement and compliance that I'm concerned with. Vegetative swales are great. What's stopping me from vegetating my swale and waiting until Ginger Adair leaves and digging it up and making it the way I wanted it? Especially now that I got 2 less parking spots I had to pay for. Economic burden of property owners, a little bit of property rights, definitely economic impact. I know that we'll keep track of adaptability. If it doesn't make sense, we don't want it. I would love to spend a little time working with some developers, and Farmington was mentioned. What a great test bed, a little ways off, but a great test bed. But I'd like to see one-off custom homes that have some LID or custom subdivisions, phases of which have some LID approaches where we can work with the developer and experiment with them and say, wow, that one worked, that one didn't. And there's a lot of them already in the cities as well. I know that Advent Health has underground water in Port Orange, and the cistern thing looked like a great idea. But I think those are all great things. What I don't want to do is make it mandatory, because if we make it mandatory, any more restrictive than it is now, again, less government, less regulation kind of guy, all you're going to do is increase the cost of a home. And how many people here have heard that our homes are too expensive now? And how many people here want to spend $327.9 million on affordable housing? So let's try to balance it out. Do a little play with LID, kind of meet Councilman Robbins' request that if it's been here since 1980 or 1990 and people aren't jumping on it, on the bandwagon, then maybe it's a good idea, not a great idea, or something we can dabble with and find the good stuff and let the rest of it go. Lastly, education is going to be so hard. The first thing we talked about is clustering homes. We cluster homes. What does that mean to the average citizen? It means increased density. That is a worse cuss word than the F-bomb around here. Increasing density can be the smartest thing in the world when you're preserving or conserving acres and acres of land elsewhere, but people don't see that. All people see is you're jamming a bunch of homes into a little area, and they don't care about the 50-acre park you just left them. Those are my thoughts. I'm not a big fan of option 1. I'm a big fan of option 3, and the audit is very important. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jake, I agree with you. Option 3 did intrigue me because it's optional and allows them to use some of the tools, based on the discretion of the developer or property owner. And some of the concepts that I seen were very interesting. I liked them. If we can make those work, if the economics work on them with the incentives, because the incentives are not monetary. So it's you get 3 extra units. I'm making it up, right? And that might offset that. So I'm okay with that. It didn't cost the county more, but it allows us to experiment some of this. So the private sector will determine whether it works based on the programs they create. So, and then I'll just add this, and maybe you can amend the motion, but I'll just add this. I think there's nothing also to stop us or you from continuing to add additional overlays for the land preservation, the development. I think that's another tool that you have available that we can do today. And I mean, once you change the thing. So if you're willing to amend it, I like option 3. That's why I seconded it.
Thank you. First of all, I'm a hard no on option 1 on doing nothing. But however, I will join you, Vice Chair Robbins, in eliminating permits, which the list that you read have nothing to do with LID. I think we should, at every council meeting, I would love to see a list of permits come to us that we can vote to get rid of. I don't want to get a permit to put a shed in my backyard or for so many things. We ought to be doing that every county council meeting. One of them, in my opinion, should be parking. We have ridiculous parking requirements. Look at Volusia Mall. There's acres of parking that have never seen a car, but it's required for the size of the mall. Let's get rid of some of the parking requirements and stop making people do paved parking when you can park on grass and let the water go right through it. So I'm with you on that. Let's eliminate some of the parking. Water is a precious resource, and it's not just in Volusia County. Right now, it might seem like to people that there's too much water, but the problem is in Volusia County and the whole world, the whole U.S. I've listened to a broadcast this week that was talking about even rural communities all over the U.S. running out of drinking water or having drinking water that was too polluted. Let's not wait till we get there. Let's be proactive and protect our water. We've got impaired waterways already in Volusia County because of the runoff, regardless of the excellent work that this county has done to try and improve stormwater management. This goes hardcore to protect the water and keep our environment clean and keep Volusia a beautiful place to live. It's been mentioned several times that why aren't developers using it? Well, developers have so many standards right now that they have to keep. They probably don't want another one, although I've heard some of the attorneys in this room say, just tell me what you want and I'll follow it. This, with incentives, with maybe parking would be one, maybe zoning. This committee has come up with a perfect solution, the hybrid approach. They agreed on it. This diverse group of people have agreed on that. I don't want to see their time wasted. I think that we should allow them to do that. So again, I'll go back to say if this is voted down and if it's not amended, then I'll entertain a motion for something, for even tabling it and coming back next year, as long as they get to continue to use the audit tool. Troy Kent.
To the ENRAC committee that's listening online or watching, and those that are here, thank you for your efforts meeting monthly. Thank you for volunteering to do this, for caring enough about your county. I truly appreciate it. George, I know we have, I think, Fire Station 15, I think we're redoing. I'll just put it out there, man. I'd love to see a cistern like we saw in that picture. Just putting it out there. And I cannot support, will not support option 1. I will support option 3, or I will support option 5. Continue this after November 1st, after Senate Bill 250. So that's where I am. If option 1 gets voted down, I'll happily support option 3 or option 5. Thanks.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to amend my motion and go with motion to adopt option 3, the incentive approach, and continue the efforts that we're doing. None of this is time wasted, and we can get this out in the community at an incentive side. So.
You second, Don?
Second it. Oh, I'm sorry.
So really, you're withdrawing your first.
Withdrawing my motion for option 1,
okay.
And my motion is option 3, incentive approach.
New motion for option 3. Who's seconding that?
I did.
Don did. So the motion and the second didn't change. One question on this new motion, Ginger, does this affects SB 250? No?
No, I don't think so. I think we could craft it in a way that it's not, because it's optional incentivized, it's not considered more restrictive than current, and we could adopt it before October 1st. We still do need to do the work of the audit tool and come back
and
with
you can still do
recommended
that.
language, but we can do that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, any other questions? Any debate on the motion on the floor, which is for option 3? There is multiple public comment. I wanted to see if anyone else had a comment here. No? Okay. Then we'll go to public comment before we call the vote. Dr. Ralph Locke. Did he leave? Yes. He couldn't make it through the sexual... All right, I'm calling on you, Melissa Lammers. Yeah.
Good evening, County Council members, Manager Rechtenwald, and everyone else who's stuck it out. I'm Melissa Lammers, Ormond by the Sea. I'm speaking as Chair of the Environmental and Natural Resources Advisory Committee, or ENRAC, and yes, it is a great honor to be given this responsibility to our community. I'm going to give a little bit of a citizen perspective. Volusia County's been interested in LID for quite some time. Most recently, in 2018, 2019, and 2021, the county co-sponsored workshops on low-impact development, or LID. And just to restate it, overly simply, LID is a system to manage stormwater to minimize flooding and pollution. It helps send water back to the aquifer rather than sending it and any sediment or pollutants it's carrying into our springs, rivers, lakes, and lagoon. In February of 2022, the council had a workshop, a really good one, on water quality protection, and LID came up as a possible tool. Then in April of 2022, the Volusia County Council had held a smart growth workshop, which was really comprehensive, great to go back and look at that. And LID came up again due to concerns about water quality and water quantity. At that workshop and follow-up council meetings, concrete steps to consider LID were delineated, including the reinstating of ENRAC. There are just 2 points that I want to add, even though they've been covered. One is that ENRAC is an extension of the Volusia Home Rule Charter, in that the charter requires us to have minimum standards to protect the environment and to prevent substantial adverse effects on it. ENRAC's responsibility is to recommend to the council the minimum standards to protect the environment and the ordinances that will support those standards. To ensure a balanced representation of the interests of Volusia County citizens, the ENRAC comprises people from very different professional backgrounds, including agriculture, commercial development, environmental science, accounting, land use law, environmental engineering, community planning, commercial real estate, environmental advocacy, and marketing. We meet for 3 hours each month, and we've spent additional time combing through the existing minimum standards and ordinances, as well as supplemental reading to aid our understanding. In other words, we've invested a lot of time and worked hard to come to consensus. And you've seen that. Thank you very much. We do believe we came up with a balanced approach, including the incentives, which was something that the committee felt really strongly about. The other point I'd like to make is about the LID GSI audit tool. We already have ordinances on our books that support elements of LID, and we also have ordinances that are outdated and prevent the implementation of it. The audit tool is key, and we're very pleased that you've seen to let staff continue forward with it. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. Wendy Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman Brower, and all of you for also for sticking it out. These are long meetings that you all have late into the night. I had several comments I was going to make, but the staff and other speakers are already covering them, including yourselves in your own discussions so far. So I really wanted to take this time to address some of the points and questions that some of the council members have made. I too am not keen on spending a whole lot of extra time on sluggish processes. I think higher education and local government are probably both known for moving at a snail's pace, and here you have an intersection of those two things with the University of Florida and in several counties working together to move things forward very, very slowly. And yet, here I am, wishing we could get something done today, or yesterday, or last year, and I would urge you to allow us to work for one more year using the audit tool to actually go through with this in mind, the ordinances that we have, and know, like Melissa said, knowing that we have some that are already in the books, some that are actually contrary to LID. But what I also wanted to say is that sometimes LID is not actually called that in ordinances. You know, if Councilman Robbins actually did a search for LID across the state or elsewhere in the country, maybe he didn't find it because it's really kind of divided up into other labels, and so it's more common than you think. And the parts that really work have become pretty mainstream. I do want to note, and you did make a good point about cities versus county. I think that LID is something that can be used in residential, it can be used in commercial, industrial, all kinds of different applications for it. So it can be used in large properties across the county. But some residential developments within DeLand and other places that have employed some substantial LID. Examples are Victoria Park, Crestwind DeLand, both by Coulter, Trinity Gardens and Taylor Ridge by Hanover, Florida Days and New Smyrna Beach by Hickson, and yes, as was mentioned earlier, Farmington and Deering Park are absolutely planning to use some of these principles. So it exists. I would also like to just end my comments with, I have a daughter too. I have a daughter who is very concerned about sexual predators. And I have a daughter who's very concerned about the future of the planet. And I want to ensure that this is something we do for our children. We want this to protect our water, to make sure that they have enough water in the future and that it is clean and that their houses aren't flooded out in the next big storm. This is about our children. So I do thank you for the time to let the committee work through the audit tool for one more year and to come back to you with perhaps some more specific ordinance changes in a year. Thank you.
Vice Chair Robbins?
Oh, thank you, Chair. And I agree with a lot of that stuff. The only difference is the fact of being mandatory or voluntary. And the only reason, just for the record, by listing and reading out those permits was assigned to the public, and this isn't aimed at the developer, but it's for every home builder, whether it's a single family, young family, trying to do it as affordable as possible, to show people the red tape and precautionary measures and the bureaucracy, which equate to money and time, that the individual and, quite frankly, county employees have to deal with. So that's why I harp on optional versus regulating it. Something that gets pushed aside often is how much we really do for the environment and for water quality in Volusia County. The lagoon is turning around. There's more grass, I've heard, than ever in a lot of the spots. I think by my last calculations, we've done over $100 million in water quality, environmental protection, and conservation. I want to say in the last 3 years. It's unprecedented. For that to be discounted in a picture we painted like the world is on fire, it's not. There's no shortage of water, obviously. In a lot of the areas that we're seeing where this flooding, this isn't going to be the panacea to make this a regulation to solve our flooding issues. And as we know, the flooding was done in areas that were old development, most of them within the cities. Homes that were built on blocks at the turn of the century. They've always flooded then, and they're flooding now. Nothing's going to change until we improve and get some cities on board with infrastructure needs and upgrades. I just want to be clear that this isn't so cut and dry as it's presented, and that there's a lot of other factors when it goes into this. But none of this is time wasted, and I want that out of our vocabulary. I agree with a lot of this stuff. What I don't agree is making it mandatory and creating extra burdens when this council has already said, hey, we want to create more affordability for our people. This goes against that. We want to limit government. This goes against that. We want to get rid of red tape. This goes against that. We want less bureaucracy. This goes against it. We want to cut the general fund down. This goes against it, because it just adds. So at the end of the day, I think the question we need to ask ourselves, and I like some of the things that these committees do. I don't want to be hung in the street for this, but it's an honest question. If council has made it clear that, or it's known that ENRAC's job is to present more regulations, if we're against that, do we keep boards like this and just, really waste their time if that's their goal, and if that's the goal of the board, to bring us back more things that kind of against what we're about, per se, or keep them? Staff knows what they have to educate, our education plan. I just would hate to throw people down rabbit holes if it's not the will of the council, because councils and administrations change. I hope that doesn't offend anybody, but it's an honest question, and I asked that of the council to give direction on whether or not, it's a good idea to keep it if it's not our direction.
Thank you. My last comment, and I don't need 5 minutes. I'm opposed to the voluntary. I don't want to come out of here with nothing, but if it's voluntary, it's likely not to happen. It's really voluntary now in Volusia County. What we are doing is resulting in, I think you just said it, in flooding all over the county, even in unincorporated Volusia County. I go look at it every day. We have to change our development pattern They came up with a great plan in option 4, the hybrid approach, to do that attorneys and environmental people all agreed on. So if there's nothing more expensive than kicking it down the road and just going on and doing what we're doing and then trying to repair the pollution problems, the water issues, the lack of clean water to drink, to swim in, to recreate in, this going to LED has nothing to do with keeping people out of work. They still build beautiful developments that are better equipped to protect our environment and better equipped our quality of life. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the option 3 it still allows for these elements to move forward. It just doesn't have that heavy-handed approach from government. I think staff has the potential to get creative. They meet with folks, they talk with them about, developers agreement. They have other tools, I think, that hopefully they bring forward with us that'll give other additional flexibility. To Danny's point about creating more regulations and stuff like that, I feel your pain. I'm in the position of where do we cut more, right? And if this board, this governing board or advisory board, I should say, continues forward, I'd like to see them look at what should be eliminated, right? Give recommendations, not only to add, but say, hey, this doesn't make sense anymore. It's in our code. We're not just adding, but let's get rid of stuff. That would very much excite me to see elimination or repealers. And going to your earlier comment, when you read all those permits, Danny, though I got it after the 15th one, I know where you were going. But I'm all for looking at ways to do that, and repeal some things that are not necessarily a detriment to the public good and why we have a permit, right? So let's bring those up. Let's talk more about them, workshop, whatever we got to do. But option 3 allows them to continue with their work if the body agrees. But maybe we need to change the name of the committee, but or at least give direction that look for stuff to take off the books. I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I think we should look at that too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Johansson.
I have a question for Ginger. When the ENRAC went through this, and I didn't read the ECFRPC study, but how robust was the discussion about affordability?
We certainly had a discussion amongst the committee members about would doing low impact development be an increased burden, cost burden to the developer. We didn't have any specific numbers or case studies. There are these sorts of developments in existence in Florida, and the testimony that we got from the experts was that in those communities, so Sunbridge is one, and that there's actually cost savings because of the infrastructure cost. Now, the folks at the University of Florida Program for Resource Efficient Communities, and they are considered the experts on low impact development, have stated that there are cost savings to doing low impact development in some situations. But I don't have well, in fact, they did provide at the last low impact development workshop at Marine Resources Council, there were some examples of this development if you did it this way versus if you did low impact development. And they did demonstrate cost savings in some of the projects that are ongoing right now. There wasn't a huge discussion of that at the committee other than this general idea that if it costs more, developers aren't necessarily going to want to do these things, and so we won't get participation. Does that answer your question?
It did, and I'm not looking forward to going to the conference. I'm going to the conference. I'm hoping to be enlightened on some of this stuff because I go back to it's been around for 20 years and nobody's buying it.
It was a great conference last year.
So I'm a little I'm a little concerned, and that's why I want to keep it at option 3, and we can come back and tighten it up later if we want, but I just don't want to force anything down somebody's throat. I understand in Doral they did that, but Doral's median income, listen, I want to do this too. I want cisterns, I want water catchment, I want, I don't want to pump hot water from that side of my house to this side of my house, but I can afford it. Not everybody can. So they can in Doral a little bit easier than they can here. So that's all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Nobody else has a comment? Then the motion on the floor is for option 3, incentive approach. Direct staff to utilize the lid audit tool. Trying to get rid of that. And draft an ordinance, regulations and draft ordinance recommendations, which encompasses voluntary lid. I don't think I need to call the vote. All in favor of, to call the roll. All in favor of option 3, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And option 3 is selected 7-0. Thank you, committee. Thank you for those that came in to speak on this. That takes us to item 7, purchase of, I was trying to.
Chairman, may we have a break for just a few minutes? Maybe,
If
someone knows.
If you need it. Okay. Anybody else want a break or plow ahead? Okay. Okay. Item 6, approval of budget resolution of funds awarded from the Federal Transit Administration, Section 5307, Operating and Capital Urbanized Area Formula Grant. Revenue. This is about revenue. Is her mic on?
Try it again, Bobby. Try it again.
Oh boy.
All right, bring it. Here we go.
They cut the sound off at 9:30.
What about that mic? Hand mic? That was the over-under for the... Not gonna work?
Testing. Does it work? Oh, it does work. Okay. All right. We'll do that. I have a quick presentation, but so we're here today to appropriate one of our largest funds of the year, which is our federal transit funds. Okay. Thanks. I do have a quick presentation.
Okay.
So, sorry, I won't hold you up. Let's forget about the presentation. Okay. All right, awesome. Okay, so each year we're given an allocation of federal dollars to use on transit operations and for capital. So we appropriate the operating funds during the budget process every year, but we never really know how much we're going to have in capital funding because we have to apply. And so when we're awarded, the money, then we bring it to you to appropriate those funds. So today, I bring $7.2 million in capital funding. The match is nicely provided by FDOT toll revenue credits, so it's not a general fund expense. For the most part, these are our capital assistance projects and also for safety and security, because we are required to do a certain portion of the money towards safety and security projects. And this is just a list of the items that we put into the grant that we are going to move forward on in the next year to 2. And as you can see, it's kind of a variety of different items, some safety, some security, some equipment, some bus purchases, and that will lead me into the next item. So today I'm just asking for you to appropriate these funds into our budget.
Thank you very much. Councilman Santiago?
Motion to approve and call the question.
Sorry,
Motion approved.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Matt Reinhardt to accept $7,264,570 from the Federal Transit Administration to be used the way that Bobby King just mentioned, all in. Are you up for a question?
Nope.
Okay. No questions? No comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Great presentation.
I know, this is all good news. So I'll give you the next one.
Okay.
You've been watching the Public Works guys. I see that.
I try. So you just appropriated some of the dollars that I'm actually going to spend on this item. So we need to bring you this item for two reasons. It's obviously a large purchase. The second reason is because we're using contracts from other agencies. These contracts were set up so that we can use them. All of the agencies in Florida can use these contracts to purchase vehicles. So that's what we're here to tell you about today. So we're going to we're going to purchase 9 heavy-duty buses. Those are the ones that you see on the screen. That's our fixed-route buses. We have to replace them every 12 years or every 500,000 miles. The ones that we're replacing are roughly 650,000 average. They are $687,000 a piece, and they are fully funded by the FTA.
Okay.
We also have the smaller buses, and similar scenario. There's a life cycle for these, and we've reached them, and we're also fully funded by FTA funds. And that is it.
Okay, thank you very much, David Santiago.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second by Kent.
And second by Troy Kent. Questions for staff? Jake? Johansson.
Bobby, this doesn't add any inventory, it's all replacement, correct?
It is all replacement, exactly.
Thank you.
Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Batting 1,000. Item 8, discussion on the...
Dempsey was out of the room at 6 unless he...
Oh. I heard him in the bathroom say aye. No. Oh, it was Al. Okay, so the vote was 6-0. He was out of the room. Item 8, discussion on the parking of commercial vehicles in residential and rural areas and the use of shipping containers as storage on properties with commercial or industrial zoning.
Good evening, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is addressing two directions that the council gave us over the last several months. In August, Councilmember Robbins asked us to look at what could be done to free up some of our standards for gentlemen and women who own commercial trucks and are attempting to park them in their area. The other issue was brought up by the chair at our last meeting in regards to use of storage containers for basically on-site storage as a building or structure. I will try and go through those two separately, and we would like two separate discussions so that way we can get this out under this one item. The first part about it talks about 72-287. This was a standard that was in place and that we utilized primarily to prevent commercialization in the residential areas. What you see in front of you are photographs from existing code enforcement violations where we've had neighbors complain about these types of vehicles being parked in the front of the homes. Just to kind of fast forward into this, you have some specialized large vehicles are allowed on agricultural areas. So if you have a bona fide agricultural property and you utilize trucks as part of that, such as transporting hay, you're allowed to have them. Here's an example of where we have an agricultural property where they are utilizing it for a commercial venture of basically storage and rental. So then again, we start then getting into the code issue of whether or not is it an agricultural piece of land or is it being utilized for a commercial use? So some of these things are where we are wrapping around into it. I do have to emphasize the home-based business rules. This was something that was put in just recently over the last 2 years. So 72-287 that I quoted about prior was really trying to limit commercial uses in residential and agricultural areas. Well, the home-based business law that was passed by the state preempts us from doing anything about that. And the main thing there is that the home maintains the appearance of a home. It does allow for people to come to the home. It does allow for you to even store equipment, but it cannot be visible from a right-of-way or from an adjacent property owner. So we have had to adapt our own ordinances for that. We have currently cases where folks are claiming that they are a home-based business and they have the right to have these vehicles, but the critical part is that whether or not they're screened from view. So that means, are they behind the leading edge of the house? Are they behind a fence? Are they behind a landscaping so that way, driving by, you would not see them as being anything other than a single-family home? And again, these are pictures we've culled through the couple hundred different cases we've had in regards to these types of complaints. So here are the current scenarios where you can run your business out of your home. You can have those on property. If you have a pickup truck or a regular van and it's got commercial signage, you can still park that in the front of your home and unincorporated, no problem. It's once you start getting into the larger size, specialized vans, step vans, semis, and those types of things, where we heard specifically from Council Member Robbins is like, hey, we need to look at this a little bit more in depthly. Is there anything we can do to allow for vehicles to be stored on larger lots, being able to give them more flexibility so that way we're not necessarily opening it up for more commercial use, but still giving a independent trucker or independent plumber the ability to have their step van or fig rig on their property. Right now, you cannot have that based on 72-287, and because it is not consistent with the home-based business laws. So again, one of the things that we are bringing forward is for direction, some options that staff has identified. One of the things we will always offer you is don't make any change. If you want to keep things the way they are, that's always an option. You can look at us to amend the restrictions in 72-287, where currently prohibits many of these larger vehicles or specialized. We can adapt those depending on that, because these are tied to specific residential zoning and agricultural zoning. Another thing that has been brought up is that many of these vehicles are associated with contractor storage yards. That was a use that was removed from the zoning district as a A1 zoning district as a special exception back in 2004. If you feel that it's appropriate, given today's environment, that would be an appropriate use in the A1 zoning, you can restate it and we can basically put back in place those standards. And then allow for parking of some of the larger vehicles in the front yard of certain areas. You know, one of the concerns you're going to hear from staff on this particular one is that in our more urbanized areas, over here in like the portions of DeLeon Springs, areas over in you know, Ormond by the Sea, Wilbur by the Sea, Bethune Beach, we have lots which are 50 foot to 75 feet in width and 100 feet in depth. So you're seeing that these are traditional single family quarter acre lots where there's not enough room to necessarily store some of these vehicles. They may be able to meet the front yard so that they're out of the right of way. If y'all want us to allow that in there, that is an option that's available to you. I can tell you that that's the predominant code enforcement complaints that we get. And so right now we are just trying to hear from you whether or not you want us to, first of all, if you do want to make changes, do you want us to look at 72-287 to see what could be done to lessen some of those restrictions? And do you want us to look at opening up the A1 zoning classification for contractor storage yard? And then specifically in regards to the main concern that was brought up by Mr. Robbins was about the parking of a semi-truck in the front yard as a permitted use. We'll be glad to answer any questions you may have, and we look forward to your direction.
Okay, questions, Vice Chair Robbins?
Chairman, I just want to, I'll make a motion for discussion, and then I have some possible remedies that I think we can get to a middle ground with, because I'm not in support of possibly getting rid of the whole thing as it sits right now, or opening it up. I'd like my chance to plead my case.
Okay, questions for what was just stated by staff, Jake Johansson? Who had questions for staff?
I do.
Jake?
Yep. Clay, the new state law that says you can have a residential home business, and as long as the whatever you have, your truck, is not in front of the house and in the back fenced.
Mm-hmm.
In the back fenced is not out of view of the neighbor.
Correct.
So are we saying that in the back fenced below the fence line, right? So a landscape trailer, good to go. Something tall, not so much.
Yes, the critical thing is that it cannot be viewed.
Right.
And it has to maintain the appearance of a residential use. This one, you see right here, this is an actual case where we explained to the person that owns those businesses, that business, that if they were able to construct a barn in the back of the property and park it inside the barn, we would not have any problems with that, because the business was tied to the property owner. They have the right to do so, and under the home-based business, they can, if they are able to prevent it from being visible from a public right-of-way or the adjacent property owner, we would not have any issues with that.
So I have, take home-based business out of it, in the county, and unincorporated, if I have a 65-foot boat and I park it in my backyard, and it's tall as all get out, that's okay?
Yes, if you can get it behind, if you can get it behind.
I can get it behind there.
You can, and it has to maintain
So
5
that
feet,
eyesore,
5 feet separation.
that eyesore can be back there, but this eyesore cannot.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Councilman Dempsey.
I was just commenting on Noah talking about his boat in the backyard. I just got a question. Now, an RV is obviously permitted to be parked in front of your house, correct?
No, sir. RVs are required to be parked behind the leading edge of the house as well.
Okay, so they cannot be parked in the front area of your house?
No, sir. Boats, campers, those typical RVs are not allowed in the front.
Okay, that's all. That was my question. Thank you.
Better stop talking, Don. You'll need
Okay, that's the end of, do you have a question, or you want to start debate? David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, well, debate and question, I'm sorry. Well, I'll just say that. I'll just say, the picture on the left, from what I understand, that's been said, that's not a permitted under current ordinance. And the picture on the left, if we were to pass this recommended proposal, that would be permissible. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I probably didn't go into a question, but.
No, sir. We're actually asking you for the guidance. If you want to allow that in the front, right now it's not.
Okay.
If you feel that that's an appropriate situation, just tell us and we can go back and that will get back and do that section 72-287, which is the section of the code, which talks about these truck tractors, all these different things that you see highlighted there. Those are the things that we utilize when we have this type of a code issue where neighbors are complaining about. That type of truck would not be allowed. All of that equipment would not be allowed. Same with this semi-truck, that trailer would not be there.
This is for residential only, right?
Yes, sir. Well, it's also some of the agricultural areas, like the rural RR and R1 zoning, where you have a 1 acre lot minimum. That would also apply in that.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'll go into the debate. Listen, I think today we heard, I wouldn't want to live next to any other one of these, right? And today, today we heard, I think it was a reference that you used, what if it was your child, right? And so I'm going to use a reference, what if that was my neighbor? Or your neighbor, or your neighbor? I'm going to guess most people would say, I don't want to see that across the street from my house. So I think, sorry, my friend, I think you're going to go 2 for 4 with me today, but.
I'm not done talking yet.
Okay, maybe you can.
All right.
That's where I'm
Get
at
ready.
now. Thanks.
Okay, Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple things, and I think we can get to a middle ground here. I agree with you, David, and I agree with Mr. Kent on this. Do you want to be living next to this? So in your areas, for instance, let's say no, but there's a great portion of the county where this is an accepted practice. Not to the extreme. I don't think this really. I mean, some of these are. This is a lot. This is a lot of extra right here. But at the end of the day, I think we can get to a compromise if we say to protect Ormond by the Sea, to protect Bethune Beach, right, where they don't have those 1 acre lots. My proposal or my motion will be in the form of 1 acre lots. Allow some of these, let people work, okay? 1 acre above, this thing behind the building, in front of the building, to this side, to this angle, to this height. Listen, we either loosen this up and take this wet blanket off, or we're going to be paying for more affordable housing. People are coughing up bones, and we're making these people having to store their equipment in transitional agricultural areas on agricultural property in rural designations, where it simply is not, in my opinion, not fair. And this is one of the biggest complaints that I get, is why can't I have the tools of my trade on my property? I think it's irrelevant whether it's in the front yard or the backyard. And there's other things, not only if you do an acreage minimum for protections of the community in the residential atmosphere, but also to say, hey, it must be registered, right? So that way you don't have these junkyards and you don't have this stuff. Code enforcement does their thing, but make sure there's a registration and say, hey, you can have one trailer if you're, one 20-foot car hauler, or an enclosed lawn and garden trailer for our landscapers and our laborers, our plumbers, our electricians, our HVAC, pool guys, so on and so forth. You can have that. You can have it in the front. Who cares where it is? 1, it's got to be registered. 2, you got to have the transportation. So I think there's measures in place and things that we can put that'll still loosen it, but still keep the integrity of our more residential areas and unincorporated, if that makes sense. When it comes to tractor and trailers, I got a couple presentations that were made by DOT. Carissa, do we have that River to Sea TPO information? I think I'd sent it in. She left?
Person went home.
She was eating Moe's. So I'm just going to go over this real quick while it's loading. There's a national truck parking need, and safety is 48%. And this is from DOT, from our district, District 5, of truck drivers spend over an hour searching for a place to park. And this is $5.1 billion in economics. And if we don't, or we haven't recognized by now the necessity for our over-the-road guys to at least park their tractor in and around their house or on their own property, even if it's over an acre, we're blind. There's a huge source, and the annual loss in revenue is $5.1 billion annual loss in revenue due to lack of truck parking. Okay? So this is hitting it from a couple different angles. And in these unincorporated areas, this is acceptable. I've lived in unincorporated for 20 years, right? And whatnot. But I'm trying to look at the big picture of things here. We can continue to strangle our working class, our middle class. We can continue to put regulations on them, but yet we're holding them hostage when it comes to affordable housing, paying for all this stuff, and we're not letting these people work. The truck parking for I-4, there's major truck parking needed, and we're the caboose in Volusia County when it comes to our truck stop. Volusia eastbound is 2028 for the ROW. Construction's not even in sight. You're going to see Orange, Osceola, and Seminole are priority for us. This is a necessity, and I believe we should consider on putting an exception for 1 acre and above in our transitional agricultural areas, our RRA, RR, A1, A2, A3, in your MH classifications, and anything else that I missed in there. Let our people work. Enough's enough.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. When I first read through this on the agenda, the exact words that came out of my mouth were, "What the what?" And then I thought I was having a bad dream because I thought, what's going to be next? Allowing businesses to operate at 6 a.m. in the morning? And I was like, wait a second. That is coming as well. It is a bad dream. I'm pleased to hear, Councilman Robbins, you talk about some locations that are not appropriate. You mentioned Ormond by the Sea, Wilbur by the Sea, I think is what I heard, and some other locations. But Clay, can you come up just for a minute? Because I'm going to have you move some pictures here in just a moment. But I appreciate the pictures, Clay, because they really do say 1,000 words. And I like that Councilman Santiago said, you know, who would want to live next to that? And it makes me think, you know, why do we have minimum standards? And I guess if you don't have standards, you'll never be disappointed. But Clay, can you go to the next picture here that you had there? Yep, there you go. That looks like it's probably over an acre. Would you go to the next one? Yeah, exactly. You know, illegally operating a storage yard. Some of them looks like inoperable. This one right here. Here we go. We got a blue octopus, it looks like, in the front yard. And then you've got a box truck over here where the garage looks like it's from an episode of Hoarding Buried Alive. And this is my concern with this nonsense. There's another piece to this, and that is whenever you allow X number of work vehicles to be at a property, see, then you start getting those phone calls about, hey, the work crew is there at 5 a.m. firing up all of these vehicles to get out of there. And then at the end of the evening, they're all pulling back in to drop them off in my residential neighborhood. And they don't just drop them off, but the front yard sort of becomes like a bar discotheque because, you know, everybody's kind of blowing off some steam. And it just becomes an absolute nightmare, which is why we have some standards. And state law says you can operate a business out of your home. It says you can have these types of vehicles as long as they're in the backyard and they're shielded. Staff has said, you know what, if you we'll give you some options, you could build a barn and pull it in the barn, and that way it's not visible, and there you go, you know. I don't buy this thing about keeping people back to work, and this is what's going to make people homeless or out of jobs and all of that. This is a nuisance, and I've not had anybody ask me for it. In fact, when this hits, I'm going to get probably as many emails that I did about starting work early in their residential neighborhoods. So I could actually bend on this, Councilman Robbins, but not with an acre. It would have to be a minimum of 3 acres for me. I prefer 5 to allow anything like this. You know, I don't want a semi-trailer parked next to my house and hearing that thing fire up when they're leaving at 2 or 3 in the morning because they've got all this stuff mapped out about how far they can drive every day and the time they've got to leave to pick up their load. And that's just not what I have bought into. And I live city limits, so I know this doesn't pertain to me, but gosh, it pertains to a lot of the people I represent. So I'm a no on this unless we went to a minimum of 3 acres. And then I'd have to talk about, you know, at that point, I still want it back, you know, maybe not completely shielded, but in the backyard, not in the front yard. I don't want to live next to this, and I don't have anybody asking me that they want to live next to something like this. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Troy, where you're going is kind of sort of where I was going too. So I can bend on this too, with certain caveats. 1 acre, I thought was way too small too. I can't get there. I know of 1 acre parcels that still seem small, I guess, when you look at the house laid out and the way it's laid out. So I would have a few caveats for me to get there. I was thinking the 3 acres also and possibly 5, but I could live with 3 acres if we can do that logistically. And I would also look at the number that exceed this weight. You know, maybe cap it at 2, so it doesn't turn into a parking facility for someone. Someone can still operate their business, which I'm sensitive to, and the cost of doing business. But 1 acre, I can't get there. 3 acres, I can, and probably capping it. I'll just, since I threw a number, capping it at no more than 2 devices that exceed that, and no driveway parking.
Got to be in the back.
Or side or back. I could live with those. I think we have to give some protections for the people that don't.
I could bend for that.
That's where I'm at.
Councilman Dempsey.
Okay. Danny, I'm with you. Troy, have I told you I loved you lately? Because if I haven't, I do. The one thing I'll say is, at the end of last year, there was a window of about 2 or 3 months, and man, I hate to misstate this, but my memory tells me it was like 30 skid steers were stolen out of West Volusia in a matter of like a 3-month window, and it blew my mind. And it's a Bobcat, and the same thing with these landscapers. You know, they have these box trailers with their landscaping equipment in it, and I would think allowing these people to be able to park their skid steers on their trailers at their house, as opposed to having to leave them at a job site because they're prohibited from taking them home. Same with the landscapers and their trailers. I've heard countless stories of landscapers having their trailers broken into and all their equipment stolen, skid steers being taken. I really am in favor of Danny's proposal, if for no other reason, just to let these people have the added security instead of having to leave their equipment on the side at a job site where they're prone to being stolen. Let them take it home every night. Let them park it in their driveway. Let their German Shepherd out front keep an eye on it overnight, or in the backyard. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to, well, an acre. I mean, skid steers are small and the trailers are small, and I would see about, I'd like to see maybe a limit of 1 tractor trailer truck. I mean, if that's your bread and butter and that's how you support your family, it'd be nice to be able to keep it at home. I think the picture that Clay brought with all the stuff in the front yard is probably more of an extreme example, but I think 1 tractor trailer truck should be okay. I think RVs should be allowed. We have a lot of retirees down here, and I'm sure they want to be able to park their RVs at their home where they could keep it plugged in, keep the batteries charged, clean it up. And, well, in the driveway. I mean, that's what driveways are for. What's that? Sure. But just the safety of construction equipment, I think, should be an added concern that we need to think about. So I'm in favor of being able to park stuff like that in your front yard. Thanks.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I think I like the idea of being able to have people be able to work, but at one point we were thinking about moving into a quiet place in the country, and I was looking at the average size of properties, 1 1/4 to 1.5 acre lots, and changing it to that would mean that this construction equipment or big rigs or whatever you want to call would be parked in that, and I thought I probably wouldn't like that. However, a larger lot parked appropriately, I could live with. And I like the RV thing too. I think that's a separate issue though, to be honest, with the equipment. And to help Mr. Robbins out, he had one of his skid steers stolen. So to be able to park that, your equipment on your property to keep an eye on it, I like the idea. I really do. And I want to keep people working. But I don't know if I like the 1 acre. 1 acre is really not a lot, But anyways, I might be, I think I could be swayed with a little bit larger as well. Thank you.
Vice Chair Robbins.
And thank you, guys. And I can appreciate that. But when you compare a rural 1 acre, I think I live on like 1.8. I mean, I got a 40 by 60 shop. I got a 2,400 square foot house. I got a huge yard, a whole bunch of stuff. But, you know, acres bigger than you think. But in a rural setting, if you drive down Pioneer, if you drive down any of these dirt roads, Cucumber Lane, Old Samsula Drive, if you drive through actual rural transitional areas, this stuff's already, you know, a lot of it's there. But that's what I'm saying is either we get it off the books, if we're not, you know, but also add the protections to Ormond by the Sea and Bethune Beach, because those are really the only two unincorporated areas that this would really affect or have an effect on the appearance of the neighborhood. But we also have to remember too, we have processes for enforcement on this stuff already, right? If you don't want to hear the bebopping, people call the police for a noise ordinance. They call the sheriff's office. There's noise ordinances for that, right? All that stuff can be handled. There's parking ordinances. And there's a process to deal with that on the enforcement action. I'm not going to be ashamed or shamed into lifting some of these restrictions and allowing or expanding our people to put food on the table. You know, I hear this complaint a lot. It's actually one of the most, along with why code enforcement is on my property. But at the end of the day, we can't have it both ways. And often, too, politically, we try to have it both ways. And it happens every day. And I think that's very important. We're not going to have a perfect picture, but times change. And we have to adapt to the climate, too, that we're facing. We complain about a lot. Our economy is all over the place. And to do anything, there would be so many people that I know for a fact that this would absolutely rock the world in a positive fashion. And it doesn't apply to these to the cities. It wouldn't apply at a 1 acre minimum to Bethune Beach and to Ormond by the Sea. So I'm still at 1 acre. 1 acre is big. There's a lot that can be done, and we can't have it both ways.
Councilman Kent. Thank you, Chairman. So just a couple of things. So, you know, I've heard, what's wrong with an RV in your front yard? You know, not everybody buys a Class A. That's, a $1.8 million, beautiful RV. In fact, I would say most of the RVs is what Cousin Eddie would show up with and tell Clark, don't go getting attached to it. We're taking it with us when we leave here next month. Okay? And the boats, if you've got a 65-foot boat, you've got between $7 and $9 million in that boat, and it's probably not on a trailer. It's probably down at Ponce Inlet, and you're probably spending for a boat to be stored on the water more than 90% of what Volusia County residents pay in their mortgage and their rent every month. So, I just want us to be clear on what this would look like. This, in my opinion, does not, and that's what's great about this, is we have differing opinions. This doesn't enhance Volusia County. This is a nightmare for Volusia County, in my opinion. I'm still with the 3 acres. And Clay, will you come back up and go back to that first picture? Because Mr. Dempsey asked a question, and this is your department. You live this and deal with this every week. The question sort of, from what I remember from Mr. Dempsey was, these pictures, this is probably like a rare occurrence. Is this a rare occurrence, or is this something that is pretty common when you see stuff like this?
Yeah, this is a large percentage of our complaints, in that we have complaints about trailers, RVs. Some of these you're seeing are repeat offenders. These are folks that habitual and going forward with us.
Right.
And that is a 1 acre lot that the tree one is parked at. That's over near Stone Island.
Right. And, another thing we're not even talking about here, but, I think about that weekend warrior who's putting that 1955 Chevy back together. And it's in their driveway. And it's been there since 1957. and it's on blocks with no wheels, and it's got 18 different colors on it, and 17 of them are different shades of rust. And you got to look at that every day. And then you have the guy who I met when I was knocking door to door at Ormond by the Sea, who builds his own airplanes. True story. In his garage. And you can't see it because he shuts the garage. What a good neighbor. But he actually builds airplanes. And they're not 17 different shades of rust. And, this is going to open up a Pandora's box. And I'm still sticking with the 3 acres. I'm appreciative that Ormond by the Sea is out of the conversation. And I think I heard Wilbur by the Sea is out of the conversation. Was that right, Wilbur by the Sea? Bethune Beach, sorry. So I'm pleased about that, but because of everything I just mentioned, I can't support this with good conscience. 3 acre minimum.
Thank you. I still don't think we have a motion on the table, but I'm with you on 1 acre. And I'm surprised that RVs are included here. I think if somebody buys an RV, they should be able to park it in their driveway.
Chairman, I can make a motion.
And, okay, in just a second. And I think if somebody has a boat, especially in Ormond by the Sea or Wilbur by the Sea, they ought to be able to park their boat on their property. I think it's a liberty issue. So I'm good with the 1 acre. If you, this includes RVs, huh? What we're talking about.
We didn't identify that as part of this discussion because the focus was on commercial properties and commercial vehicles and residential areas. So if y'all want to open it up so that RVs and boats can be parked in the front, you can include it in your direction tonight. We can bring back the ordinance that changes it.
So right now RVs are okay?
No. No, there's a separate restriction in regards to RVs and those types of vehicles. So we would, if that's something else that you want to add to this, we can, as part of your motion, just tell us what you want us to change in 72-287, and if there's a specific size restriction, we'll tie it to the appropriate zoning classifications.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Trying to find compromise. I can see where small business owners that operate some of the stuff, some comments that have been made where there's some relief, whether it's personal or business operated. But also, I think we have to weigh the fact of the citizens that don't like it, right? Because he just said it's his #1 complaint. And it's not people calling complaining because they can't park it. It's people calling complaining because there's too much of it, or it's just, out of control. I think 1 acre is still too small, but in trying to find compromise, I don't know, Danny, if you're willing to go there, but I think I could live with this and trying to compromise, go down to 1.5 acres, no front yard at all, and no more than two of this type of vehicle parked in the property. I think that's a compromise, keeps it behind the property and opens up to at least 1.5 acres, which gives a little bit more buffer. 1 acre is still too small for me, but I'm just letting you know what I think I can compromise down from where I was.
Vice Chair Robbins.
And Mr. Santiago, I appreciate that. And I have a compromise to your compromise. David.
You.
Okay.
Was it funny?
No. Listen, I'm at the 1 acre. We have checks and balances with the noise and parking and all that stuff ordinances, so that's a non-issue. How about this? Must be licensed to address any of the concerns where there's too many or a vehicle that has 15 different fender colors on it. Okay. Then we have two equipment minimum. The front or the backyard, you know, one versus the other, the appearance, if they're registered, most likely, in my opinion, they'd probably be in decent shape, you know, aesthetically and whatnot. But so 1 acre, 2 equipment minimum must be registered, or excuse me, licensed. And that includes, you know, allowing RVs and a boat, you know, in with that.
Did you say 2 minimum or 2 maximum?
I'm sorry. You're correct.
Okay.
Maximum. And I think that combined with the noise ordinances and enforcement actions that we have in place, I don't think we're going to see much of a difference here.
Did you say front or back? That's what I'm sure you stay in.
Yep. Front or back.
Okay. Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, I made a comment out of turn here, but I want to go on the record that number one, I like the licensing. The question I asked, not on the microphone, is what difference do the color of the fenders make? If it's licensed, it's licensed. But we already allow people to put things in their backyard fenced. I don't think we should further restrict that. The other thing is, people bought places knowing what the rules were, and here we are kind of changing the rules. So I want to be very careful how we do this. You know, I've been to places that have 1, 1.5, 2 acre plots, and they have a lot of vehicles in their backyard that sometimes you can see, but usually not. The house is in the way or something, but they're in rural areas, so they're not fenced in as us city dwellers would know it. And they're not eyesores. They're not. Landscape companies with 3 or 4 trailers and 1 or 2 pickup trucks back there in good working order. You see them coming and going every day. They got chipped driveways. It's not a trashy place. And on the other hand, you got people that have a salvage place in their backyard, and it looks like a junkyard. So, you know, I think what we're trying to do is prevent the junkyard, but allow people to operate where they have the space to operate. And I'm sure staff can get us there, to allow people to do that without ending up with the junkyard look. And believe me, I drive down Airport and then down Pioneer to get here, and there's all sorts of people that do this, and Councilman Robbins is right. There's people that are doing this, and never once did I look twice and go, well, that's ugly. You know, so I think we can get there, but let's not allow things to start to gather in people's front or backyards to the point where it's an eyesore, and we've written a regulation that allows it. That's all I want out of this.
Okay, maybe you're going to solve the dilemma, Danny Robbins. We have really 2 competing ideas now. I'll let you speak in just a minute. So somebody's going to have to make a motion on 1 acre, 3 acre, and all the things that go with it. Clay Irvin.
I just want to clarify that we currently have in the code that if you're parking your vehicle in the front, it has to be registered, licensed, and operational.
Okay.
So you cannot have a junk car in the front yard at all right now.
So we don't need to add that.
And all of this is complaint driven, so that's why you may see it in some areas where the neighbors have no problem with it, in other areas where we definitely hear about it.
You don't have a max, 2 max in the code already? Okay.
In regards to these types of vehicles, no, because they're not.
So we'd have to deal with that. And, okay. Councilman Kent.
Yeah, I would just say, you know, I talked about that 65-foot boat, but many of the boats that I see in the front yard, I talked to the RVs, you know, coming from Christmas vacation, but most of the boats I see, I just want to remind this council, look like the SS Minnow. And, you know, you got that weekend warrior who's constantly working on the thing that hasn't been in water in we don't know how many years. So with that, I will make a motion, and I'll bend here because I was going to say, you know, we'll keep everything the way it is, but I'll make a motion to go with a minimum of 3 acres. And with that, you can have 2 of these vehicles over the allotted weight, and they've got to be on the side of the house or the back of the house.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Your motion is 3 acres, 2 minimum, side of the house or back of the house. And Vice Chair Robbins was trying to interrupt me. Are you saying you already had a motion?
I could have sworn I had a motion on the floor for, or I said my motion was going to be, my proposal, 1 acre, the 2 pieces of equipment over that poundage threshold, and must be licensed on 1 acre.
Okay, I didn't understand that was a motion, and was there a second? Did anybody second that?
I maybe just made the recommendation. I apologize.
I heard it as a recommendation, but, so we have a motion for 3 acres, 2 minimum, side or backyards. Any reference of RVs in that?
No.
You don't want RVs?
Well, I mean, they can be in the backyard, and they can be in the side yard on those size properties.
Okay, well then
but not in the front yard.
You are included. Well, this has everything in the side yard or backyard.
Yeah, I'll leave the RVs and boats out of this because this wasn't with that. That wasn't what staff was talking about. I'll keep it cleaner that way, and
okay,
we'll deal with that separately.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. 3 acres, 2 minimum, side or backyards for these tractor trailers, commercial.
Just to clarify, we're talking about 2 commercial vehicles maximum, right?
Yes.
Okay, not minimum. Okay.
You went away? We really needed to hear from you. Okay. Vice Chair Robbins.
I had a separate motion.
Okay, you had a separate motion. We're going to have, we've got a motion and a second on the floor, so we're going to have to deal with that. If there's no other comments about it or question, the motion on the floor is 3 acres minimum, so above, 2 max vehicles, and in the side or rear yards. Correctly stated? Okay. Now, Don Dempsey.
No, I want to know, Troy, if we could just amend that to include RVs and boats, because.
Well, I'm okay with us chatting about that after this. We could bring that up. I just don't want to muddy the waters with that, because I'll tell you, I would be okay with minimum of 3 acres and having an RV or boat on the side or the back. I think 3 acres is enough property that it's not that eyesore for all those neighbors, whereas an Ormond by the Sea would be an eyesore.
Right, okay.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So we won't muddy the waters, there is a separate ordinance already about RVs, and we can talk about that separately to keep that clean. So there is a separate one. Yeah, it's only 10:30. It doesn't have to be tonight. It doesn't have to be tonight.
Okay, Vice Chair Robbins.
Am I allowed to make a statement, Chair?
Pardon me?
I said, am I allowed to make a statement, or is it too late? I got another bite.
No, go ahead. Make a statement. We haven't.
I just want to try to understand this. You know, multiple people up here said we talked about liberty and freedom when it came to walking dogs on the beach. But yet, when we talked to you about liberty and freedom, that wasn't a shot, because multiple people said it, Mr. Kent. But
no shots.
But we associate that. And it's crazy to me when we talk about liberty and freedom. you know, and so many things that, you know, 1 acre isn't enough, you know, and registration isn't enough, in making sure, you know, you limit the equipment, you know, front or back, but that's all. I'm just trying to process this all.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is 3 acres to maximum side yard, backyard, and we're talking about equipment and...
I believe you have a public participation slip for this item too.
I didn't understand that. Say that again?
I think you have a public
We do.
participation slip.
I just want to make sure what we're debating on, or voting on. Does this also include cabs for tractor trailers? Okay.
You went by,
Okay.
you went by weight, yep.
All right, and we have one member of the public who wants to speak before we vote. Your name's still up. John Nicholson, still awake.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I grew up in unincorporated Miami, all right? Lived in the housing development area, 1/3 of an acre lots. But 8 houses away was a chicken farm. And going the other direction was a dairy. Eventually, the 5 acres moved in, then the 1 acres moved in. Those were not cheap, all right? In today, I would imagine in your unincorporated area, there are homes out there that are $500,000, $1 million, $2 million homes. I think, are there any acre or 5 acre areas near you, Jeff?
It's all 10.
All 10?
I can't answer you.
Okay, so if you did this in a 10 acre, then it wouldn't matter, because you wouldn't see it, all right? But a 1 acre, I'm visualizing across Miller Drive, those homes that were today about a $3 million home, if you look at that and you see a tractor trailer or 2 or 3 lawn maintenance facilities, it would devalue the neighborhood. And that's what I'm seeing here. When people pay, and you're in a nice neighborhood, and there are nice neighborhoods out there, when you start putting in commercial properties in a residential neighborhood in which there is money, what does that do to the neighborhood? That's what I'm worried about. Whether it's on the side yard, backyard, or whatever, once you start bringing in the commercial vehicles, it's not the same as a $500,000 boat or a $1 million RV. There's something different about that. So I'm asking you to think about that when you do this, because it's not in just, let's say, lower end neighborhoods. It'll go into any neighborhood that's an acre or 3 acres or more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matt Reinhardt.
Just a quick question to clarify this. The 2 pieces of equipment that we're talking about, is that the truck and the trailer?
It goes by weight.
It goes by weight?
Correct.
Okay, all right, and you probably already answered that.
Over 12,500.
Okay.
I don't know that answer. Here comes the
It would be each individually licensed and registered vehicle over 10,000 pounds. Yes.
13. Okay, the motion 3 acres to minimum site was from Troy Kent. I seconded. And you seconded, okay. Second by Santiago. I have no idea where this is going, so would you please call the vote?
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Johansson?
No.
Mr. Brower?
No.
4 to 3.
So the vote is, it passes.
4 to 3.
You screwed up.
Can I say something?
Okay, can you say something? Yes, a comment about the vote?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, my proposal is going to be the same exact thing as Mr. Kent's, but just with 1 acre. You know, because 1 acre is big.
Okay, what
Direction, we will come back, we will pair it up to also our zoning ordinances, so that way it can be easily translated so that people can see it, because again, we'll work through that and bring it back to you.
and then we get to vote on it again.
Yes, sir.
You know, since we're talking direction to staff, what's going to be important to me is, I think comments were made that this is one of the, I don't want to put words into anybody's mouth, but this is one of the highest complaints that we get. So I'm
Yes,
going to
sir.
ask, if we're getting data, I'd like to know how many complaints we receive. Give me some analysis on that.
Yes, sir.
You just lit up the screen with that.
And also to, thank you, Chair, and also to the data on how many 3 acre lots there are, 3 and 4 acre, I mean, because they're non-conforming. That's why I went with 1, because of the transitional agricultural and rural designations.
That's where we were looking at, is that one of the communications Carol and I were having is that if you look at our rural, they go from 1, 2.5, 5, and 10. So we're going to look through that. So we may come back with the 2.5 being an easier breaking point. But
can we get the numbers, Mr. Urban, for 2.5 and 1 acres that's available? Because ultimate goal, I think, of this and the council is to open it up, but control it, keep our thumbs on it, and protect the right areas. So if we can see the numbers for both 1 and 2.5, I think we can get somewhere.
Yes, sir.
I think there's a place to land here, guys.
Councilman Don Dempsey.
No, you just actually still, because the most prevalent lot sizes are 1 acre, 2.5, 5, right? So 3 is kind of an odd.
Well, I mean, by parcels, we have probably more smaller parcels in the county, because it's not just Norman by the Sea, it's not just Bethune Beach, it's also the areas between Holly Hill and Norman Beach, it's also the Derbyshire area, it's over here in Spring Hill, it's also DeLeon Springs, it's portions of unincorporated surrounding Deltona in the area of like Enterprise and Osteen, where we have some of these smaller lots as well. So there's a broad spread of the lots that are sub 1 acre throughout the county.
Right, but I didn't, but the next most common would be 2.5 versus 3.
We'll be able to get you that information.
Okay, thanks. Then we can change it when we vote on the actual ordinance.
I can do anything you want, you're the council.
Here we go. What's next on your list?
That was the easy one. Let's go, no, here's.
That was the easy one?
No. The next item is pertaining to shipping containers. One of the items that the chair brought up at the last meeting was the concern that we have prohibition of use of shipping containers as accessory structures. Again, this came out of a complaint that we received several years ago, because these were being utilized for basically side yard storage for some of the single-family residential areas. And again, the concern came that these were being utilized for those purposes. The image right here is actually at a restaurant, Tailgaters, down in Edgewater. They were cited because they could not utilize that. They instead have come forward with a storage. But the concern was that these are viable options for commercial and industrial uses to be able to potentially use them for storage and make it easier. So therefore, we're bringing forward a request. Do you want us to amend the code? What staff is recommending is that you make it a conditional use. Conditional use is a site approval by staff based on data that they provide that shows where it's going to be located. Again, the primary thing is, could it be located behind the building or otherwise screened from a public right-of-way, utilizing fencing or landscaping? And if that's the way you would like us to do it, we can go in and make those changes. We don't necessarily see this as something that would be viable in some of your residential. It's currently allowed in agricultural uses as long as it's tied to the bona fide agricultural use. So if you have feed on your site for your cattle, or if you've got hay and you want to store them in that, or if you're shipping fern, you can have the shipping containers on there because it's tied to your business. What we're just concerned about is folks is taking them out there and using them for storage of other things associated with that. But again, this is your final decision. If whatever direction you tell us to do tonight, we will follow through. We feel that if we are able to, again, utilize the conditional use, it will be a situation where business owners would be able to have them on their site, be able to utilize them, and just as long as they're screened from view, we feel it's an appropriate way to do so, and it would be a staff approval, wouldn't have to go through any public hearings.
Okay, thank you. Questions on shipping containers, Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's going to shock everybody that I have a question about this. Clay, do we allow these for homes, these container homes? I think you said yes.
Let me be very blunt. You can't just put a container down.
I get it.
But what it is you have to use that material as the construction. You would still have to meet the Florida building code. So there would have to be modification of it to meet the efficiency requirements, the structural requirements, the wind loading. So do we allow a shipping container as a home? No. Can it be used and transformed into a single family home as long as you have an engineer or architect showing compliance with the Florida building code?
All right. Does any of that Florida building code control the aesthetics, the outside kind of corrugated look?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah. So just so I understand it, so we'll allow that aesthetically for a home, but we won't allow it aesthetically for anything else in a rural, like for instance, same thing, an RR or having it in the front of your front yard or side yard, anything like that. We don't allow them for that unless you're agricultural, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I got for now.
Councilman Santiago.
Clay, can a conditional use be revoked at any time? Or what are the parameters to revoke one?
No, the conditional use is basically saying it's a use, it's okay, but here are the conditions, and you have to get verification from staff that you're going to comply with that.
Can an ordinance change revoke a conditional use if an ordinance was presented and approved that didn't allow that anymore?
What you would probably have to deal with is a grandfathering, and so what you would do is therefore, let's say tonight you approve it, 2 years later you decide to deny it. What would happen is those that were approved under the ordinance in place would be allowed to remain until they were either removed or destroyed.
And if we pass, if we gave guidance today for you to prepare this, this will be a tool to utilize for you all to better manage this?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve for staff to move forward to prepare an ordinance for us to approve in the future for this item.
What options?
I don't think.
Like what they have here?
Well, I think the conditional use is where I was going, sorry. I trust staff enough to do the job professionally. I don't want to create bureaucracy where it comes before us for voting. And that's the path I wanted to go.
Okay.
But for them to give us the parameters on it.
Just to clarify, staff, it must be located behind the front side of the principal structure on the site that cannot be visible from public right-of-way unless it's screened by a fence or landscaping that provides 6 feet in height as measured from the adjacent grade. It will only be used for storage. It cannot be occupied as a business. Unfortunately, this PowerPoint got screwed up. The container shall be used only for storage. It cannot be occupied or as a business or residence. And there should not be electricity, water, or sanitary sewer attached or otherwise run to the container. That was mainly just to keep it from being habitable. There was a question about the electricity. We see electricity could, as long as it's permitted and gone through and gotten a proper electric permit to show compliance with the Florida building code, we could live with that. Okay. Those are basically the 5 conditions that staff looked at it and said could be something that would help us implement this easier.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor for debate. Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. My motion was going to be allow it by right for industrial, commercial, residential on 1 acre and up, and for special exceptions. Usually special exceptions, you'll see dog kennels and other things. And I know some of this can also be used for the storage of some of that equipment or items with some of those on the special exception list. Also, I know out by me, there was a feed store where they were getting a real hard time in years past for having a shipping container, but it was okay to have a tractor and trailer. When 2 miles up the road, as a crow flies, another competing store had these Connex boxes as well, but yet this individual was limited by a special exception that, because it wasn't a condition, he wasn't allowed to have it. I would like to see special exceptions have this by right as well, or part of their availability to their plan. Does that make sense, Clay? I know the wheels are turning. No?
I don't understand it either. When you mean by right and then you say special exception, it's contradictory.
Let me just clarify real quick. The issue I know what you're talking about is at Taylor and Mocha Farms Road, and that's dealing with the feed store there.
Right.
That was not a special exception. That was an existing non-conforming use that was allowed to continue. And you got to remember, the way our code is written, it's what you see is what you get. So at the time it was allowed, it was all that it was allowed to have.
Okay.
And so that's why they were not allowed to have the use of the Connex boxes. And, there are businesses out there that are using these boxes without permission. It's just whether or not we get a code complaint, because again, we are a complaint-driven situation. So there may be businesses out there that are currently using these, and we just have not received a complaint.
Understood. So my motion, I'll stand corrected, Clay, thank you, and I apologize. By right for industrial, commercial, and residential on 1 acre and up.
We already have a motion on the floor and a second. Motion was by Santiago and is second by Matt Reinhardt. So,
Question, Mr. Chair?
you can ask a question.
The residential piece throws me for a curveball. And I think that should be probably dealt with separately. The commercial piece, that's why I feel comfortable with it for staff dealing with it on a conditional use or a special exception. What does by right mean? I just want to make sure I understand it.
Let me clarify.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
There's by right, which means you meet the code, you're all done. Conditional use means that you meet the code, but there's additional requirements for it, and it's a staff approval only, no public hearing, nothing like that. Go forth and do it. Then special exceptions require public hearings in front of both the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and the County Council. And so the conditional use adds these 5 things, but it allows staff to approve them based on the 5 conditions we just identified.
Can I ask you a follow-up question to that, Mr. Chair? If we did by right, when you come back with the ordinance for us to approve, couldn't you in that ordinance put the parameters how to do it by right?
No, that's why we have the conditional use. If it's by right, you just meet the zoning requirements and the land development requirements. These are additional standards that we're utilizing for the location and how you screen it.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out if we can not stretch, but have it in the land development code or those parameters in there that dictate what they have to do. You follow where I'm going?
Those would be in the zoning ordinance. It would say as conditional use container box as storage for commercial and industrial, and it would have those 5 conditions.
As long as they check those 5 boxes, then they're good.
Yep. No.
I was trying to figure out if we could just put it in the ordinance.
Right, and the only reason I brought that up, Dave, is because we've had multiple people come in front of us, whether it's for dog kennels or other special exceptions, where they met the criteria.
I know.
We asked them to go through all these hoops, and so I'm analyzing the council and our past actions and trying to eliminate that and eliminate the time burning and the waste of overall time, because we're just going to deny it anybody if anybody objects. So my strategy.
I know where you're going, and I feel your pain, but I think
the double standards.
But I think under this parameter, it will not come to us. I want to make sure. I know where you're going. Clay, if we did the 5 options that you said there, it's purely staff managed. It will not come to us.
Yes. We've done
under that option, it won't come back to us at all. I know where you're going. I remember the dog kennel thing. They checked all the boxes. I get it.
This is not a public hearing. There's no public notifications. There's no posting of the property. It's basically you come in and say, I want to put it over here on my property. Here's where I'm going to put my 6-foot fence. it meets these criteria, staff has to issue the permit.
I think the criteria are reasonable.
So are you amending your motion?
No,
Okay.
I think it works.
Okay. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Irvin, I just wanted to tell you, I think that you did a great job with the options there to try to make this work. And I just wanted to tell council, you know, what a great place to store your skid steers or your small boat, you know, so it's out of the view, or your pop-up camper, you know, something. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Councilman Johansson.
I would like to also comment that let's not institute a permit for this that we then have to bring up on a list of permits to get rid of.
Okay. All right. I don't see any more comments. We lost Don. So the motion on the floor is to allow shipping containers in commercial and industrial areas must be located behind the front side of the principal structure of the site. All right, all in favor, hold on one second.
Just say yay.
Okay. Is for the shipping containers in industrial and commercial. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank God. Do you have one more? Okay.
Chairman, I have a quick question, if I may. If you'd be
Yes,
so gracious.
Vice Chair Robbins.
And I don't want to get clocked by council here, but can we maybe get some nods? Can we open this up to, you know, this is our way of life out in rural Volusia County on 1 acre and above. I'll stress that. It's a way of life. We use this stuff. They have an application. They save money. We don't have to build a garage. They have the same aesthetics as a home if we choose to build it out of there. Can we talk about, or is there support to talk about this serious, to allow these on residential properties, 1 acre and above?
Mr. Chair, I'll chime in with my opinion. I'm okay with that,
Okay.
to discuss it as individual, to bring forward, because you're right.
I don't want to
think
be
the
chasing a
question-
windmill, you know.
The question you asked was the perfect one. Can we build a residential home without changing the aesthetics of this? If we can do that, then we should permit it in, as a, I'll call it a shed or storage. So
Correct.
I think your questions were on point, and I'd be okay with it.
Excellent.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Clay, can I bug you for a minute with respect to that? Because that was a good, I'm glad you brought that up with respect to the home. When you talked about as long as it met the building code, and the building code did not address anything aesthetically, and you said correct. The building code will say windows.
Yes.
The building code will say a door. The building code will, you know what I'm saying? So that actually does change the aesthetics or the appearance of that structure to some degree.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Changes it from a container to an actual.
Exactly,
building.
and it looks a lot different from your, no, it's still a Connex box, but it does add some aesthetics to it with respect to a window and a door, or windows, because I think building code would require more than one, and you have to, and I'm not sure if it asks for a second egress or not. So
Yes,
you may
sir.
have to have two doors,
Yeah, you would have to have egress that would be required both front and back.
front and back and windows, so that would change the appearance and aesthetics of the shipping container to look more like a home. Okay, thank you.
Okay. No, that's all right. Item 9. Two appointments to the Housing Finance Authority. We need a motion, adoption of a resolution for one appointment for a 4-year term expiring October 15th, 2027, and one appointment for the remainder of a 4-year term expiring October 15th, 2025. Is there a motion?
These are the two individuals that are here?
Correct. There's only two. One is an incumbent and one is a new applicant.
I'll nominate Arthur Kowitz.
Cowitz.
Cowitz.
That was my nomination.
Oh, was it? I'm sorry.
But no, go ahead, as long as he got nominated.
And I also like to confirm that you're appointing him for the term that expires in 2027.
Okay.
Okay. Is there another nomination?
Do I have to make two?
Yeah, you're doing good.
Oh, then I'll nominate Terry Cideron.
Okay, we have two nominations, Arthur Cowitz and Terry, I'm not looking at the name, what's the name?
Terry Cideron.
Terry's good? All right. And you have them slotted for the proper years?
Correct. Arthur would, his term would end in 2027, and Terry's term would end in 2025. And
Comments, debates, question, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Who is
Any
the
opposed?
second?
Oh,
The
Troy
second?
Kent.
Troy Kent. And there's 6 of us here. The vote is 6-0. Item 10, reappointment of Susan Elliott to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority, and that's the nomination for the chair. I make that nomination to reappoint Susan Elliott.
Since you can't make a motion, Chair, I'll make them, or David can make the motion.
Nomination, it's not really an appointment, but go ahead. It's just a nomination.
Make the motion.
Move to appoint.
And I'll second.
Okay, Santiago makes the motion, Troy Kent makes the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And motion carries 7-0. Item 11 is District 2 Chair and District 3 appointments to the Code Enforcement Board.
I'll make the nomination of Jamie Gallegos for District 2.
Okay, Jamie is nominated by Matt Reinhardt and seconded by Troy Kent. Any other nominations?
I have, I'd like to nominate Gary Brulette for District 3.
Is it Brulette?
Brulette, I think it's French.
By Danny Robbins, second by Santiago.
Mr. Robbins, I would like to note that that would be on him passing, contingent on him passing the good standing check.
It's not on your agenda.
Correct.
Right.
Those were there were 2 individuals that I emailed you, I believe it was Friday, that had not yet passed their good standing check, but I did want you to be aware of them.
Then I'd like to hold off, Chair, respectfully until it passes.
And the chair's going to hold off on his as well for the same reason. It's not passed the check. Yeah, so we have one nominee.
Jamie Gallegos.
Yes, by District 2. Matt, there's Danny Robbins. Your name is off. Okay. Jamie. Last name? Gallagher? Gallegos. All in favor of Jamie, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I think that's how you pronounce it.
Okay, and that motion, nomination carries 7-0. And do we have, that concludes all of the items at 10:55. Moves us to public participation. Do you have any requests? We have no requests, which takes us to closing remarks by the county manager. And I'm going to listen to you from the back room.
Yes, sir. Couple of good news items. Start off here. I always like it, we get some awards. I know, Mike over here has been batting 1,000. Our Purchasing and Contracts Division has just received the 2023 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award from the National Procurement Institute. This is the 16th time that the division has won this, including 10 years in a row. The county is one of 45 counties nationwide to receive the recognition. And of course, the team led by Pam Wilski and our Purchasing and Contracts Division, they're tasked with maximizing the purchasing value of public funds and providing safeguards for maintaining a procurement system of quality and integrity. They do a great job. Next, I'd like to report on the success of our Regrow the Loop program. We are at the 6-month point of that program. I'm happy to report our team has partnered with many local nonprofits and other organizations to make this program successful. We've provided 6 educational activities attended by 277 residents. We've had 168 residents who've signed the Citizens Pledge to commit to 2,364 environmentally friendly actions as they collectively plan to adopt and protect the loop. Our efforts through social media have reached over 150,000 people. And this last weekend was our first tree giveaway for 98 residents that completed the pledge and attended our workshop where they received a 3-gallon native tree for planting. Over 60 of these trees will be planted along the loop. So there's more activities. There's 8 activities scheduled over the next 3 months to come for people who want to continue to get involved. They can visit our website at volusia.org, Regrow the Loop, for more information. Then a little bit of housekeeping here. We had mentioned last time about the state of the county. There's been the desire to move it to the west side. We did go out and look at the 2 places that we could at least approximately hold the event. It does appear, because of scheduling and size, that the center in Daytona would be the pick, and they do have one date that fits in the general time frame for us. It's on hold for February 14th, and we'll confirm that if the council approves that. So I will need that direction. February 14th for the, it could be a loving day that day, so.
Okay.
But I just need, I need, if
Move to approve.
Thank you.
That was quick.
Go ahead, Don.
Second, Johansson.
All right, there he goes.
Second.
Okay.
Southwest.
We're losing control here. Who made the motion? David Santiago. Who made the second?
Johansson.
Dick Johansson. And the vote was, all in favor, say aye.
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 7-0.
Okay, that's what that concludes my comments.
Okay. Mr. County Attorney.
Yes, just briefly, at the next council meeting, we'll need to bring forward, I know the chair and I have discussed it, bring forward kind of an update to you on Sunrail and the status of negotiations and some general issues that we are facing to get your direction. Thank you.
Okay. For council, today's rotation is Troy Kent goes first.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of items. George, thank you for those updates and for referring to Mike as batting 1,000 Dyer. I appreciate that. As far as Regrow the Loop, Council, Saturday I was there at the Ormond Beach Environmental Discovery Center helping to hand out the 100 trees for the participants that received those trees because of their active participation in Regrow the Loop. I have heard nothing but positives about this program, and thank you, Council, for the support with it. Chairman, something for you to maybe just mull over, because we don't meet for 3 weeks, it looks like. We've got a few weeks off here. My hope, it's just a hope, thinking out loud, anytime there's a public hearing, my hope is that we have our questions, we hear from the public, then we go to debate. Sometimes the public says things that help me a little more in the beginning, so just maybe something to think about there. Council, Saturday, November 4th, 9 a.m., we have the ribbon cutting for the dog-friendly section on our beach. Come celebrate our four-legged friends and our family members. Saturday, November 4th, 9 a.m. Yeah, right around the corner. Before we meet again. It's going to be before we meet again. So 9 a.m., park at the Andy Romano Beachfront Park. Come on down the Millsap Approach. Bring your dog leashed, and would love to see everybody there. It's going to be great. And then my last piece, I just want to welcome into this world my daughter Gabby and her wonderful husband Tim. Just welcomed their second child on Friday evening at 5:25 p.m. They welcomed a 7-pound, 12-ounce, very healthy, beautiful baby boy. Mom is doing great. So welcome to the world, baby Truett Lane Redamosa. Have a nice night.
Don, are you bringing your dog? Are you bringing your dog to the ribbon? Okay. Let me ask the county attorney a question based on what Troy just said, because I actually thought that tonight as I was listening, and it would have been helpful. I believe what you said is the presentation, we ask questions of staff, and then we allow the public to speak, and then we form our debate. Do we need a formal motion?
No, not at all. I mean, I think,
That's
what
a
you're
good
doing
idea.
is compliant with the Sunshine Law because you're required to have public input before vote. But I have seen, governing bodies often will do that, and the idea being that you'd have the benefit of the public input before we vote beforehand.
Okay, very good. It's done. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. First off, Mr. Kent, I'm sorry I couldn't make it to that. We got some family issues going on, so, but I heard it was a great success. I watched it on social media, so great job. Some other things real quick. I guess it's okay to talk about, Mr. Rechtenwald. We are working on a project with respect to the emergency phones in our parks.
Yes.
Okay, and because we didn't have the opportunity, it was something I've been discussing with George, and I know that we've got a plan, we're going forward with that. We wanted to do it, my idea was, as I said in a previous council meeting, we're in the middle of rebuilding a lot of these parks anyway, so maybe we can take some steps to make them even better. We all talk about kid safety, family safety, being our background with law enforcement, we wanted that more so. The cameras were brought up at that point too, but I think that can kind of coincide with what Vice Chair Robbins wanted to do. So we are getting close to that, so I thank you, George, for that. I appreciate that. Another thing that we have discussed, we kind of put the whole farm thing on the back burner because of staffing issues that we've had at the jail. So therefore, we'll wait on that. But in the interim, we are at least I hope moving forward. We had a conversation with Dr. DeFries, who we saw out here, and we talked with him. We did a call. We're going to try and move forward with trying to obtain 2 greenhouses for the purpose of growing the sea oats and the mangroves to help out the Intercoast or the Indian River Lagoon, which I think will help. We're gonna grow the mangroves, yes. At corrections, on site at the jail. They already actually started that part of the process, I found out, which we kind of want to expand it. And it does take a while, as you know, to grow those, so I want to kind of help with that. It benefits not only Volusia, but obviously Brevard and wherever that water source goes. So if that helps clean it up, I'm all on board with that. The sea oat idea is that we grow it and then we teach the inmates how to plant it, especially as we're regrowing and redoing our dunes. So there are 3 projects right off the bat that we're doing, and then we can get going on some other issues, some other ideas.
No medical marijuana?
No, none of that. The last thing I wanted to talk about, I grew up in the West Side. I told you, I went to Enterprise Elementary. It was the only elementary school in the area. And then went to Deltona Junior High at the time. It's now called Deltona Middle. And up the street in Enterprise, Florida, is the Florida United Methodist Children's Home. And had a lot of good friends there. that had to live in that environment. These are kids without parents. And I know they've hit some controversial issues before. They are looking at a new branding to change that. They have hired some different people. Their big thing, their big ask right now is awareness to what they do out there. And I was afforded the opportunity for a tour. I know, Chair, that you toured it as well at one point. And what they're able to do out there, to me, is kind of coincides with what we want to do at the jail, too. They have a woodworking program for these kids. They have a farm. They have a greenhouse. They have things like that to help with them. They have a school where some kids go to the public school, some go to the other. My biggest thing, and I had a whole big thing to read, and I'm not going to go through all that. They have other programs outside of that are not just in relation to the kids that are that live there, that have some counseling programs for parents that are having issues that meet a certain financial financial issue with their with what they take in. But they are able to help out families outside of the home is what I was trying to get at. And the same thing, they have another program, In As Much Childhood Center, which is, it was unbelievable with what they were able to do. They're teaching these first graders algebra, which is phenomenal. So their big thing, like I said, is involvement and helping to mentor some of these kids. They had a graduation ceremony, and unfortunately only the people that work there attended. So these are kids without families. So I told us to make us aware, so we can, if you choose to do that, by all means. I can only imagine, by the grace of God, that we weren't in that situation. So that being said, that's all I have. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. And Mr. Robbins, you didn't have anything?
Oh, whoa.
It's been the Danny show the whole night.
No. Do you have something left?
Hey.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'm not out of gas yet. Couple things. I think today we made great progress through great conversation, and there was some compromise there, and I'm happy to see that. And all these are tough subjects. They're tough for a reason, is because they're meaningful, they're impactful, and they have to be talked about because they're major issues. But something I would like to get out of the habit of is after public comment in the meeting, is addressing some of the things that, depending on if it's the political hot topic or not, I just noticed some inconsistencies in what we're doing. And that's not per se you, David, but at the end of the day, it's happened quite several times. And some of this stuff could be for council comments. And I said that last time as well, and we voted on it. But also, too, we didn't have any today, but a lot of the times we have attorneys and architects, engineers that are on the clock at $200, $300, $400, $500, $700 for a land use attorney. Or if you're Don, $1,000 an hour sitting there. So at the end of the day, too, we had about an hour or so discussion that now other people, since it wasn't on the agenda, now we're cutting into there, and there's some unintended consequences as well. So I'd just like to bring awareness to that, and to keep on track with the agenda. And if it's something important like that, we can definitely talk about it at the end, because at the end of the day, nothing's going to happen instantly. But another thing is here, I've been here 3 years now. I had voted for this twice, and it was daytime meetings. I agreed to try it both times. We've done it for quite some time now. I'm just going based off my observations and kind of what we're seeing. And a perfect example, if people have an issue, they're going to be here day or night if it's important to them, and it's quite obvious. We have cell phones, computers, tablets, desk phones. The reason I'm bringing this up is I want to see some peak performance, efficiency, and effectiveness of this council, of this staff, and of the public. And the reason we did this was to open up doors for people. But after close to a year now, I'd like to see what the council, how the council feels, because I'm ready to make a motion to go back to daytime meetings. I don't see the difference in it in my experience here, and I think it's overdue. But other than that, I'd like to discuss that, and that's my motion, to go back to daytime meetings.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Robbins to go back to daytime only meetings, get rid of the night meetings. Is there a second? And the motion is not accepted for lack of a second. Okay. I'm sorry, Jake. Your name is up. You're done?
I was going to ask a question and debate, but it didn't carry a second, so I'll wait for my council comments.
Okay. David Santiago.
Thank you, Chair. Danny, go on your previous motion. I think it's still too early for me to tell, and I think that's probably the case with many of my colleagues. So I'm still willing to continue that endeavor to see where it goes. But I think to your earlier comments, you know, the motion I made earlier today, which I waited to public comments were over, I think were timely and needed because it gave, I can't use the word closure, but it gave some sense of better guidance for the public that was here regarding the fuel farm issue, right? I think the motion itself that passed unanimously, I think it's going to save this council time versus delay time, right? And I agree with you. Generally speaking, we should stay to the protocol. But I feel compelled to think that any council member with great explanation as to why they're going off protocol can go off protocol. And that's why we should have free discussion over it, right? And if someone tries to go off protocol and the council doesn't agree, then we say, let's move on. We'll deal with that another time. But I did weigh that because then I thought about your previous comments. But I said, you know what? This is going to be helpful for all of us to save time.
And I was just looking, I was just looking for some consistency.
I agree.
Because, you know, of the process and kind of habits that we've done. But I get it.
Yeah, and I wanted those people to leave here with that information to move forward. So
I get it. I just needed to know that if this is how we're going to do it going forward.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't be regular rule. I agree, 100%.
Well,
hopefully we don't have any more fuel farm issues. But that's why I went there. I didn't take it lightly, just so you know. Other than that, I don't have anything else. Have a good night, guys. Hey, I just learned Taco Bell's open till 1, so we can go a little longer.
Okay. Don Dempsey.
Well, guys, you've heard me whine and moan for the last 9.5 months about the west side and what we need. And when we did the goal-setting agenda, 10.5 months, is that right? Yeah, 4 quarts in the gallon, 3 feet in New York. Okay, 10. So the motocross facility's been moving along. As you recall, I've been pushing for this all along. It was number 1 on my goal-setting priority meeting that we had. I've been involved in the sport for 50 years. My oldest son, I raced all growing up until a few years back. My oldest son did, my youngest son does. There's a huge demand for a facility here in Volusia County. Thankfully, we were able to have a meeting with the Hunden Partners. It's a consulting group. Initially, I believe it was just set to be for a motocross feasibility study. And then David asked that we include BMX, and we also included baseball fields, soccer fields, and a lot of other football practice fields, stuff like that. And so they came down from Chicago. There was a tour done last week. They looked at several different locations, and as a result of that, I believe Tim Bailey, I talked to him this past week, and he basically has agreed that the initial site, which is I don't know if you guys had a chance to review the goal setting, or actually the feasibility study. It says Volusia County is interested in identifying the needs and available opportunities for developing a first-class motocross facility that attracts dirt bike racing competitions, as well as meeting the off-road sports needs of Volusia County residents. Volusia County owns 200 acres of undeveloped land directly adjacent to the existing RC airplane facility located in Port Orange. It's at the landfill. It's the southern location. Coincidentally, 23 years ago, I tried to get this in place when the county had a NIMBY program, when Frank Bruno was the chair back in the day. And I had some financial issues, some other things came up, and it just didn't quite pan out. But this has been a goal of mine for the last 25 years. There's literally no place to ride dirt bikes in this county. The places we used to go have been developed. Tanger Outlet, all these other Bikers Paradise, all these other open parcels of land have since been developed either commercially or through subdivisions. And we have more and more people moving down, and literally not one place in the county to take your family to go ride dirt bikes. So after this group came down, they basically approved the site. Again, this was the initial site. I talked to Tim Bailey. He said even after the tour, he still believes that is probably the best location. It's at the landfill. You know, it's not going to bother anybody. There's no noise issues. It was actually the staging area for what used to be called the Alligator Enduro, which is one of the biggest GNCC off-road motorcycle race courses during Bike Week. Anyway, so because of the expanded examination of these different sports, it's projected it could be several months until they put the whole package together. What I'd asked Mr. Bailey, I talked to George yesterday actually, about whether we could just peel off motocross. Could we all just agree that there is a demand for a motocross facility in the county so that we could go to the next stage? As opposed to, I mean, there may or may not be a demand for more baseball fields, soccer fields, football fields, or, you know, a BMX track. We already have a BMX track over at Strickland. We don't have any motocross place whatsoever. And I can assure you, give you my word, that there is a incredible demand for a motocross facility in this community. Now, what we have lying in wait, as I have, George will tell you, back in March, we met with a gentleman, Win Kern, who runs the biggest, he was the American Motorcyclist Association AMA Promoter of the Year. He, in Gainesville, runs the biggest amateur motocross race over Thanksgiving in the world. 5,900 participants last year. It's just incredible. We do it every year, and it's just an incredible event. He wants to be part of this. He sees this much potential in Volusia County. There's another gentleman who owns what's called Moto Bros. His name's Jason, and got off the phone with him. He also spoke with Tim Bailey this past week. He is currently doing a private-public partnership down in Punta Gorda. He's also doing another one with Palm Beach County. He's also doing one in Lee County. This guy he's in his 40s, has made an extremely successful business with his IT company, has a passion for motocross, his kids race. So he is going to these different public properties and developing them through a public-private partnership. He is genuinely interested in this. He wants to do everything he can. We have some other local people who may be good people to run this facility as well. What I would like to do is just vote that we go ahead and approve the need, and then allow staff to begin negotiations with these people to whether we have to do an RFP or just engage in negotiations with one of these potential people to run the track. So, George, I don't know. We also have an interest from a lot of these top-rated amateur motocrossers. These kids are homeschooled. And the biggest homeschool provider is called On Track. They have over 500 students. These kids at these amateur ranks don't even go to, they're homeschooled, and they ride at these facilities year-round. For 3 hours a day they train to become pros. The lady who runs it is here in Port Orange. That's her residence. And she wants to set up a classroom on site. This will be the only brick and mortar classroom, and that'll attract more people. We have 15 of these, we call them motocross day camps. Daycare centers. These kids actually live year-round, 10-year-olds on up, 9-year-olds on up. They live Monday through Friday at these facilities. They train for 3 hours a day, and then they do their homeschooling And that's what we're looking to maybe set up here as well, and she wants to base it here in Volusia County. That's going to draw so many people. I can't even begin to describe how much that's going to add to our economy. We've got...
Hey, Don?
Yeah.
I move to approve the need for motocross.
I figured
and
Jake would be the
proceed
one.
staff to get more information. Can I get a second?
Second. I'll second it, yes.
David Santiago makes the motion. Looks like we're going to have questions or discussion.
I had a couple questions for Don.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Don, I agree with you. There's a need for this, and I'm going to support you in it. What I definitely need to know is we have a funding source, how we're going to pay for it, and the upkeep. I know we got some private-public partnerships and stuff we're going to obviously work out, but also, too, there's a strip of people in there. Just from past experience, we definitely need to get a notice out. It borders well, it's in my district, but I know Matt's is close as well, but the people along Halifax west of Tomoka Farms, there's residential that backs up to it, and then you have some towns west. I got to see the borders of it, but as long as we get our ducks in the row, we can see how this is going to shake out. I got you. So.
Right, yeah, well, it's there. Well, go ahead, I didn't know if anybody... Was that a question, or was that just a...
No. Just making a statement here, but you know what I'm looking for in terms of how we're going to pay for it, upkeep, and the expenses, the expenses with the public. So
There's already one, Pasco County has one that's been in existence for over 40 years. It's called Day City Motocross. And it's Chili Town in Ohio. That's on the county fairgrounds. Same type of setup. Croom, which is probably, I think, I've heard it's the only self-funded state park in the state. It actually pays for itself. Hopefully, we were thinking of ECHO grants, obviously, to help out. This is already county-owned property, so we don't have to acquire property. When you title a dirt bike, there was actually a fund set up. You used to never have to title a dirt bike. Now you do, but the fees that go to that are, I think there's $4 million sitting up at the state capital just waiting to be dispersed, and it's earmarked for these type of facilities. So we're hoping to tap into that. Plus, we're going to get some private donations or private contributions through this guy from Moto Bros. He's already doing this in 2 other counties. And so I just would hope we could kind of model what they're doing. And he's putting up a huge amount of money as a private contractor. You know, he's got stake money in this. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. It'll work. Sorry. Okay. Good. I think Jake
Johansson.
So can I must have dozed off for the motion. What exactly is the motion?
Well, I guess the first part of this needs assessment is just...
Chairman, what's the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's going to explain it.
So somebody already...
The motion was to approve the need, to recognize the need so that they can move forward and staff to prepare to collect all of that data and proposal to come back to us, correct?
Begin negotiations with a potential track operator. My understanding is the county would own the property.
Yeah, so that's...
That's by the need, that's all it is.
As with anything, you'll hear me say this at the end of every meeting. Other than bringing something back on a future agenda for discussion, I don't want to vote on anything to move forward on anything, because the only public that can participate right now is over there and over here. So if it's a motion to discuss, not the need, we've already discussed that in our goals, how we're going to get there, it sounds like a great plan and I'm all for it. But I want it to be agended, and I want there to be public participation. What I don't want to do is say, hey, go out and start negotiating and find everybody that we didn't know that doesn't want this to not have the opportunity and come out of the woodwork. This is not government transparency, and it's not giving people an opportunity to speak. So the opportunity to bring it back and discuss, I'm all for it. I'll do a special meeting. I'll do it tomorrow. I don't care. But but I just want people to have the option to come out of the woodwork and say it's a great idea, or come in a bunch of green shirts and saying no because it's going to kill all the scrub jays. I just want that conversation to be had.
Mr. Chairman,
Will you
can I reply to that?
Yes.
Jake, I understand your call there for me, but I disagree with it. I'm just, philosophically, I disagree with it. Because by the near nature that we're here in open sunshine discussing issues, we're on television, it supports the fact that we're not doing anything behind closed doors. The public can come and speak at any time about any issue that they want.
But not this one tonight,
Well,
because
no,
they're
but
not
they
here.
could certainly come back tomorrow at the next meeting.
That's what I said. As long as we're going to discuss it, he said to start negotiation.
Yeah, but where I disagree with you is we could vote on issues. I don't buy into the concept of because something wasn't agended, that we are not legally able.
No, I didn't say it's not illegal, and we can.
Well, we shouldn't vote. I said the next words.
We can, things of administrative nature, I got no problem with. Issues where we're expending funds or asking the city manager, which was done to negotiate, well, that's a little bit too early. Let's put it on the agenda and chat about it and talk about, how we're going to do it, or have them explain to us how we're going to do it and get public input. That's all I'm saying.
I get it. And I'm not talking about this one specifically. I was just talking about generalities, Jake, on this.
Before we lose this, George, you might be able to give some insight.
Yeah, exactly.
Reduce
Thank you.
the,
I just, I think what we need tonight is, as Don said, because essentially what you're doing is you have a consultant out there right now working on, as he said, motocross, but all the other sports amenities. If the council agrees that you're going to get to that conclusion that there's a need of motocross, we could get a head start on how you would procure that. There would have to be some competition, either an RSQ or a P3 type solicitation. It would give us the ability to start looking into that and try to get some of the figures that you're asking for. Some of that information might come from the existing work that's being done by this other person, and as we get that information, we can incorporate that. But the idea is to bring it back as a presentation, because exactly what you're saying, we would bring it back, we would explain how we would procure it, and he's talked about the location, but we would have that discussion. That would be the time if there was people in that neighborhood who had concerns. They could certainly come and voice what they are, if that's the place that we've chosen. I will say I think there may be other places too, but that has come kind of to the top, and that's what I think Mr. Dempsey's recognizing. So we do own the land, and so really we'll be coming back with a presentation, and we would go over how we procure it and any other information that we have regarding potential costs, and then I know you're gonna, well, we're asking too. I mean, that's part of what we were trying to do with the consultant study that's out there today. So if we get that permission, then we'll get that on the agenda. Probably not the next meeting, but we will try to get for something either at the end of November or first meeting in December.
So you made the motion. You good with that? We're sending it to staff.
Just identifying that the need.
Yeah.
And then the rest
Okay.
of the details come before us to vote.
Okay. So that's the motion, and the second was by Don.
Right, the only thing just to be clear, Jay, obviously, we still have plenty of time for public participation, hear any objections, and then you could kill the deal. That's fine. I'm just saying, at least we can agree that there is a need for it. Now, where it's going to be and all that stuff, and how it's going to be run is still up for debate. I would just like for the staff to be told, okay, there's a need. Now let's go to the next step. Let's talk about all these potential ways of running it and whether we're going to put it out for an RFP or how it's going to be done and where it's going to be done. And that's all still subject to the open forum, public notice and all that stuff. I just kind of want to move things along instead of waiting for 2 or 3 more months for them to say, yeah, you have a need for motocross in this community. I mean, I think that's pretty self-evident.
Danny Robbins.
I think to Jake's point, in order to get there, we got to follow the basis, just like baseball. And the need for anything is subjective, right? It's probably up to the person. I think we need it. He thinks we need it. But if we want to come back for discussion, Don, motion to bring this back for discussion and a proposal. I think it's that simple. We're all over the place, and I think now we're clear. But we can discuss all this. We just have to follow the basis.
I think that's what we did. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah.
It's going to staff. They're going to bring back a presentation, and we can discuss location.
That's all I just asked for clarification of the motion, because I heard negotiate. You clarified the motion. I'm good.
Yeah, not negotiate, just explore the options.
Right. And I intend to ask the people who are doing the work now to maybe move some of the pro forma stuff up in their work. That way we'll have that information ahead of time. But I'll talk to the managers of that are managing that contract.
Okay. So that's the motion, to bring it back, probably in December. Motion by David Santiago, second by Don. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. It's a great location.
Don's
done?
Don, he's buying Taco Bell when we're done.
Hold on. Yeah, and there's, well, I'll leave it at that. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I have a few, hopefully short items. In line with this agenda and kind of marching down through the bases, one of the things that I hold dear and is my signature. I think I've shared that with some folks on staff. And on proclamations is each one of our signatures. One of the things, although not tonight a big deal, one of the things that I want to avoid is seeing my name on a proclamation on the same night that we're going to present it, if it gets passed, when maybe I have some consternation about passing the proclamation. So I'm asking for maybe Mike, George, or maybe the chairman to give me some guidance on if I have an issue with a possible proclamation, how I would go about getting it pulled or otherwise expressing my my dissatisfaction with it before it comes to council meeting, where I have to, I don't want my name on something. And the reason I say that is there's some unintended consequences of having your name on something that seems like no big deal on a 6-1 vote, that 3 years from now somebody says, but you signed this. And you're like, well, I didn't, it was just on the proclamation, I voted no. They don't care. And you don't think that's a big deal till you're somewhere and somebody shoves it in your face in a court of law or something. So I'm very sensitive about that, and I'm just looking for a little guidance on how to take care of that.
When does a proclamation go on the agenda, on the package for everybody to see?
Well, we'd like it to go on when we build the agenda, which is usually 2 days after this meeting. This particular week, you do have a little bit more room, so it would be next week. when we do the agenda conference. That would be ideal. I think a possible solution to what you're talking about would be if we got into that situation. Right now, we actually give the proclamation right to the person as it's done. It could be more like, I don't know if you've been to like a big graduation ceremony or something where you don't really get the proclamation, or you don't really get the document. You get the something that doesn't have signatures and stuff on it. Then we could send them the real one with the signatures of the people who voted yes for it, per se. But typically, we work real hard on these to not have controversy. The idea is it's usually a slam dunk, or we think it is, and if it is controversial, there would be discussion about it even getting on as a proclamation. So we do work on that, but that is.
And that's, I'm trying to think of something, Devil Worshippers Appreciation Week.
That's next month.
Yeah, and, or My Dire Day. We might have a problem with that.
You've been trying.
We might have a problem with that. I don't want to be kind of.
Well, one thing we could do, spend a little time with Chad, maybe we don't put the version on the agenda where the signature's already on it. Just have that blank.
That's what I'm saying, is that you would be a blank with those signatures, and that way, then if there was, say, a 6-1 vote or a 5-2 or turn down, then there'd be you don't get it. Hopefully that's not, we didn't get it that far along, but if there was one person or two, that would just not be on the proclamation. It would have the people who did. So
I appreciate that. The second thing is kind of a staff thing. George, I'll talk to you a little bit later about that. But thinking back to the council or the public comments, that permitting, he said, she said thing that we listened to sounded a little shaky, and at a minimum, it sounded like a communication problem between that was the run-on sentence of 5 people. So let's just make sure that our permitting and code enforcement thing is
absolutely
pretty locked on.
I would talk to any of you that want to, I think, but that's better done individually.
Sure. And lastly, Carissa, did you get my email with that picture? We speak a lot about this fuel farm, and I get a lot of individual email about it. And I just kind of want to give everybody here, all the citizens in the audience that waited, a little bit of perspective on where I'm coming from. I want everybody to know that I'm not too pleased about the thing coming either. I'm also aware of all the legal ramifications that we have. But I just want to show you one, for instance, of how I lived most of my adult life. If you can see, it's not hard to find the runway there at Norfolk in purple, or outlined in purple. The highlighted area in the right corner, the green highlighted area, is a weapons loading area. The Pentagon is a fuel farm or a fuel depot. The red areas are sporting complexes or parks, and the orange area is sandwiched in between the baseball fields and the golf course is just one part of a housing complex. As you can see, less than a mile from the fuel tanks is Glenwood Park that I didn't outline, and just below the golf course is Ward's Corner, which is civilian housing. So this is just one, for instance, of how I lived at every naval aviation base throughout my career. So a lot of the concerns, a lot of the fears that the public have, I get it. But I lived like this, and some of the fears, I'm not going to say are unwarranted, but the risk is not as bad as some say. Is a risk, you bet. But also, I have seen, not in America, but in other places in the Middle East, these fuel tanks blow up, not only due to lightning, but with explosive force, and most of them go up more than out. It does make some noise, it does look awful, but firefighters can fight the fire not easily, but they can fight it, and most of the times if one blows up, the other ones remain quite stable. So that is where I'm coming from. Having said that, I do not want that fuel farm here personally either. Thank you very much.
That's the thing about military bases. When you join the military, you accept a lot of risk that people at Bear Creek don't feel like they did. I will tell you that I've had one text after tonight's meeting. I want to tell the council that I'm really pleased with what happened, and you started it with, you broke protocol a little bit, but you asked, you made a motion about the fuel farm. The people that were here really appreciated that. And then the follow-up motion, it made an impact, and I think that's what they wanted to hear. Just a couple, 17 really quick things. It's only 5. Everybody knows what's going on in the world. The world is being dragged into war. I know we have some Volusia County residents. We have a local doctor that's of Jewish descent that's on her way tomorrow to Israel to do surgeries as a volunteer. All of our Florida National Guard members, which there's many of in Volusia County, are now on alert to either go to Israel or to maybe for the governor's program to receive planes as they come in with Floridians. I bring that up because I just say please keep them in your prayers. This is a really dangerous situation for everybody there and for our local members of our community that will be going to Israel. We already mentioned the LID conference Thursday and Friday with 3 members of the council going. I'm really pleased to know that. This one will be particularly interesting because it includes developers. It's just the way they planned it out. Third, I wanted to just kind of lift out at least when he got elected, Diesel Depew, the mayor of Edgewater. Edgewater runs on diesel. Was the youngest mayor in Florida. I don't know if he still is, but Diesel came up with a really good idea. Edgewater still dumps. These are his figures and the figures of the city manager of Edgewater. 30,000 gallons of partially treated effluent into the Indian River Lagoon, directly into the lagoon every single day. Diesel wants to stop that. He talked to me about it as one of the benefits of being on the Indian River Lagoon Council. I serve as a vice chair right now. I introduced him to Dr. Dwayne Dupree, and he is working with Diesel because we have funding that's been given by the state and the federal government for anything that improves the lagoon, and he agreed this certainly would. So they're working with him to try and get funding to do that. The idea that he had and the city manager has is there's a pond that's actually it's a small lake that could be a living lagoon to put this in and naturally extract the nitrogen and the phosphorus out of it. I'm proud of the mayor. Wanted to give him kind of a shout out for that. I met with Speaker Renner of the Florida House this week about a septic to sewer alternative by a company that does in-tank treatments. He was wildly supportive of it and is going to help through the very complicated permitting problem with that. Also discuss the fuel farm. And then lastly, I try to have monthly town halls like other members do. I'm trying to cram a bunch in before December because I don't believe anybody will come in December, although I may still have one then. But October 21st, I have a town hall at 10 a.m. It's a Saturday at the Ormond Library, and then October 25th at the New Smyrna Beach Library at 5:15. And the last one would be November 1st at the Deltona Library at 5:15. We all do town halls differently. Mine is I just open it up to questions, maybe a few brief comments about what's going on. I just wanted the public to know those dates. And that is all that I have. We will adjourn at 11:48.
Finish that. Have a good night, Jeff.
You too.